Lin Ruanqiao was originally the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the #1 beauty of Yunqing. Her mother passed away early, and her father's mistress moved in with her own daughter. She was framed by her stepmother and stepsister, to the point where she had to sell herself to a business tycoon and then died after enduring endless humiliation. But fate gave her a chance to be reborn, right before she was forced to marry an old man. In this life, Lin Ruanqiao is determined to change her destiny and will stop at nothing to marry the son of Yunqing's most prominent family, using his influence to take back everything that belongs to her. Unexpectedly, her meticulously designed plan was disrupted by a joke from Fu Zihan, the wealthiest young master in Yunqing. But the plot doesn't end there. Fu Zihan is not just the heir to a powerful family. He also holds the secret identity of a proud prince of the Wolf clan. Will this marriage, which seems like a gamble, ultimately lead Ruanqiao to a sweet romance? Or will it push her into a vortex of destiny with a mysterious wolf prince? Lin Ruanqiao was originally the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the #1 beauty of Yunqing. Ruanqiao's situation was too tragic to put into words. Her mother passed away early, and a mistress moved in with her own daughter. Her unfortunate fate was laid bare even more clearly. She was gentle and humble, but even when she treated her family with sincerity, all she received in return was endless oppression and humiliation. She was even forced to be sold to a business tycoon for the sake of her family's interests. In the end, she was tortured and humiliated to death. People chatter around Ruanqiao. Chow, what's wrong with Miss Lin? Chow. Call an ambulance. After being reborn, Lin Ruanqiao is determined to change her fate at all costs. Ruanqiao woke up as if from a nightmare, opening her eyes. She couldn't believe the reality of it. Am I still alive? Therefore, she took the initiative. She wanted to marry into the Yang family. Ruanqiao was stunned, calculating in her mind, if I can marry into his family, then I'll have a powerful backer. She sneered inwardly, filled with resentment. I'll use his power to get revenge on the Lin family. While she was lost in her wild thoughts, the man suddenly grabbed Ruanqiao's hand. But unexpectedly, the rich young master Fu Zihan stopped her. Zihan gently embraced her. My dear, I'm late. You don't have to punish me like this. With the words, Chow, I like you, accompanied by his affectionate gaze, he almost moved Ruanqiao's heart. Chow, I like you. The two of them had surprisingly already progressed to the wedding hall. Zihan knelt down to propose to Lin Ruanqiao. Will you marry me? She didn't hesitate for long and answered immediately, I do. One is a calm and collected eldest daughter who only wants to borrow his influence, single-mindedly focused on revenge. Ruanqiao, with a nonchalant expression, leaned close to Zihan's heir. So what do you think, young Master Fu? Don't forget we signed a prenuptial agreement. The other is a playful, carefree, and arrogant playboy. The waiter said politely, young Master Fu, the total comes to 237,836 yuan. He swiped his card without a second thought. Swiped the card. Zihan smiled more brilliantly than a flower. So, you're reborn. How does it feel? She retorted, not to be outdone. And you didn't mention you were a wolf prince. A contract marriage, with each party having their own agenda, unexpectedly raised the curtain on a conspiracy of revenge. It seems he only has eyes for Ruanqiao. Happy to be working with you, wifey. She just shrugged in response, happy to be working with you. At the same time, it also ignited a racial conspiracy that had been brewing for centuries. Recalling the scene of a haggard Ruanqiao lying on the floor with people around her shouting, Chow, what's wrong with Miss Lin? Chow, quickly call an ambulance. The memory of that scene only brought her more pain. Am I dead? That Mrs. Lin had no pity for her own daughter. What bad luck. She died before we could get our hands on the Mu family's fortune. Chow shed crocodile tears. My dear sister, rest in peace. I will inherit both your boyfriend and your fortune. Scene after scene of memories flooded Ruanqiao's mind. Chow, after mom is gone, you have to rely on yourself to take care of dad. Remember, be careful in all things and endure what you can. Then came the cruel treatment from the people she thought were her family. That you're the older sister. Why can't you give in to your younger sister? If it weren't for the Lin family's fortune, who would want to be with a charmless woman like you? Even when she was sold off, no one sympathized with her. You'd better serve me obediently, or I can make the Lin family go bankrupt in an instant. It was that pain that ignited Ruanqiao's will for revenge. Mom, I listened to you and endured my whole life, but what did I get in the end? Tears streamed down her face unconsciously, the teardrops sliding down her cheeks. Ruanqiao opened her eyes again. She looked in the mirror, stunned. I'm still alive? That's not right. Then Ruanqiao rushed to the window. She tried to confirm what she was seeing. Today is the day I'm supposed to marry that old man Mu. Ruanqiao gradually came to realize the reality that it seems I'm not dreaming. I've been reborn. A mix of joy and hatred filled her. If heaven has given me another chance. Ruanqiao's gaze was as sharp as a pair of scissors. Then I won't walk down that old path again. This time, I will make you all pay the price. After speaking, she hurried out, looking around, afraid of being discovered. Ruanqiao didn't waste any time. She ran as fast as she could, tried to escape this godforsaken place. On her way out, Ruanqiao overheard some voices. Sui Lin, where are you touching? What if my sister sees us? Sui Lin said, what are you afraid of? She's marrying that perverted old man today. It's hard to say how many more days she has to live. As long as you put on an affectionate act, she'll obediently get the Mu family's fortune for you. When that time comes, both the Mu and Lin families will be ours. Xiao Xiao looked shocked. Sister, why are you here? Caught in the act, Sui Lin still tried to deny it. Xiao Xiao, it's not what it looks like, let me explain. Ruanqiao feigned weakness. Leaning on his shoulder, I want to get some fresh air. Sui Lin, will you come with me? Sui Lin thought he had fooled her. Xiao Xiao, you go to the dressing room first. Have the makeup artist touch up your sister's makeup later. Xiao Xiao looked at the two of them, cursing inwardly. Let's see how long you can keep Sui Lin to yourself. While they were walking, Ruanqiao suddenly proposed. Sui Lin, I remember you used to carry me on your back when I couldn't walk. Can I ask you to carry me one more time? Sui Lin put on a doting tone, of course. In reality, she was just putting on an act for him. How could Ruanqiao forget the memory of his betrayal? She unleashed all her anger on Sui Lin. You scumbag, you're lucky I didn't beat you to death. After saying that, Ruanqiao leisurely took the car keys from his pocket and then drove away as the security guards watched. Someone, quick, the bride has run away. She looked around as she drove. Ruanqiao noticed a car speeding toward her. Oh my God, is anyone as unlucky as me? I was just reborn, and now I'm about to be killed in a car crash. She squeezed her eyes shut, preparing to accept her fate. Seeing that she was still alive, joy was evident on Ruanqiao's face. What happened? Even with brakes, it couldn't have stopped in time, right? Can this car teleport? She hurriedly got out of the car. Zihan said in an arrogant tone, are you trying to get my attention by dying? You don't even care about your own life. The bodyguard following behind shouted, where did this little brat come from, daring to stage an accident with our young Master Fu? Hearing a familiar name, Ruanqiao thought, young Master Fu? The young master of the Fu family, the largest conglomerate in A City. He's indeed handsome, but it's a pity he has such a foul mouth. She angrily pulled her hand away from his. You're so narcissistic, The Mu family's bodyguards had already caught up to them. Miss Lin, please come back with us. Ruanqiao looked at them in terror, and oh, if I'm caught and taken back, I'll never be able to escape again. I can't repeat the same mistakes. At this critical moment, she came up with a brilliant plan. Without another word, Ruanqiao kissed Zihan directly. Then she gently took his arm. I am young Master Fu's woman. Go back and tell that old man Mu that I didn't elope. Fu Zihan came to snatch the bride. The bodyguards could only remain silent. They looked at each other, trembling. Is this real or fake? What should we do? Take her or let her go? We should go back and ask the boss first. If we offend the Fu family, we don't have enough lives to pay for it. Watching their retreating figures, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Having successfully completed her mission, Ruanqiao turned to leave. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time we have a chance. Zihan wouldn't let her escape. You want to leave after harassing me? Playing hard to get with me? Ruanqiao tried to explain herself that I really was just trying to escape. She regained her composure. I know I shouldn't have kissed you, but it was an emergency. Take this limited edition Tiffany diamond necklace. As payment, he was provoked by Ruanqiao's composure. You want to trade a necklace for my first kiss? You think too highly of yourself. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. First kiss? The famously promiscuous young Master Fu still has his first kiss. Could it be that he can't perform? My condolences to the future Mrs. Fu. Whatever, what does this have to do with me? The most important thing now is to leave this troublesome place. Zihan insisted on getting to the bottom of it. You want to leave after having your way with me? Ruanqiao couldn't take it anymore. Then what do you want? I can't stay. What if they see through my lie and come after me? It won't be easy to trick them again. He slowly approached her until they were just a short distance apart. Zihan's tone was slightly teasing. Since you've thrown yourself at me like this, of course I have to satisfy you. Ruanqiao only felt disgusted by the person in front of her. Sure enough, he's as shameless as the rumors say. She lightly kicked him in his lower body, damn it. Lin Ruanqiao ran over to support Zihan. Young master, are you alright? He clutched his stomach in pain. Is this woman crazy? I just wanted her to be my servant for a day, but she struck so hard. Ruanqiao raised a glass of wine, trying to drown her sorrows. Although I escaped, with my current abilities, I can't change my destiny at all. I must find someone to help me. Her face was full of frustration, but who should I look for? Suddenly, Ruanqiao sat up straight and turned her head sharply. She vaguely saw Yang Yu, the person she needed to find. Ruanqiao immediately had an idea. If I can get close to him, Yang Yu, the young master of Yunqing's most prominent family, then I'll have a powerful backer. Lin Ruanqiao slowly stood up, seeming to leave to discuss further with the chairman. Yang Yu's assistant leaned in and said, Young master, they won't even accept basic courtesies. How can we negotiate this project? Your polite upbringing is useless against these old foxes of the business world, young Master Yang. He became annoyed when he noticed Ruanqiao approaching. Who are you? Why are you eavesdropping on us? She immediately stated her opinion. I have a way. Do you believe me? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the girl before him, not quite convinced of Ruanqiao's abilities. She slowly leaned down and whispered something. His assistant said aloud, Young Master Yang, they're coming back. Ruanqiao winked playfully. If I succeed, remember to buy me a drink. She was very confident in herself. I encountered this kind of situation many times when I used to help my grandfather with company affairs. Seeing the two men shake hands, Ruanqiao knew she had succeeded. Success. Yang Yu's assistant approached her. Miss, our young master would like to buy you a drink. Ruanqiao happily walked over. Congratulations, young Master Yang. She gave a warm smile and introduced herself. All right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Ruanqiao. He couldn't help but be surprised. Wait, you're that eldest daughter of the Lin family who eloped? Ruanqiao didn't deny it and accepted the fact. That's me. But if I didn't elope, my life would have been ruined. Who says a daughter can't inherit the company and must sacrifice her own happiness for the family's interests? I don't want that. Looking at the sweet girl before him, a strange light flickered in Yang Yu's eyes. Do you really think you can change everything with your own strength? She just explained slowly, but if even I don't resist, who can help me change it? Follow the family's arrangements to study abroad. Follow the family's arrangements to give up my dream of music. Follow the family's arrangements to join the company. Every compulsion from the word family lingered in his mind. Can I change things too? Ruanqiao tried to snap Yang Yu out his thoughts. What are you spacing out for? He looked at her with an unusual glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps she could bring a different light to his dark and hopeless life. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Yu's face. This weekend is my mother's birthday. My family is holding an auction. Would you like to attend? Seeing his enthusiasm, Ruanqiao also agreed, perhaps. Yang Yu continued to suggest, we can be friends. All right, she seemed to have it in the bag. The plan is a success. Zihan ran over in the rain, Lin Ruanqiao. He forcefully grabbed Ruanqiao's hand, not wanting her to spend any more time with that Yang Yu. Zihan said in a gentle and affectionate voice, My dear, I'm late. You don't have to punish me like this. He glared at Yang Yu sitting opposite them. This afternoon you threw yourself at me and kissed me, and now you're holding another man's hand. Seeing that Zihan seemed to be going crazy, Ruanqiao struggled. Fu Zihan, what are you trying to do? He was truly captivated by her. Confess to you, of course. In Zihan's eyes, there was only the girl in front of him. Xiao Xiao, I like you. Sui Lin, holding a ring and flowers, kindly handed them to his boss. He solemnly brought them before Ruanqiao. The dazzling sight flustered her for a moment. Ruanqiao, who was forced to wear the necklace, shouted, Fu Zihan, have you lost your mind? He seemed to have grasped her weakness. If you dare to take it off, I'll tell that old man Mu about what happened this morning. The people around them chattered excitedly. Young Master Fu has made his move. Sure enough, no woman can refuse him. They started spreading rumors as Miss Lin eloped because of young Master Fu. Let's go, let's go. The eloped heiress and the playboy. Yang Yu stood beside her, looking disappointed. Miss Lin, thank you for your help just now. but as for being friends, I was being presumptuous. You don't have to mind it. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. After speaking, he left in a hurry, leaving Ruanqiao feeling suffocated. Those people watched, sighing. Young Master Fu is going to get closer to the beauty. Zihan said in a very relaxed tone. Can't be helped. This young master's charm is just too great. She vented her anger as soon as she got outside. Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao walked towards him angrily. I don't care why you suddenly confessed to me in public today, but you ruined my plan. You have to compensate me. Zihan was in a perpetual state of obsession. All right. He pulled her into his arms. How about I offer myself to you? Ruanqiao was rendered speechless by his other side. She suddenly paused, calculating in her mind. Ruanqiao suddenly came up with another brilliant plan. That's not impossible. She did a complete 180. Why don't you marry me instead? Ruanqiao gently lifted Zihan's chin. My boyfriend. Her words stirred his heart. You. How can a girl like you have no sense of shame? Ruanqiao tried to bewitch Zihan. Fu Zihan, you owe me. Wait for my notice. The number one family in Yunqing is out of the question, but the richest man in Yunqing isn't a bad choice either. The next day, at the Lin family home, Lin Ruanqiao scolded his daughter without holding back. You disgraceful child, you dare to come back after causing such a huge mess. She didn't care about her father's nagging. This is my home. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Xiao tried to be polite, that's right. Although sister made a mistake, she's still part of the Lin family. Besides, she grew up with Grandpa and is known as his favorite, a business genius. Our Lin family can't do without her. He got angry as soon as he heard her say that, slamming the table and splashing water everywhere. Lin Ruanqiao made a surprising decision. Our Lin family hasn't reached the point where we need a wet-behind-the-ears girl to take responsibility. Besides, she can get experience at the company, and so can you. Xiao, you'll start at the company tomorrow. Xiao was overjoyed, really? She glanced at Ruanqiao, secretly plotting in her mind. Xiao pretended to be a good daughter. Then I'll have to rely on my sister's guidance in the future. She suddenly stood up. I disagree. The tea she had just poured was knocked over by Ruanqiao. Seeing herself being insulted, Xiao shouted, Sister, what are you doing? She couldn't stand her pretense anymore and shouted, My goodness, this is Grandpa's favorite tea. You can't even do something as simple as pouring tea properly. How can you get experience at the company? Xiao was becoming more and more confused by her sister. She used to always obey her father's wishes. Why was she so different this time? She cried, looking fragile that you're the one who broke it. Why are you blaming me? Ruanqiao slapped Xiao hard across the face. She crossed her arms confidently. Then why don't you come with me to confront Grandpa and see who he believes? She turned to her father to complain, Dad, look how arrogant my sister is at home. Who knows what she'll be like at the company? Lin Ruanqiao defended his daughter Ruanqiao. Xiao is right. He turned to scold Ruanqiao. With you acting like this, where will the Lin family's reputation go? She smiled contemptuously. Ruanqiao, holding all the cards, raised her voice. Does Dad think that letting a mistress's daughter go out to do business will bring the Lin family a lot of face? Will she secure contracts by crying? Her words were decisive. If Dad wants outsiders to think the Lin family is easy to bully, then let her go to the company. Lin Ruanqiao realized at this moment he came to his senses. Xiao, your sister has a point. You should get more experience. There's no one to rely on now. Xiao could only feel helpless, Dad. She watched her father's retreating back, clearly heartbroken. Then she turned to Ruanqiao, wanting to vent her anger on her. Ruanqiao was now a completely different person. She sneered, From now on, I won't tolerate being bullied by the two of you anymore. Mrs. Lin secretly approached her husband. Old Lin, I heard from Xiao that you're not letting her go to the company. Lin Ruanqiao sat leisurely. For now, her abilities are not enough. She still needs to learn more. There's no rush. She still tried to beg. She can learn at the company too. Isn't Ruanqiao also getting experience at the company? Why can't our Xiao? You can't be so biased, old Lin. He irritably shook off Mrs. Lin's hand. All you do is cry. Lin Ruanqiao began to lecture. Xiao has been spoiled by you. How can she go out and do business like that? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Lin family? Hearing her husband's words, she shed tears. Now you despise me. Who was it that said they would take care of me and my daughter for a lifetime? He couldn't control his heart in the face of her tears and coaxed her. Oui, I know, but I'm doing this for Xiao's own good. If she goes to the company now, she'll be eaten alive by those old foxes on the board. I promise you, I will personally teach Xiao, and she will definitely have a place on the board in the future. Mrs. Lin hugged Lin Ruanqiao tightly. You said it, boss. In the midst of the sweet atmosphere, a maid's voice suddenly rang out. Madam, Mrs. Fu from the Fu family is here. She says she's here to propose a marriage. She couldn't believe her ears. The Fu family, the richest in Yunqing. He beside her was completely stunned. Quick, quick, go and see. Mrs. Lin hurried out to greet the guest. Mrs. Fu, please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Nian Sai said in a gentle tone. Oh no, it is I who have been abrupt, coming to propose marriage without any notice. Seeing this distinguished figure before her, Lin Ruanqiao was even more delighted. Not at all, not at all. She hurriedly instructed, Annie Lin, that's right, Annie Lin, quickly go and call the eldest young miss down. This child, how could she be so thoughtless? She patiently explained the situation. Everyone outside says my son is playful and dissolute, but Zihan is a good boy. Many have pursued him over the years, but he was never interested. It's rare for him to confess in public. So as his mother, I can only shamelessly come to propose marriage. Niancy was still very polite. This was all very sudden, so we couldn't prepare properly. I hope you can forgive us, my dear-in-law. The Fu family will definitely make it up in the future, and we will not let the Lin family lose face. Mrs. Lin was naturally very surprised by the person who came out. Why did you call Qiao Qiao out? Hello, Mrs. Fu. She was puzzled. If I remember correctly, the Lin family should have another daughter named Lin Ruanqiao. Mrs. Lin hurriedly gave another order. Yes, that's my eldest daughter. Sister Lin, go and call the eldest young miss down. She replied respectfully, yes. Mrs. Lin then began to praise her own daughter. Mrs. Fu, our Qiao Qiao has received a top-tier education since she was young. She is well-read, sensible, and has a very gentle personality. She changed the subject and began to criticize Ruanqiao. Lin Ruanqiao lost her mother at a young age and doesn't listen to me. Mrs. Lin planned to squeeze out a few crocodile tears to gain sympathy. It's always been said that it's hard to be a stepmother. Only after I married into the family did I understand that before she could finish her act, someone shouted, if it's so hard to be a stepmother, then don't be one. If you have the guts, go divorce my dad. Ruanqiao walked out from inside. Even in her pajamas, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She exposed her sister's actions in a relaxed tone. That's right, Qiao Qiao is well-read, sensible, and has a gentle personality. That's why she was able to steal her older sister's boyfriend. Oh no, her older sister's ex-boyfriend. Hearing this, Qiao Qiao struggled frantically. Sister, you're talking nonsense. Brother Zealand only cared for me a little more because he pitied me. Ruanqiao scoffed at her explanation. Care for you? She turned and bowed slightly. I made a fool of myself in front of Mrs. Fu. Far from being offended, Niancy liked Ruanqiao even more. It's fine. This girl's personality suits my taste. That brat of mine has really hit the jackpot this time. She left happily. My dear-in-law, I won't disturb you any longer. I am very satisfied with Ruanqiao as my daughter-in-law. In a few days, I'll have the butler prepare the betrothal gifts and formally come to the Lin family to propose marriage. Ruanqiao also acted very much like a daughter-in-law. I'll see you out. Niancy had already approved of her in her heart and was very pleased. Yes, good. Only Mrs. Lin was still trying to push her own agenda. Mrs. Fu, our Qiao Qiao, with her chance snatched away, Qiao Qiao burst into tears. Mom, why does she get to marry the young master of the Fu family? In what way am I not as good as her? She quickly comforted her. Qiao Qiao, don't cry. Our Qiao Qiao is the most beautiful and capable person in Yunqing. Mrs. Lin had already come up with many schemes. Don't worry, this matter isn't settled yet. Qiao Qiao's spirits lifted again. Mom, you have a plan? A series of vicious schemes was about to be implemented by her. A bait and switch, swapping the bride, forcing the issue until it's a done deal. But they didn't know that Ruanqiao had heard the entire plan. I knew you two wouldn't give up so easily. In that case, I'll pay a visit to my future mother-in-law tomorrow. This marriage is happening, and I'm the one getting married. In the dead of night, the phone rang. Someone ordered her, Lin Ruanqiao. Come downstairs now. I'm at your door. She didn't know who it was, but Ruanqiao was surprisingly happy. You're pretty fast. A mysterious, ink-black car was parked at her door. It turned out to be the famous playboy, Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao smiled. Fu Zihan is quite good-looking. Not a bad deal. She started to act weak again. Young Master Fu, aren't you afraid of being seen looking for me so late at night? It seemed he was more rational this time. Fu Zihan gripped Ruanqiao's hand tightly. He began to reason with her. I can't ask you to tell my mom we're calling off the engagement. You're a girl. Calling it off will be better for your reputation. I, on the other hand, have no reputation to speak of. I don't care. Ruanqiao was a little surprised by Fu Zihan's unexpected nature. I'm clearly the one plotting against him, yet he's actually thinking about my reputation. She still insisted, but I want to marry you. I said you have to compensate me. He once again wrapped his arm around Ruanqiao's waist. Then he pushed her into the car. The atmosphere was strangely ambiguous. Fu Zihan said nothing, leaning in close. Then how does Miss Lin want me to compensate her? With my body or with my heart? Ruanqiao quickly played along. Neither. Young Master Fu only needs to marry me. I'll help you handle your mom, and you'll help me take back the Lin family. He couldn't figure out the girl in front of him. A contract marriage. Why should I believe you'll help me? She moved even closer to Fu Zihan. I've already accepted the betrothal gifts. Ruanqiao stirred his heart again. If I don't help you, should I help Li Zilan go against you? In my last life, I died for love and helped Li Zilan harm your company, nearly bankrupting it. I will absolutely not do that again this time. Hearing Ruanqiao's plan, Fu Zihan suddenly paused. He sat up straight, his expression turning ugly as he coldly rebuked her. Nonsense. Fu Zihan opened the car door and firmly agreed. I'll pick you up tomorrow. We'll make things clear to my mom about calling off the engagement. The car turned around and sped away. Ruanqiao didn't see him off, just watched silently. She twirled a strand of hair and smiled smugly. I will make you agree. Early the next morning, in the Fu family's luxurious villa, Fu Zihan held Ruanqiao's hand and walked happily through the main door. Seeing her future daughter-in-law, Niancy hurried out to greet her. Xiao, you're here. She gently took her hand. Niancy already treated Ruanqiao as one of her own, kind and approachable. Annie has already told the kitchen to make your favorite dishes. Have lunch here today. He feigned sweetness, but was actually conveying a warning to her alone. Lin Ruanqiao, don't forget what I told you yesterday. Ruanqiao tilted her head slightly, mouthing a challenge to Fu Zihan. I'd rather not. He suppressed his anger, pointing at the intimate figures of the mother and daughter-in-law. You just wait. Fu Zihan turned around, frowning and gritting his teeth. You damn little thing. How dare you trick me? I don't believe it. Can't I just run away? Let's see what you do without a groom. He walked out the main door, adjusting his tie with his left hand. Fu Zihan tightened the knot of his tie, then loosened it and quickly made a call. Hey, see you at Muse Bar tonight. We're not going home until we're drunk. My treat. Meanwhile, Ruanqiao was skillfully winning over Niancy at his home. My mother's health was already poor, and that year she found out my father was cheating. So I went to live with my maternal grandfather. The day I met Zihan, it was lucky he saved me. Fu Zihan sat in the driver's seat and suddenly sneezed, wiping his nose. Who's talking about me? In the living room, she grew even more worried for her. I didn't expect it was like that. You and Zihan are truly fated to be together. Don't you worry. From now on, you're part of the Fu family. Anyone who dares to bully you is bullying the Fu family. Ruanqiao suddenly showed a commendable level of understanding. Annie, yesterday I agreed to your proposal, mainly despite my stepmother. But I know Zihan doesn't genuinely want to get engaged to me so quickly. I can understand, and I don't want to force him, so I can. But Niancy immediately placed her hand on hers. Now that she had set her mind on this person, she naturally wouldn't let her slip away so easily. Silly child, what are you talking about? He's just being stubborn for a moment. Niancy took out her phone to arrange her plan. Don't worry, Annie has a way. She called Butler Lee, her voice a bit rushed. Hello, little Lee, where's the young master? Speaking of Fu Zihan, he was letting loose at Muse Bar. Yellow lights crisscrossed everywhere, and the rich kids were carefree. A waiter came to report the bill. Young Master Fu, the total is 237,836 yuan. Fu Zihan, accustomed to spending lavishly, simply said under the influence of alcohol, card. When she swiped the card to pay, the machine immediately responded with 2 words, card frozen. The waiter returned the card to him, looking a bit awkward. Young Master Fu, this card has been frozen. Would you like to try another one? Fu Zihan took out all his remaining cards and asked coldly, what about these? Behind his domineering gaze, a hint of fear flickered. My mom wouldn't freeze all my cards, would she? She returned them all, suggesting another solution. These don't work either. Why don't you give your family a call? The red-haired young master couldn't help but be curious. Young Master Fu, what's going on? Did your family cut you off? The blonde young master next to him also made a face. No way. Then why did you call us out? Does this mean we have to go Dutch? Fu Zihan's face was clearly angry, his pride wounded. So he shot back, what are you talking about? Haven't I always treated you well? The girls you chase, which one of them didn't I pay for? The red-haired young master felt uneasy. Zihan. Just then, Ruanqiao arrived on cue to save the day. She handed Fu Zihan another card. You took the wrong card. A few days ago, I saw a few bags I liked and maxed out the supplementary card. I forgot to tell you today. Ruanqiao stood before his friends and gently introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Ruanqiao, Fu Zihan's fiancé. It's my fault for spoiling the mood. The next round is on Lin Ruanqiao. Everyone, please drink as much as you like. The atmosphere instantly relaxed, and everyone responded in unison. We're definitely not going to pass up a freebie today. She supported Fu Zihan by the arm, playing the part of a devoted wife. Zihan, Mom is still waiting for us at home for dinner. Let's go. He lowered his eyes and glanced at her. All right. Night fell, and the Fu family's main gate was shut tight, shrouded in darkness. Fu Zihan got out of the car and yelled, "Hey, open the gate. Your young master is back. Hey, is anyone there?" Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated with a notification. It was a message from Butler Lee. Young master, this is a level 1 alert. The madam is serious this time. The madam is very angry. She said if you don't get married, you're not to set foot in this house again and can fend for yourself. Fu Zihan knew he had been played, a feeling worse than eating hot peppers. He gritted his teeth. Lin Ruanqiao. The starlight cast a cold gray hue over the Lin family villa. Ruanqiao yawned. She couldn't be bothered to see anyone at this hour and reluctantly went down to open the door. Fu Zihan, are you sick? Why do you always like to call people out in the middle of the night? Fu Zihan threw a stack of documents at Ruanqiao without any extra words. Marriage agreement. See if there are any problems. If not, sign it. She caught the stack of contracts, feigning ignorance. What trick did Auntie use to make you give in so quickly? He exposed her angrily. Don't think I don't know. Freezing my cards, not letting me come home. That was all you coaxing my mom. Ruanqiao folded the stack of papers, feeling belittled, and retorted, Fu Zihan, do I, Lin Ruanqiao, have to marry you? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. At first, I was planning to use the Yang family's influence to help me, but you showed up out of nowhere. And let's not even talk about you promising to compensate me. She shattered Fu Zihan's arrogant posture. Even if I really wanted to use the Fu family's influence, I would have just tried to please Mrs. Fu and have her adopt me as her goddaughter. Wouldn't that be more valuable than marrying you? What to easy in you? He was then hit with a barrage of scolding. Your lack of ambition? Your disloyalty? Your hot temper, or what? Fu Zihan interrupted impatiently. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Ruanqiao pursed her lips and tried to reason with him. Fu Zihan, you saw it for yourself tonight. What kind of people your degenerate friends are. It hasn't been easy for the Fu family all these years. Do you think those old foxes on the board of directors are easy to deal with? She poured out all her true feelings and disappointment. If you can't help, at least don't cause trouble for your mom. Get a grip, my dear young master. Ruanqiao wrote with a pen while stating the agreement. For 2 years, if you want me to willingly help ease Annie's burden, I hope you can also keep your promise and help me take back the Lin family. She leaned in, looking directly into Fu Zihan's eyes. I can't let the empire my mother built with her own hands be given away to someone else. He grabbed a corner of the contract and agreed. Ruanqiao, it's a deal, wifey. She replied, it's a deal. The phone in Ruanqiao's pocket vibrated slightly. Zhenzhen's familiar voice came from the other end. Xiao Xiao, are you going to Mrs. Yang's birthday charity gala tomorrow? I know you never like. She answered, I'm going. Why wouldn't I? Zhenzhen found it strange. But didn't you used to dislike attending these kinds of social events? On Ruanqiao's end, her face was grim and full of calculation. No, not only am I going, I'm going to make a grand entrance. The next day, at the charity gala, tight-fitting evening gowns and elegant dark suits blended rhythmically into the opulent, golden atmosphere. In a corner, Xiao Xiao snuggled contentedly in Zealand's arms, cooing, Brother Zealand, stop it. What if someone comes? His hand paused on her bare shoulder. Then I'll dote on you properly when we get back later. Ruanqiao strode across the floor with an aura that made it seem like her stage. By her side was Zhenzhen. Seeing Ruanqiao in a place like this, Xiao Xiao was both surprised and flustered. Sister, why are you here? She was still holding Zealand's arm. She couldn't be bothered with a fake smile and just raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't come, how would I have seen this deeply affectionate scene? Xiao Xiao waved her hands frantically, seemingly adept at making excuses. Sister, you've misunderstood. Didn't you used to dislike attending these kinds of social events? I had to accompany Brother Zealand. Brother Zealand even praised me. She pursed her lips her gentleness barely perceptible. Sister, what you don't know is that even before you and Brother Zealand broke up, he was praising how good I was in bed. Ruanqiao's black high heels stood firmly on the cold floor tiles, pointing at the couple's unrestrained intimacy. She slapped Xiao Xiao directly across the face. Are you saying I'm petty? She clutched her face, saying pitifully, I didn't mean that. Ruanqiao showed no mercy and added another blow. You can't win favor at home, and it's the same outside. Zhen was stunned. I can't believe my Xiao Xiao has finally stood up for herself. Zealand remembered the sharp pain of the slap she had given him before. He narrowed his eyes with hatred. That damn woman. It will be letting her off easy if I don't get a few billion out of her to make up for that slap. Zealand turned on a dime, just like an ex-boyfriend, casting aside all affection for Xiao Xiao. He even shamelessly extended a hand to Ruanqiao, willing to bend a little. Xiao Xiao, if I had known you were attending, I would have invited you to be my dance partner. She completely rejected Zealand's goodwill with a firm attitude. Mr. Li, it seems you've forgotten what you said when I was forced to marry that old man Mu. He pressed closer, determined to get his hands on her. Xiao Xiao. Zealand gripped Ruanqiao's hand tightly, blinking as his award-winning acting skills came online. You know how powerful that old man Mu from my family is. How could I have resisted? I was heartbroken too. He wrapped his arm around hers. He wouldn't let go, speaking miserably. But when I saw you run away from the wedding, not wanting to marry old man Mu, I realized how much you love me, Xiao Xiao. Let's not break up again, okay? Ruanqiao showed her disgust. What did I ever see in you? I must have been completely blind. She tried to push Zealand away, but he was too strong, giving her no chance to escape. Let go. Zhen was about to step in to stop him, but was blocked by Xiao Xiao, who said schemingly, Zhen, my sister and Brother Zealand are about to get back together. It's not right for you to stop them. She even fabricated a dark plot to pin on her. Are you trying to steal a man from my sister? Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed Ruanqiao's arm and pulled her back. She was now nestled in Fu Zihan's arms. He exploded with possessiveness. Don't touch someone else's fiancée. It's dirty. Zealand refused to back down. He immediately sneered. I wonder how clean young Master Fu is, a man who's been with countless women. His face was filled with the pride and smile of a victor. But she's mine now. Zealand was so angry, he could only manage one word. You. Ruanqiao linked her arm with Fu Zihan's, happily resting her cheek on his shoulder as they returned to their seats. The three of them left, leaving him with clenched, trembling fists and nowhere to vent his anger. I will definitely get you back for this. The crowded hall was filled with high society figures. The auctioneer stood on stage, announcing the final auction item. In a red box was a sparkling gold ring, exuding the fragrance of money. The auctioneer introduced it. This is the diamond ring worn by Lady Ali in the 14th century. The starting bid is 5 million yuan. Each increment must be no less than 1 million yuan. Li Zealand made the opening bid. The first bid, young Master Li bids 5 million yuan. He turned and whispered to Ruanqiao, Xiao Xiao, I remember you really like this diamond ring. I'll bid on it and give it to you this time. Fu Zihan smiled faintly. A rich man has no need for such meaningless words. He bid 10 million yuan. Li Zealand raised the bid, 12 million yuan. Fu Zihan added another 3 million, 15 million yuan. He could still afford it. 18 million yuan. He showed no weakness. 20 million yuan. Ruanqiao shot a strange look at Li Zealand. The auctioneer's second call. Young Master Fu bids 20 million yuan. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? He nodded slightly. She was also busy turning her gaze to the stage. Ruanqiao finally raised her paddle. 25 million yuan. Fu Zihan gently raised the bid. 30 million yuan. Li Zealand knew she was going to keep bidding, so he held out a hand to signal her to stop. Zhen exclaimed in admiration. Oh my God, young Master Fu is so rich. He looked away uncomfortably. He's just a brainless spendthrift. He was confident no one could compete with him at this price. The auctioneer's voice echoed in waves. 30 million going once. 30 million going twice. 30 million sold. She walked down from the rows of seats and handed the ring box to its rightful owner, Fu Zihan. Fu Zihan took the ring box and said arrogantly from the side, I just heard Mr. Li say he wanted to give this to Ruanqiao, so I thought I'd raise the price to see how sincere Mr. Li is. After taking the ring, he tossed the box behind him, his mouth full of scorn. But I didn't expect Mr. Li's love to be so worthless. Fu Zihan lifted her delicate hand and put the gold ring on it. As long as Ruanqiao likes it, any amount of money is worth it. Zhen's eyes lit up, happy for them. A loving couple, so sweet. Yang Yu glanced at Ruanqiao and Fu Zihan laughing happily. His mother advised him from the side, that girl from the Lin family is quite something, making two men fight over her. Little you should stay far away from her. Yang Yu didn't want to believe it at all. Lin Ruanqiao, are you really that kind of person? That night, Fu Zihan personally drove her home. He released the steering wheel, not understanding why he was somewhat hesitant. We're here. Ruanqiao opened her wallet and answered briefly. She handed Fu Zihan a card, a genuine black card. Ruanqiao pressed the card against his chest, signaling for Fu Zihan to take it. Young master, Fu can't be the one to pay for tonight's ring. The money is on the card. He just smiled. Is this all, Miss Lin? Fu Zihan took the card, his words reluctant. You weren't satisfied with my performance tonight? She placed her index finger in front of his lips, signaling sure. Ruanqiao said softly, if word of what young Master Fu said gets out, people who don't know better might think you're a toy boy I'm paying for. Fu Zihan grabbed her wrist, like a puppy waiting for praise. Then was Miss Lin satisfied with my performance at the gala tonight? Ruanqiao blurted out, childish. He let go of her hand, releasing her completely. Oh. Fu Zihan's hands were now on the steering wheel, his head hanging sadly. It's getting late. You should go home and sleep. She found this childish expression amusing and couldn't help but smile. I never thought young Master Fu had an innocent puppy dog side to him. Ruanqiao decided to hand him the card anyway, but I was very satisfied. Thank you for helping me out of that situation. You can take the card now, right? Fu Zihan secretly elevated her status in his heart. She's really different from all those socialites and rich young ladies I've met before. He thought about it carefully and feigned a cough. In the end, Fu Zihan didn't accept Ruanqiao's kind offer, but he didn't directly refuse it either. Instead, he skirted around the emotional meaning. No need. Just consider it a betrothal gift from me to Miss Lin. On Monday, the phone rang. It was Li Jinjin. Ruanqiao answered groggily, hello. Jinjin excitedly announced, Chow Chow, quick, look at the news. Your Fu Zihan and Li Tao Lin are trending. She frowned in annoyance that Li Jinjin, don't talk nonsense. Who said Li Tao Lin is mine? The voice on the other end teased. So you mean Fu Zihan is yours, right? Ruanqiao snapped, Li Jinjin. The other person quickly cut her off. I was wondering before how you could end up with that clueless rich kid Fu Zihan, but now I get it. Turns out you have sharp judgment when it comes to people. Anyway, just look at the news and you'll know. She opened her phone and clicked on the top news story. The headline that caught her eye read, Is Old Man Mu the biggest clown? Just after Miss Lin's elopement incident, the young masters of the Fu and Li families are already splurging fortunes to win the beauty smile. Ruanqiao immediately sat up and blurted out, now I've really offended Old Man Mu. Elsewhere, Li Tao Lin saw the news and gritted his teeth in anger. Once I get my hands on the Lin family's assets, plus my Li family's, you think I'll still be afraid of you, Fu Zihan? I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. The scene changes, a landline rings, Ruanqiao hastily answered the phone. An angry rebuke came from the other end. Lin Ruanqiao, what's with the news today? Is your Lin family planning to make me lose all my face? He said humbly, it's my failure to discipline my niece. Mr. Mu, please calm down. I'll have Ruanqiao come to your home to apologize right away. Chiming scoffed, apologize? With what? Lin Ruanqiao, don't forget your Lin family still owes me a wedding. He threatened, I heard your Lin Corporation has been having some cash flow problems lately. If I wanted to, Ruanqiao quickly replied, rest assured, our Lin family will definitely prepare the wedding again. I wonder if Mr. Mu is free tonight. I'll bring Ruanqiao over to apologize to you first, and we can discuss the wedding details. Chiming immediately hung up the phone. He shouted angrily, where is everyone? And then slammed the phone on the floor. Ruanqiao ordered, the eldest Mrs. calls are not to be answered. From now on, without my order, no one is to take a single step out of their room. The servants knelt. Yes, master. At noon, a white car stopped at the gate of Ruanqiao's house. A security guard raised his hand to stop her. That I'm sorry, Miss Li, our eldest miss is unwell and cannot receive guests. Please go back. Jinjin said worriedly. How is she? She took a step forward. She was fine when I called her this morning. The guard immediately blocked Jinjin. Miss Li, please go back. The eldest miss cannot see you. She subconsciously took a step back. Jinjin thought, something's wrong. Knowing Chow Chow's personality, she wouldn't refuse to see me even if she were sick. It must be. It dawned on her. Jinjin immediately got into the car. The car drove away. In a pool hall, Zihan was focused on aiming his cue. She rushed over and snatched the pool cue from his hand. Young Master Fu, I'm begging you, please save Cao Cao. She's locked up at home. I can't contact her. I suspect my uncle wants to force her into a marriage. Old Man Mu, Zihan said coldly. With her skills, can Lin Ruanqiao really keep her locked up? If she can elope once, she can elope a second time. He thought to himself, my first kiss was stolen just like that. Jinjin slammed the cue on the table and shouted, I knew you were a hopeless playboy. And Cao Cao said you weren't that kind of person. She must have been blind. She left in a huff. The man next to Zihan said, Young Master Fu, come on, let's keep playing. He waved his hand that if I keep playing, I'm about to lose my wife. You guys continue, put it all on my tab. Ruanqiao slammed her palm on the table, tightly clutching a note in her hand. Ruanqiao decisively threw out the rope she had made from curtains. She slowly climbed down, her feet landing softly on the ground. Just as Ruanqiao reached the main gate, a slow voice sounded. Eldest miss, where do you think you're going? She turned back in alarm. Butler Lin. Ruanqiao explained awkwardly. I just wanted to come out for some fresh air. Butler Lin ignored her. The old madam has given an order. She threw the crumpled note behind her. The note flew out of the gate. Inside the house, Madam Lin sobbed, the Mu family is powerful and influential. Marrying into it isn't a bad match for Cao Cao, but that child. Ruanqiao shouted, she's utterly lawless. Cao Cao sniffled. Why should our whole family suffer for my sister's willfulness? Ruanqiao turned around. Your whole family is happy and harmonious, so I'll be leaving now. Her grandmother shouted, did I say you could leave? You brat who was born, but never taught any manners. She immediately retorted, that's right. My mother came from a prestigious family and never cared about such things. Unlike Grandma, who grew up unworldly and started stirring up trouble the moment she gained some power. She angrily threw a teacup at her, the impact causing Ruanqiao's head to bleed. She said softly, Grandma, have you forgotten? Everything you eat and live in now belongs to my maternal grandfather. She straightened her hair, and the heir written in black and white on my grandfather's will is my name, Lin Ruanqiao. Her grandmother choked with anger. Cao Cao rushed forward to support her. Ruanqiao raised his hand. You rebellious girl, how dare you be so disrespectful to your grandmother? Ruanqiao said provocatively, go on, hit me. If my uncle slaps me, I'll inform the board of directors tomorrow that my uncle assaulted the heir to the Lin Corporation. Her grandmother spoke up. That's enough. Your uncle is managing the company for you now. That was also in your grandfather's will. You think you're the only one with a grandfather to back you up. She continued, but for the sake of the Lin Corporation's business, for the entire family, you must go through with a marriage alliance with the Mu family. You must attend tonight's dinner. Ruanqiao said uncomfortably, shameless. In the VIP room of the Ruihua Hotel, Chiming said happily, with the old Madam Lin's words, I can rest assured. Her grandmother continued, Mr. Mu, the Lin family was indeed in the wrong this time. We will definitely give you a perfect wedding. He grabbed Ruanqiao's hand. Cao Cao. Chiming said gently, don't worry. After you marry me, I will definitely treat you well. She shuddered, trembling in fear. Memories flooded back, Chiming forcing her to drink medicine, then saying viciously, you bitch, I clearly fed you so much medicine. Why is there still no movement in your belly? He stripped her naked and chained her up, his tone pathological. Wanna eat? Cao Cao, serve me well, and this place will be yours. The memory stopped with her helplessly at his mercy. Cao Cao, Cao Cao. A deep voice sounded, startling Ruanqiao awake. Cao Cao, Lin Ruanqiao. Before her was Zihan. She said, bewildered, what are you doing here? He immediately grabbed Ruanqiao's hand and pulled her into a run. Her grandmother jumped up. That Fu family brat is too audacious, daring to disrespect our Lin family. Zihan gave a signal, then left with Ruanqiao. He threw a stack of documents on the table. Take your time reading this. It's a notarized divorce agreement, signed and stamped by Mu Chiming. Whoever dares to stop her is offending the Fu family. The two walked down to the hotel lobby. Zihan saw Ruanqiao still clinging to him in fear. He thought, Lin Ruanqiao, what on earth did you go through to have such a look of despair and terror? Zihan affectionately stroked her head. Lin Ruanqiao, how about we go register our marriage? At least then no one will bother you anymore. Ruanqiao avoided his gaze that I refuse. Zihan frowned. Are you out of your mind? I'm not in a hurry to marry you. I'm doing this for your own good. Ruanqiao, said softly, I know you're doing this for my own good. Her voice was hesitant. Fu Zihan, I'm very grateful, but I have my reasons. I want to. Before she could finish, a voice called out, Chow Chow. Li Lin appeared. Ruanqiao turned in surprise. Why would he show up now? A smile touched her lips, but this was also the perfect opportunity. Ruanqiao shouted, Get lost and stop pestering me. Hearing this, Zihan instinctively froze. He quickly regained his composure. Lin Ruanqiao, do you know what you're saying? If I hadn't just saved you, you would have been. She cut him off, so what? Are you trying to guilt-trip me? Ruanqiao threw herself into Tao Lin's arms, wiping her tears. Tao Lin, you're finally here. He held her in surprise. Could it be that Chow Chow still has feelings for me? Tao Lin glanced at his phone. The screen showed a message from Chow Chow. Brother Tao Lin, Grandma took my sister to apologize to Old Man Mu, saying they'll hold the wedding again. The plan to seize the Lin family's assets can proceed smoothly. His heart leaped with joy. Rather than splitting the Lin family's assets with Lin Xiaoqiao, it would be better to win over Lin Ruanqiao and take the assets of both the Lin and Mu families for himself. Li Lin said softly, Chow Chow, I'm late. I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Ruanqiao nodded. MHM. Zihan interjected bitterly, Fine. From the very beginning, I was just the fool who's been played all along, right? He pointed at the two of them. Remember what you did today. Ruanqiao looked at him apologetically, thinking she would have to find a chance to explain later. Li Lin was confused. Chow Chow, you and Fu Zihan. She immediately explained, I was caught by Old Man Mu's bodyguards when I eloped that day. At the critical moment, I borrowed young Master Fu's identity to escape, but I didn't expect him to. He had a realization. That day, I saw him splurge a fortune for you. I thought you too. Ruanqiao blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? He did that of his own accord. You're the only one in my heart. Tao Lin hugged her tightly. Chow Chow, I will never let you down. I'll come to propose marriage soon. I'll never let you go again. Ruanqiao said softly. MHM. He thought smugly, you stupid woman, just be my obedient puppet. But hatred filled Ruanqiao's heart. You damn scumbag. This time I'll make sure you're dragged into eternal damnation. The scene changes. Zihan sat alone, holding a wine glass. She's just a liar. Zihan drank the wine in his glass in disappointment. Because of her, he recalled Min Chun threatening, I advise you to sign it quickly. Otherwise, when that person makes a move, you'll lose more than just a leg. He stepped on Chiming, who was tied to a chair. The man laughed. Just a spoiled rich kid. Don't try to scare me. Chiming said smugly, the more young Master Fu worries about that girl, the more interested I am in her. That figure, those curves. Zihan glared at him and lunged forward. You're courting death. A pair of sharp claws shot straight towards Chiming. Min Chun handed over a stack of documents. Sign it, or the next claw will be at your throat. The man was terrified. You're a werewolf. Zihan smiled smugly. The memory ended. He sighed, but she signed a contract with me. Min Chun walked over and put an arm around Zihan's shoulder. Buddy, we got all kinds of girls here. He beckoned to two beautiful women. Ladies, come over and comfort young Master Fu. Drown your sorrows in wine. Min Chun gave up his seat, and the two girls immediately clung to Zihan. He picked up his phone. Why are you still calling me? Go find your Li Lin. Ruanqiao teased from the other end of the line. Are you jealous? He said defensively. What am I jealous of? What a joke. Am I short of women here? The long-haired girl said softly, Young master, here, have some grapes. Ruanqiao feigned indifference. Where are you now? Send me the address. I have something important to discuss with you. But in her heart, she was worried. Aren't you afraid of catching something? Ruanqiao hung up. Zihan roared in anger. She dared to hang up on me. Min Chun smiled faintly. Looks like the young master wants to fall in love. He pushed the two girls away. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. What kind of woman can't I, Fu Zihan, have? He waved his hand. Stop pretending. Everyone outside says young Master Fu is a playboy, but only I know that from start to finish, not a single girl has ever gotten close to you. Ruanqiao walked in and saw Zihan laughing and joking with three girls. She said to him, Fu Zihan, have them all leave. Zihan immediately shooed the girls out of the room. Go, hurry up and go. Ruanqiao sat down beside him. Fu Zihan, you should restrain yourself a bit. Aren't you afraid of catching something? Zihan leaned his face close to hers and whispered, Are you jealous? Why don't you test me to see if I have anything? Embarrassed. She immediately pushed him away. That you're not serious. I came to discuss something important with you. Zihan's tone was cold. What is there to discuss with me? I'm just a shield for your divorce. Li Lin is your true love. Ruanqiao stroked her chin thoughtfully that IT was an emergency, and I didn't have time to explain. Actually, I want to have a fake engagement with Li Lin, and then at the wedding, ensure Li Lin's utter ruin. She turned her gaze to Min Chun. Young Master Chun is famous for his methods. This plan will also require young Master Chen's help. He replied happily, no problem for me. As long as Zihan is willing to help you, I'll definitely help. Zihan laughed. What makes Miss Lin think that after the way you just treated me, I should still help you? Ruanqiao leaned in and whispered in his ear, how about this, then? Young Master Fu, don't forget, we signed a contract. Min Chun covered his eyes, peeking through his fingers. This something I should be watching. Zihan turned his face away shyly. You get up first. I'll agree, all right. She moved back and returned to her seat. Ruanqiao said calmly, my plan is this. Chiming angrily through his clothes on the floor. That Fu Zihan, just because his family has some stinking money, he dares to humiliate me in public and even threaten me. Damn it. The butler immediately bowed and flattered. You don't need to stoop to that brat's level. Chiming's face darkened. I heard the Hunter organization has started to move again recently. He replied, yes. They seem to have said they recently discovered a case of a wolf pack attacking humans. He said smugly, then aren't I a ready-made case study? Go leak some information to the werewolf organization. Say that I was captured by the Fu family a while ago, and the wounds on my body look like they were caused by a werewolf. The butler accepted the order, yes. Ruanqiao tilted her head back and drained her glass. She turned around at what's wrong. Is there a problem? I've seen the Chun family's methods. Filming a video of someone being caught cheating should be as easy as flipping your hand, right? Min Chun shook his head in, oh, no problem. He put his hands together in a gesture of surrender. I'll make sure never to provoke this lady in the future. I don't want to be holding a video of you cheating next time. Zihan roared in anger. I've always conducted myself with integrity. Ruanqiao announced the plan. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Chun. Li Lin is coming to propose tomorrow. At the wedding, please help me expose that scumbag's true colors, young Master Fu. She stood up to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I'll leave the rest to you two. Zihan watched her leave reluctantly. The next day, at the Hongyu Hotel, Ruanian was very happy. Our two families should have met long ago. If it weren't for some hiccups in the middle, we have grandchildren by now. Madame Lin also chimed in. That's right. Ruanqiao leaned shyly, linking arms with Tao L. As long as it's Tao Lin. Being a little late doesn't matter. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Xiao sat opposite them, her eyes filled with hatred. Brother Tao Lin was supposed to be mine. How is it that now? She kept jabbing her food with her chopsticks. Ruanqiao enjoyed Xiao's murderous aura. She deliberately picked up a piece of pork rib and brought it to Tao Lin's mouth. Tao Lin, these are your favorite pork ribs. She stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Ruanian scolded sternly. Today is your sister's engagement day. Who are you making that long face for? Madame Lin quickly defended her. Xiao is just sad to see her sister go. Tao Lin deliberately spilled his wine on his shirt. He stood up and said politely, Uncle, Auntie, I'm going to the restroom to take care of this. Ruanqiao asked considerately, do you need my help? Tao Lin refused and left quickly. No need. I'll be right back. She laughed inwardly. Go on. Go comfort her. Meanwhile, Tao Lin grabbed Xiao's hand. He pressed her against the wall. Tao Lin leaned in and whispered, Xiao, you still don't believe me? You know I'm just putting on an act with Lin Ruanqiao. Xiao's expression changed instantly. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Then after you marry her, when will you get the Lin family's assets and be with me openly? He held her waist tightly soon. After the wedding, I'll make her fall gravely ill and die. Then won't I be the rightful heir? At that time, all my assets and myself will belong to you. Xiao's eyes lit up, her lips moving slightly closer to his that I knew it. The one you love most is me. He replied, of course. The two kissed passionately. 10 minutes later, they returned together. Ruanqiao asked with concern, Sister, what's wrong? Was the heating in the restroom too strong? Why is your face so red? Xiao touched her cheek shyly. It? My brother-in-law said the same thing at the door just now. Ruanqiao held Tao Lin's hand. Tao Lin, Uncle just mentioned some investment fund project that's very profitable. He wants our two families to invest together. Do you know what project it is? He realized his father's gaze was on him. Tao Lin quickly smiled confidently. The person in charge of this project is a good friend of mine. I have inside information, so the investment is absolutely risk-free. With such a good project, of course I want to cooperate with Uncle. Ruanian was very happy. You truly are a good son-in-law. Ruanqiao interjected softly. Then how much does the Li family plan to invest in this project? Our Lin family will invest the same amount. He was stunned by her words. Tao Lin explained, our family's cash flow is a bit tight at the moment, which is why I introduced this great project to Uncle. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean the Li family won't put in a penny, and our Lin family will put up all of it. Then the beneficiary of the project is... Tao Lin's father immediately interjected. We're all one family. Why talk about two families? Ruanian also smoothed things over, right? Aren't all the profits for you newlyweds anyway? Ruanqiao took out a contract. Then, Uncle, how about this? This is a loan agreement. Our Lin family agrees to lend the Li family $3 million to invest in this project. The interest will be calculated at the bank rate, and the Li family can take all the profits from the project. How about that? Tao Lin was confused. Chow, what do you mean by this? It's not like my Li family can't even come up with $3 million. She said calmly, if we use the Lin family's money to invest, the Lin family bears the loss if it fails, and if it succeeds, our two families split the profit. It wouldn't sound good for the Li family's reputation. Ruanqiao held his hand. I'm thinking of the Li family's reputation. Otherwise, outsiders will say the Li family is just after the Lin family's money. Tao Lin's father took the contract. Chow is indeed very thoughtful. Ruanqiao smiled and handed it to him. A storm raged in her heart. In my past life, you used this so-called investment fund to swindle $3 million from my family. This time, I won't let you get a single penny. Tao Lin's mother came up with a plan, observing secretly. When did this little girl become so clever? Once she marries into our family, I'll deal with her slowly. Ruanqiao noticed Tao Lin's strange gaze. What's wrong? He said softly, nothing. I'm just happy that Chow can be so considerate of my family. But in his heart, he whispered darkly, after we're married, after she passes away, all of the Lin family's assets will belong to me, Li Tao Lin. That evening, at the Lin family villa, Ruanqiao sat beside Ruanian and said softly, Dad, are you upset with me for how I treated Uncle Li today? He replied, what you said was for the Lin family, but in reality, you're still worried that without a written contract, the Li family will go back on their word and not acknowledge our relationship, right? Ruanian smiled. What's wrong? You think I've been in the business world for all these years for nothing? She said in surprise, I really can't hide anything from you, Dad. He stroked her head, but it's right of you to put the Lin family's interests first. The Li family will be our in-laws from now on, and you'll be part of the Li family too. Remember, you're a member of the Lin family. Ruanqiao obediently agreed. Yes. She said to Ruanian, Dad, I think you're absolutely right. We must unite and make the Lin family's business better and better. He showed clear satisfaction. It's just that you were immature before, always doing things to let your mother down. After going through so much recently, you've matured a lot. Ruanian turned around. How did you suddenly figure it all out? Ruanqiao explained. Actually, I've always known that Mom is good to me. I just wasn't willing to walk out of my pain. The pain of my biological mother's death. Her voice softened. Dad, Mom's birthday is coming up soon. Let's throw a grand banquet for her. We need to let everyone know that Mom is the true mistress of our Lin family. Ruanian hugged her proudly. Isn't that right? Your dad has been waiting for this family to be harmonious for a very long time. Ruanqiao suggested, why don't you let me organize it? First, to make amends to Mom. Second, I also want to invite all the prominent families to give Mom the greatest honor and respect. He immediately agreed. Good. Meanwhile, Zihan was observing on a tablet, then clicked his tongue. This kid is a real scumbag. Minshan took a bite of an apple and leaned against him. This is nothing. If Lin Ruanqiao's plan really goes ahead, what comes next will be even more explosive. Zihan immediately hugged the person in his arms tighter. We can't make our daughter angry, and we certainly can't provoke a daughter like Lin Ruanqiao. A week later, at the birthday banquet, several wives from wealthy families approached Mrs. Lin. Congratulations, Mrs. Lin. I've heard being a stepmother is hard. It seems your bitter days are finally over. Another person added, exactly, I've never seen anyone throw such a grand birthday banquet for their stepmother. It really gives you so much face, letting you shine so brightly. Ruanqiao appeared from behind, linking her arm. It was all because I was immature before. Mom has always been very good to me. Tao Lin came forward to congratulate her. Annie, happy birthday. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your life as long as the southern mountains. Mrs. Lin was glowing. Xiao Xiao and Tao Lin seemed lost in thought. Xiao Xiao interjected coquettishly, Mom, I'm your real daughter. She restrained herself. Xiao Xiao, say less, be good. Ruanqiao gently touched Tao Lin's chin. Look at you, your mouth is dirty. He suddenly lifted her chin and gently pressed a kiss on her lips. Tao Lin smiled. Is it clean now? Ruanqiao said coquettishly, Stop it, there are so many people. Xiao Xiao watched their intimate display, trembling with anger. Let's see how long you can be so smug. Not far away, Zihan watched it all. She really will stop at nothing. He retreated to a corner, sipping his wine. Just then, Ruanqiao made an excuse to slip away. As she turned, she saw Zihan drop his empty wine glass on the floor. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Zihan pinned her against a corner, his voice low and hoarse. Good acting. If I didn't know the truth, I'd really think you were sincere with Tao Lin. Ruanqiao smiled playfully. Is young master Fu jealous again? Zihan flusteredly avoided her gaze. Why would I be jealous over him? Is he worth it? Ruanqiao reached out and gently caressed his cheek. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm still counting on young Master Fu's performance tonight. With that, she pushed him away. Ruanqiao left first. Zihan reached up and touched his own cheek. Why does this girl always touch me like this regardless of the occasion? Scene change. Mrs. Lin said happily, Thank you all for coming today. It's getting late, so I won't see you all out. Ruanqiao stood up. Why don't we move on to the after party? She suggested, I want to go to a bar. I've never been. I want to experience it once before I get married. Tao Lin frowned, looking uncomfortable. What's so good about that kind of place? She wrapped her arms around his neck. But I want to go. I want to experience what it's like before getting married. Will you go with me? Tao Lin agreed. All right. Xiao Xiao immediately chimed in. I want to go too. Ruanqiao looked at her. Sure, the more the merrier. She looked at Jinjin. Jinjin, you come along too. She said with interest. Okay. In the bar, the night was dim. Zihan and Minchin raised their glasses to Tao Lin. Mr. Li, come, have another drink. Minchin leaned in. And me, I've long heard of Mr. Li's great name. Only today do I have the chance to get to know you properly. Ruanqiao and Jinjin clinked glasses. Come on, Jinjin, let's drink. She said worriedly. Drink slower. You can't hold your liquor. Ruanqiao said softly, not only am I going to drink a lot today, I'm going to drink with you. A while later, Jinjin helped her into the restroom, chiding, Xiao Xiao, I told you not to drink so much. Ruanqiao swayed, trying to stand up straight. She forced herself to speak. I have a mission for you. In a bit, you tell Lin Xiao Xiao to take Li Tao Lin home. Jinjin asked in surprise, Huh? No way, why? Ruanqiao patted Jinjin's shoulder. Don't ask. Just go, you're the only one who can complete this mission. After hearing this, she left. Ruanqiao struggled out of the restroom. She unexpectedly ran into Zihan. Fu Zihan, why are you out here? Where's Li Tao Lin? Did you get him drunk? He immediately supported Ruanqiao. Never mind him. Chen Minchin has already gotten him drunk. Don't worry. Zihan reached out and gently caressed her cheek. But you, what's wrong with you? You can't drink, but you made yourself drink this much. Are you that impatient? Ruanqiao lowered her head. It has reached that point. An image of Tao Lin holding Xiao Xiao flashed in her mind. He cruelly choked her and yelled, Go get money from old man Mu. You're Mrs. Mu now. You can't be short on this little bit of money. Ruanqiao cried and begged, I really don't have it. Tao Lin threatened. I don't care what method you use. You have to get 2 million or I'll post your photos and videos online. She knelt and begged him. I'm begging you don't. Ruanqiao said calmly, If I weren't this impatient, the one who would die would be me. A look of clear jealousy crossed Zihan's face, including kissing him. Ruanqiao said in surprise, Huh? He rolled his eyes. Are his lips soft? She pushed Zihan away. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? I have to go back to the private room. But Zihan blocked her, closing in step by step. He unexpectedly pressed a gentle kiss on her lips. Zihan said softly, Are they as soft as mine? Ruanqiao covered her mouth in panic. Zihan moved closer. Seeing her swaying, What's wrong with you? Ruanqiao collapsed into his arms. He held her, shaking his head slightly. You can't even drink, but you insisted on having so much. Zihan picked Ruanqiao up. I'll take you home, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. He carried her away. In young Master Fu's villa, Zihan gently placed Ruanqiao on his bed. Noticing she was awake, he asked, "What are you doing? I'm no gentleman." Ruanqiao squinted at him. She unexpectedly pulled Zihan back and kissed him. He couldn't help but press her down onto the bed. The next morning, Zihan watched the just-awakened Ruanqiao intently. She yelled, "Fu Zihan, what did you do to me?" Zihan lifted her chin. "What do you wish I did to you?" Ruanqiao said shyly, "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" He continued to tease her. "But looking at you like this, it seems you were quite looking forward to me doing something to you." Ruanqiao snapped, "Get out." Zihan got out of bed and explained, "Just kidding. You threw up all over me last night. I wasn't interested. The clothes are here. Hurry up and change. I have something to tell you." A lewd sound came from Zihan's phone, gently. Ruanqiao came out after changing. "What are you watching?" He handed her the phone. "Here, the video you wanted, but it seems Lin can't really perform." She frowned. "He can't perform. Can you?" Zihan said calmly, "Of course I can. Better than Lin." Ruanqiao looked at the phone. She happily took the phone and left. "Thanks, young Master Fu." Zihan happily revealed a wagging dog tail. Over the next month, Minchin reported to him, "Miss Lin and Lin's wedding photos are trending." Niancy angrily poked Zihan's head. "What's going on? Are you going to let someone else swap the bride at the last minute?" "The invitations have all been sent out," he said aggrievedly. "Mom, don't worry. She's still your daughter-in-law. Stop hitting me, Mom. You'll find out when the time comes." Even the young masters Zihan hung out with teased him, "Young Master Fu, isn't Miss Lin your future wife? How come she's wearing an engagement ring with Lin first?" Zihan said irritably, "Shut your mouth, not another word." He drunkenly called Ruanqiao. "Hey, Lin Ruanqiao, you signed a marriage contract with me before. Does it still count?" Ruanqiao's voice was cold. "It's so late. You call me just to say this?" Zihan whined. "But for the past few months, you've been taking wedding photos with Lin, wearing an engagement ring, and even the invitations have been sent out. I thought you forgot our agreement." Ruanqiao covered her mouth and laughed. "I haven't forgotten. Don't worry. As long as you come to the wedding tomorrow, I promise I'll give you a surprise." The next day, at the wedding, Ruanian choked up as he handed his daughter's hand over. "Lin, Dad is entrusting Qiao to you." Lin said to him, "Dad, rest assured, I'll be good to Qiao for the rest of my life." Ruanqiao asked him softly, "Is that so? Lin, will you really be good to me for the rest of your life?" Lin smiled, "Of course." In the audience, Zihan smirked. The good show is about to start. The screen played an intimate video of Lin and Qiao. "Oh, gently, baby, you're so slutty. I love it." The guests started murmuring. "The groom is fooling around with the bride's sister. How disgraceful." Another person chimed in, cursing, "You scumbag, marrying the older sister while fooling around with the younger one. How can you stomach it?" Lin frantically unplugged the power cord. "It's not like that. It's all a misunderstanding. The person in the video isn't me." But every phone in the venue was replaying the video. "Oh, gently, baby, you're so slutty. I love it." Qiao immediately snatched a person's phone. "Stop watching. Give me the phone. Give it to me." He said angrily, "Are you crazy? Why are you snatching my phone? Give it back." Lin ordered the host, "Go and collect everyone's phones." He pulled Qiao onto the stage. Lin slapped her directly. "It's all because of you. You drugged me and then forced me to have relations with you. It was all you." Qiao cried and retorted, Lin, what nonsense are you talking? What did you say when we were in bed? You said you only loved me, that you were just playing with my sister for her money." Furious, Lin slapped her again. "Shut up, you unrepentant, insidious, and shameless woman. If it weren't for the fact that you're Qiao's sister, how could I?" Ruanqiao's gaze turned cold. Lin, I never thought you were this kind of person." He immediately chased after her. Qiao, let me explain, Ruanqiao said to Ruanian with a choke in her voice, "Dad, I'm willing to give Lin to my sister, as long as my sister is happy." Mrs. Lin ran over, hugging Qiao and pleading, "Qiao, old Master Lin, I beg you to forgive Qiao. She must have been led astray by Lin. Otherwise, how could our well-behaved Qiao do such a thing?" He roared, "Enough, haven't we lost enough face?" Qiao grabbed the microphone and announced, "Everyone, the Lin family has been a poor host today. We will surely visit to apologize another day. Today's gathering ends here." Ruanqiao interjected, "Wait." She said decisively, "Today is my Lin Ruanqiao's wedding. There's no reason to invite everyone here, just to send them away immediately." Ruanqiao looked in Zihan's direction. "If the groom is no good, just switch to another one. Why ruin a wedding for one person?" Everyone was stunned by her words. Ruanian rushed over to stop Ruanqiao. What are you doing? The Lin family's face is completely lost. What more do you want to do? She lowered her voice. Now you know about losing face. If you listen to me now, maybe the Lin family's face can still be saved. He asked, confused, what do you mean by that? Ruanqiao walked towards Zihan. Let's welcome the groom, Fu Zihan. The two locked eyes. A look of surprise crossed Zihan's face as he thought. This isn't the script we agreed on. Ruanqiao smiled gently, looking at him, Fu Zihan. Zihan paused unconsciously, as if remembering something. He turned and walked away from the wedding venue. This caused a stir among the people around. Did young Master Fu just run away from the wedding? It seems Miss Lin was just being wishful. She let go of her hand, listening to the guests' sarcastic remarks. Trying to force a marriage in front of everyone. What ambition. Ruanqiao pouted in disappointment. Fu Zihan, are you abandoning me too? Tao Lin ran to her, trying to persuade her. Xiao. Let me explain. The one I've always loved is you. Lin Xiao was just a moment of confusion. It will never happen again. Please forgive me, okay? Hearing this, Ruanqiao laughed scornfully. She remembered her past life, how she had tried to beg him, Tao Lin, think of something. I really don't want to marry old man Mu. I'm begging you. Tao Lin pointed coldly. Beg me. Kneel. His words stunned Ruanqiao. She swallowed all her bitterness and knelt humbly. He looked down on her from above, saying cruelly, Xiao, it's not that I don't want to save you, but the feet are on your own body if you don't want to marry. Who can force you? To put it bluntly, isn't it just because you're vain and materialistic, wanting to step into the Mu family? Why pretend to be so pure now? Tao Lin leaned down, his tone as if granting a favor. Xiao, I still love you. That will never change. Even if you marry old man Mu, I still love you. I'm willing to be your lover for you. Back in the present, Ruanqiao repeated his word from back then. Beg me. Kneel. He immediately, obediently knelt. She admitted frankly, Li Tao Lin, I admit I once loved you very much, but now I don't. Loving you is too tiring, too humiliating, losing all self-respect. This kind of love is actually quite suitable for Lin Xiao. Ruanqiao's grandmother shouted loudly. Are you treating marriage like a child's game? Supported by Xiao's mother, she walked over with a cane. Your marriage to Tao Lin was arranged by your grandfather. You can't just call it off because you say so. Where will our Lin family's face be? She retorted. So him having an affair with Lin Xiao gives the Lin family face? Ruanqiao's grandmother stubbornly defended him. Tao Lin just made a mistake that all men under the sun make. What's so unforgivable? You should be considerate of him. Take care of him in his difficult times. Otherwise, others will take advantage. In the end, it's still your own fault. She cried out in despair. So whether I'm happy or not, whether I'm living well or not, it doesn't matter at all, right? She was completely indifferent, her words filled with harshness. With you being like this, what man would dare to marry you? Tao Lin being willing to marry you is already your good fortune. Ruanqiao couldn't help but shed tears, asking herself, why is it that I'm clearly the victim, but everyone is blaming me, as if I'm the one who started it all? She fell into a desperate melancholy, so lonely, so helpless, as if being swallowed by darkness. Just then, Zihan walked in, saying loudly, who says no one will marry Lin Ruanqiao? Hearing his voice, Ruanqiao turned her head in surprise. Zihan walked forward and said to her gently, I'm sorry. I left suddenly just now to prepare something. I scared you. Then he immediately got down on one knee to propose. Lin Ruanqiao, will you marry me? Ruanqiao extended her hand without hesitation. I will. Her grandmother said displeasedly, young Master Fu, you don't hold my Lin family in any regard at all. Zihan replied politely, Grandma, it was my fault for not formally visiting you before. But my mother has already been to the Lin family to propose marriage. How can you say we don't hold the Lin family in any regard? He calmly analyzed for her. Besides, in terms of family background, my Fu family is the wealthiest in Yunqing, the best match for the Lin family in terms of social status. In terms of looks, I'm probably not worse than Li Tao Lin. In terms of devotion, I'm willing to spend 30 million on a necklace for Xiao, as long as she likes it. But Li, Zihan turned to look at Tao Lin, mocking him. Can only watch as I give a necklace to Xiao. He turned back, holding Ruanqiao's hand tightly, his eyes full full of affection. Most importantly, I will only love Xiao Xiao in this lifetime, and I will only have her. The three of them were speechless at Zihan's words, not knowing what to say. Niancy came forward at this moment, saying to the old madam, I don't agree with Fu Zihan suddenly wanting to marry Xiao Xiao like this. After all, this wedding is too simple. I won't let Xiao Xiao be wronged like this. So I quickly brought a list of betrothal gifts. Holding a stack of documents in her hand, she read them out one by one. The Fu family sincerely asked for the hand of the Lin family's eldest daughter, Lin Ruanqiao. The betrothal gifts include one detached villa in the Fengshan community, one globally limited edition supercar, and one set of Ocean's heart diamond jewelry worth 300 million. In addition, Niancy stepped forward and handed the stack of documents to her. 5% of the Fu Group's original shares will be given to Lin Ruanqiao as prenuptial property, already notarized. Everyone present was shocked. Oh my God. Original shares, prenuptial property, we've struck it rich. The Fu family's betrothal gifts are very sincere. She bowed politely before Ruanqiao's family. Old Master Lin, old madam, I wonder if everyone is satisfied with our Fu family's betrothal gifts. Only then did Ruanian come to his senses. He hurried over to Niancy. Oh my, with so many betrothal gifts from you, what dowry should I give? She said happily, so old Master Lin agrees. Ruanian gave a fake smile. It mainly depends on the children's own wishes. Since Xiao Xiao has already agreed, how could I disagree? The Fu family is more powerful than the Li family, relying on this big tree. The Lin family gains a lot of face. Zihan gently held her, comforting her. I'm sorry. You'll have to be wrong for today. When I go back and prepare, I will definitely hold a grand wedding for you to make it up. Ruanqiao leaned his arms, smiling gently. Okay. Her stepmother pulled Xiao Xiao over, grinning from ear to ear. Good, good, good. This is a happy ending for everyone. Ruanqiao marries into the Fu family, and Xiao Xiao marries into the Li family. The two children can even have their weddings together. She warned him in a low voice, if you dare to disagree, once Xiao Xiao is in the Fu family, don't expect to have an easy time. Her grandmother didn't object either. It's good for Xiao Xiao to marry Tao Lin. She's not inconsiderate like Lin Ruanqiao. She placed Tao Lin's hand in hers. This completes the marriage contract between our two families. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage. Lin Ruanqiao, Fu Zihan, I won't let you two off easily. For today's humiliation, I will surely repay it 100,000 times over. Xiao Xiao smiled happily. I finally got my wish to marry Li Tao Lin. The man my sister once loved most is finally mine. Night fell, and the guests gradually left after the dramatic wedding. Ruanqiao stood outside alone. Zihan came over to show his concern. It's so late, and you're not even wearing a coat. Aren't you afraid of the cold? As he spoke, he draped his own coat over her shoulders. Ruanqiao turned around. Fu Zihan, thank you for today. Zihan smiled. Thank me for what? She answered honestly. Thank you for not abandoning me, for not letting me fall into the abyss again. He paused, his heart stung by these words. Zihan smiled. We signed a marriage contract. I, Fu Zihan, have never been one to go back on my word. Xiao teased. You really spent a lot today. Don't worry, I won't take those original shares. He put his arm around her waist, making the atmosphere romantic. How am I supposed to explain to my mom if you don't need them? Ruanqiao smiled and pushed Zihan away. Fu Zihan, everyone's gone. You don't have to act anymore. Your acting today was pretty good. He grabbed her hand, his face serious. What if I said I'm not acting? Ruanqiao looked up curiously and asked, What do you mean? Zihan acted mysteriously. You'll know when you see the news tomorrow. After saying that, he took her hand. Let's go. I'll take you home. Zihan happily took Ruanqiao's hand, and the two walked home hand in hand. The next morning, at the Lin residence, she was sleeping soundly when the phone suddenly rang. As soon as Ruanqiao answered, a hurried voice came from the other end. Xiao Xiao, check the news, quick. Your Fu Zihan has made a high-profile declaration of his claim. Hearing this, she sat up and turned on her phone. On the screen, Zihan was being interviewed. I have admired Miss Lin Ruanqiao for a long time, and I'm very happy she accepted my proposal. I, Fu Zihan, will do my best to give her the most extravagant wedding, and I hope everyone can be there to witness it. Ruanqiao rested her chin on her hand, perplexed. Fu Zihan, do you have to make things so ostentatious? What will we do when the contract ends and we get divorced? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Eldest miss, the old madam is here. The master wants you to come downstairs immediately. She replied, Got it, I'll be right down. Ruanqiao thought to herself, what's going on now? As soon as she walked downstairs, she saw the entire Lin family gathered together, a real picture of family harmony. It seems I'm the one who's redundant. Just as Ruanqiao walked over, her grandmother spoke. Ruanqiao, starting tomorrow, your sister will be working at the Lin Group. Do you have any objections? Ruanqiao waved her hand dismissively. None. She was so wrong yesterday. Of course she needed to change of scenery. It's good for her to help out at the company. Her father whispered worriedly, weren't you always against your sister coming to the company? Why did you agree so quickly this time? Are you planning something again? Ruanqiao linked her arm with his and explained, Dad, you're overthinking it. Right now, I want my sister to have a good life more than anyone. If she's willing, I'm even willing to cover the costs of her and Li Taolin's wedding. Xiao hugged her grandmother's arm and asked suspiciously, is sister really this kind-hearted? She crossed her arms, unconcerned. Anyway, there's some controversy about Zihan and me out there right now. If she and Li Taolin can be together, then the controversy about Zihan and me will resolve itself. Ruanqiao turned to leave. All right, I advise everyone to set a wedding date with the Li family as soon as possible. After all, it was the Li family who lost face yesterday. There's no guarantee they won't try something. She turned her head, her words carrying a hidden meaning. For example, breaking off the engagement. The two looked at each other uneasily. The next day, the two had already arrived at the Li family's doorstep. When Taolin saw them, he said in annoyance, what bad luck. His mother rolled up her sleeves and walked over. I haven't even gone to settle the score with this damn mother and daughter, and they've come to our door themselves. Taolin grabbed her arm. Mom, don't worry, I have a plan. The members of the Li family came out together. Xiao's mother immediately ran over. My dear in-law, she said, fawningly grabbing his mother's hand. I brought Xiao here to discuss the wedding date for the two children. She shook off the hand in disgust. Who's your in-law? Just as expected from a mistress who schemed her way up, you can't produce anything good. Xiao, indignant, wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by her mother, who calmly asked my in-law, what is the meaning of this? Taolin's father contemptuously threw a card on the ground. There are 5 million in here. Take the money and tell the media outside that it was your daughter, Lin Xiao, who seduced my son. Xiao's mother was furious. You think you can make me sell out my daughter for 5 million? She went to pull his hand. Brother Taolin, what do you mean by this? Say something. Taolin contemptuously shook her hand off. How could I possibly marry such a promiscuous woman? His mother chimed in, exactly. Who knows how many men she's been with? Xiao looked at him sadly. Brother Taolin, you know I'm a virgin. You saw my blood that night. Taolin laughed. It's just a membrane. Medicine is so advanced now, it's easy to fake being a virgin. Hearing this, her mother questioned Xiao. Is what he's saying true? Xiao hurriedly explained. No, Mom, let me explain. Before she could finish, he held up his phone, and a series of blush-inducing sounds came from it. Be gentle, you little seductress. You're driving me crazy. Xiao reached for the phone, but Taolin dodged her. He pushed her down in disgust. And you said your first time was with me? With how wild you are in bed. Who would believe it's your first time? Xiao cried, I didn't. You framed me. Mrs. Lin was so angry, she slapped her. How could you do something like this? Xiao pointed at Taolin and blamed him. Li Taolin, if you hadn't asked me out that night, how could I have been humiliated by them? Her mother stood up, holding her daughter. It seems you were prepared from the very beginning and never intended to be with my Xiao, right? He replied coldly. I admit, I wanted to marry Lin Ruanqiao for the Lin family's assets. But even without Lin Ruanqiao, I would never marry you. She looked at Taolin furiously. I hope you don't regret this. After speaking, she left with Xiao in her arms, secretly calculating in her mind. The best way now is to have Xiao inherit the Lin group quickly. That's the only way out for me and my child. Outside the company, a white car was parked at the entrance. The company's employees were all staring blankly at the person in the car. Ruanqiao got into the car, confused. What are you doing? Zihan took off his glasses and explained, we just got married. The groom drives his wife to work. And of course, there has to be a farewell kiss before leaving. She looked worriedly at the people standing outside. He urged, hurry up, everyone's watching. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way, understand? Ruanqiao turned and gave Zihan a kiss on the cheek, making him smile happily. After the kiss, she shyly ran out. He touched the cheek Ruanqiao had kissed. His face was beaming with joy. She walked into her office, still not recovered from the embarrassment. Fu Zihan is really pushing his luck. The phone rang, and Ruanqiao answered it. On the other end was Taolin's pleading voice. Xiao, I really know I was wrong. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Please give me a chance to explain, okay? Just once. If you can't forgive me, I'll never bother you again. She said uncomfortably, fine, just this once. After speaking, Ruanqiao hung up. Another call came in. She answered angrily, Li Taolin, I already said we'll talk tonight. Why are you so annoying? Zihan frowned, his expression sinking with displeasure. You have a date with Li Taolin tonight. Hearing that it was him on the line, Ruanqiao was a bit awkward. Li Taolin said he has something to tell me. Zihan sat up angrily. What do you have to say to him? What is so important it has to be said at night? What is he trying to do? She spoke up, are you jealous? He sat down, retorting stubbornly, no. Ruanqiao soothed him, don't worry, I'll be back right after dinner. Zihan said worriedly, then call me if anything happens. She replied with a smile, okay. Ruanqiao thought to herself, this young Master Fu, could he be trying to turn this fake act into something real? Does he really like me? In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. In the restaurant, Ruanqiao said as soon as she sat down, speak. He held out a bouquet of flowers to her. Xiao, these are your favorite roses. I picked every single one myself. Taolin then brought over an exquisite box of strawberries. Xiao, these are strawberries I had air freighted. Have a taste. Ruanqiao frowned uncomfortably. Li Taolin, what exactly did you call me out for? If there's nothing, I'm leaving. He pleaded urgently. Xiao, I really know I was wrong. Lin Xiao and I were just putting on a show. The one I've always loved is you. The thought of Taolin and Xiao embracing made her feel disgusted. Li Taolin, your feelings are filthier than a dog's. After speaking, Ruanqiao immediately got up to leave. He quickly stood up and grabbed her. Xiao, can I ask you a question? Is Fu Zihan good to you? Do you really love him? Ruanqiao shook his hand off in disgust. What's it to you? Taolin said tearfully, if you're just throwing your life away to spite me, I'll never forgive myself. She laughed. Li Taolin, actually I should thank you. Ruanqiao sat down calmly. When I was with you, I thought love was supposed to be about limitless sacrifice, revolving around you and losing myself. She tucked her hair back and continued, if I hadn't discovered your affair, I wouldn't have met Fu Zihan, and I wouldn't have known that my feelings for you were never love at all. He lowered his head. Xiao, are you happy now? Ruanqiao answered honestly, I'm very happy. Taolin raised his hand to call the waiter for wine. The waiter came forward to pour the wine. He said to her calmly, then let this glass of wine be a toast to Xiao. To Xiao's happy marriage. As he spoke, Taolin secretly drugged the glass. He handed over the wine glass. Ruanqiao waved her hand in refusal. Thanks. She stood up, intending to leave. Taolin immediately grabbed Ruanqiao's hand tightly. He roughly pushed her down. Lin Ruanqiao, don't be ungrateful. Taolin pinched her chin and forced the wine on her. Drink it. Drink the wine. Ruanqiao forcefully smashed the glass. Li Taolin, are you crazy? He said while taking off his clothes. Plenty of women want to sleep with me. I'm willing to sleep with a woman who's lost her chastity. You should be secretly pleased. Taolin said as he pressed down on her. Ruanqiao struggled hard. Li Taolin, let go of me. Get off. He slapped her without a shred of pity. Once Fu Zihan finds out you've been slept with by me, let's see if he still wants you. Ruanqiao cried helplessly. Li Taolin, you bastard, let me go. I'm begging you. Taolin laughed lewdly. Now you know to beg me? Too late. Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed his collar. A wine bottle smashed over Taolin's head with a loud crash. The person was Zihan. He looked at him with murderous eyes. Are you looking to die? Zihan furiously knocked Taolin to the ground. Seeing the wolf ears that appeared on his head, she was surprised. What is this? Zihan couldn't control himself and kept hitting him. Ruanqiao shouted loudly to stop him. Fu Zihan, stop hitting him. Fu Zihan. She ran over and hugged him. Fu Zihan, it's me. I'm Xiao. Lin Ruanqiao. Stop, okay? Feeling Ruanqiao in his arms, Zihan immediately calmed down and the wolf ears disappeared. Min Chun was also by his side. Zihan pointed angrily at Taolin on the ground. You dare bully her? I'll kill you. He turned his head and said to him, he's all yours. Min Chun immediately replied, don't worry. He watched, trembling, as he loosened his tie. Zihan carried her out of the restaurant. Late at night, at the Fu residence, he gently placed Ruanqiao on the bed. She was still in shock, with tear stains on her face. Zihan stroked Ruanqiao's head, blaming himself. I'm sorry, I was late. She threw herself into his arms. Fu Zihan, thank you. I'm so glad you came. He held Ruanqiao and patted her comfortingly. It's okay, it's all in the past. Zihan looked at her seriously. From now on, I will never let anyone bully you again, okay? Ruanqiao looked at him trustingly. Okay, they were face to face, very close, the atmosphere turning ambiguous. She turned her head away sadly, avoiding him. Ruanqiao reminded him, young master, we're only in a contract marriage. Zihan looked at her intently. What if I want to make this real? She was stunned by Zihan's words. Ruanqiao covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, don't joke around. What about your field of flowers? He stroked her head dotingly. Yes, everyone out there knows young master me is a playboy, but believe it or not, I don't have a field of flowers. I only have you. Hearing Zihan's words, Ruanqiao couldn't help but blush shyly. She told him honestly, I'm not ready to start a new relationship, so let's just keep things as they are. Zihan didn't force her, just replying softly, okay. He stood up to leave. Ruanqiao quickly grabbed him. Can you stay with me? I'm scared. Zihan sat down without hesitation and pulled up the covers. Lying in the same bed, she looked at him curiously. Do you think I'm a bitch, rejecting you but also wanting you to stay with me? Zihan didn't mind, just chuckling lightly. Let's see if you dare to go see Li Talon again. At the mention of him, Ruanqiao frowned uncomfortably. Don't talk about it, don't talk about it. I regret it so much I want to chop off my own legs. Let's sleep. A few days later, at the Lin group, Ruanyin pointed at her and introduced, according to my father's will, the position of chairman of the Lin group will be inherited by Qiao Qiao. A shareholder spoke up. Since when is the Lin family run by a wet behind-the-ears little girl? The person next to him added, exactly, and Lin Ruanqiao is engaged to the Fu family. Wouldn't the Lin group just become the Fu family's property? What kind of sense does that make? Qiao Qiao, sitting opposite, gave a signal. He continued, since it's a granddaughter, why can't it be the second miss? I propose that the two misses jointly inherit the old chairman's shares, and we re-elect a new chairman. She feigned innocence and obedience. Thank you, uncles and aunts, for thinking so highly of me. Although Qiao Qiao is still inexperienced, I am willing to learn and help my sister share the burden. Ruanqiao held the documents in her hand, her expression serious. The will has my grandfather's seal. It clearly states it's me. On what ground should I split it with Lin Qiao Qiao? The blond man from before slammed the table angrily. Are you trying to order us elders around? He pointed at her and scolded. Don't you have any manners? You're a disgrace to the Lin family. Ruanqiao looked at him disdainfully. Then I wonder if second uncle embezzling 30 million from the company counts as a disgrace to the Lin family. Ruanyin slammed the table angrily. Lin Ruanqiao, although Grandpa left a will, if you want to sit in the chairman's seat, you first have to show results that can convince everyone. Meeting adjourned. She was unafraid, signaling to Lin Shi. I've been prepared for this. Isn't that piece of land in the suburbs just sitting idle? After she had the documents distributed to the board members, Ruanqiao began to present the project. I've heard that the government has been very supportive of the tourism industry in recent years. Why don't we follow the trend and turn that place into a secluded resort, separate from the city? Qiao Qiao looked at the document in her hand, secretly annoyed. When did she prepare this? She was still presenting her project. Young people today are under a lot of work pressure and want to travel and relax occasionally, but they don't have time to go too far. If we can create a fresh environment like an ecosystem, it will definitely attract a lot of young people. He threw the document away, not taking it seriously at all. This proposal is too well written, but unfortunately, it's full of holes. It's just for show. It only talks about the good side. What about the actual budget? The potential problems? The solutions? The sponsors? If there's nothing, what's the point of looking at it? As if guessing what everyone was thinking, Ruanqiao said, what I just showed everyone was the preliminary version. This is the detailed proposal. Back before the meeting, Lin Shi walked over and asked President Lin, are you worried about the suburban project? Ruanqiao looked up at her. Yes, I only have a preliminary idea, but I have no experience in practical operations. Lin, she handed her the file in her hands. Please take a look at this. Ruanqiao looked at her proposal and couldn't help but praise it. The plan is very detailed. Lin, she replied humbly, you're too kind. Since I joined the company, I've worked on construction sites for 2 years, so I'm clear on all the procedures. She couldn't help but become interested and asked, what's your name? She smiled and introduced herself. And Lin Shi. Back in the present, Ruanqiao looked at Qiao Qiao's uncomfortable expression and chuckled softly. Good thing I prepared in advance. After work, as the sun was setting, Zihan sat in his seat looking at his phone. People outside were peeking and gossiping. That's President Lin's fiancé, the young master of the Fu group. He's so handsome. What's the use of being handsome? I heard he's a total womanizer. Isn't he just the type who only knows how to eat, drink, and wait for death? They spoke without any restraint. In the future, he might even have to rely on a woman to support him. Hearing this, he glanced at them. Ruanqiao walked over and reprimanded the employees, chatting during work hours, gossiping about others behind their backs. Who taught you to do that? Seeing who it was, the employees covered their mouths in surprise. Zihan walked over, took her bag, and said, "So what if I rely on my wife to support me?" Ruanqiao left with him, muttering softly so only the two of them could hear, a dog borrowing its master's might. Back home, she quickly took off her shoes. Ruanqiao relaxed on the sofa. Finally home, being targeted by that group of uncles in management all day, I'm exhausted. Zihan handed her a glass of water, asking thoughtfully, is there really anyone in this world that Miss Lin is afraid of? Ruanqiao took the glass. If I want to secure my position as chairman, I have to pass the management's test. Besides, I don't want my grandfather's life's work to go to waste. Zihan was puzzled to see her start working. Miss Lin, do you need to work this hard? With the Lin family's assets, you could live comfortably even if you just ate, drank, and waited for death your whole life. Ruanqiao earnestly shared her wish. But I want to inherit and carry forward the family business that my grandfather and my mother worked so hard to build. I don't want their life's work to be ruined in my hands. This thought of hers greatly shocked him. She's completely different from the socialites I know. Zihan moved closer to Ruanqiao and said gently, as you wish, Madam Chairman. How about you come to my company tomorrow and help me straighten things out? She didn't speak, just thinking to herself, I feel like this is a trap. The next day, at the Fu Shui group, he and Ruanqiao were in the group's lobby. Zihan asked excitedly, what do you think? This company has nothing to do with the Fu family. Isn't the name cool? She said to him sarcastically, you're so narcissistic. Suddenly, Linda rushed over from behind and intimately linked her arm with Zihan's. Young master, you're finally here. I missed you so much. This sudden action startled him. Don't mess around. She still wouldn't let go of him, asking curiously, young master, who is she? Is she today's client? Why is a woman? Ruanqiao spoke up to confirm, excuse me, you should call me the president's wife. This introduction made Linda feel awkward. Hello, president's wife. I'll get back to work now. Zihan teased Ruanqiao, are you jealous? She immediately denied it. Nonsense. Weren't you the one who asked me to help you straighten out the company? No matter what I do or say later, you are not to interfere. He cooperatively covered his mouth to indicate his silence. A female employee came to Linda's desk and asked her, Linda, what's wrong? Did you fight with the young master? She slammed the desk in frustration and complained. Some president's wife appeared out of nowhere. My dream of marrying into a rich family is shattered. Another female colleague joined the discussion. The young master has always been a womanizer. There's a saying, it takes two to tango. As long as you can capture the young master's heart, one day, the favored concubine can become the empress. Just then, Ruanqiao's voice came from behind. I don't know about that. She crossed her arms and made a direct demand. You can go directly to the finance department to collect your salary. Then Ruanqiao pointed to Linda. Oh, right, and you. The company doesn't need employees with ulterior motives. She stood in the middle of the office and solemnly announced the rules. From today on, report your work to the department head weekly, and the department head will report directly to President Fu. During work hours, you're not allowed to do anything unrelated to work, such as playing games or eating snacks. If you complete your workload ahead of schedule and up to standard, you can leave work early. But if anyone was found to have ill intentions, they would all be fired. Even Zihan was a little scared. Oh God, it seems there will be no more peaceful days ahead. The next morning at the Lin Group, Ruanqiao stood in the center of the boardroom, confirming with the shareholders. Regarding the resort project, does anyone have any other opinions? A shareholder spoke up, I still disagree with letting a woman be the head of the Lin Group. This has nothing to do with the project. Opinions kept being raised to make things difficult for her. Exactly. How can we let a woman be in charge? She's bound to have a woman's misplaced kindness. Mainly, a woman will eventually get married. Isn't that just working for someone else's benefit? Ruanqiao's hands were trembling with anger. What do you mean by this? Her face also gradually turned pale And no matter how hard I work or how capable I am, can I not inherit the Lin Group? The shareholder who spoke first admitted yes. Just then, someone walked in from outside the door. What if Lin Ruanqiao is the largest shareholder of the Lin Group? Everyone in the room focused their gaze on the source of the voice. Zihan was standing at the door, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. That man's face darkened as he questioned him. What do you mean? Ruanqiao was also very surprised. Why are you here? Zihan gently took her hand, that I'm protecting my wife. He looked at the shareholder, second uncle of the Lin family. Instead of spending time finding fault here, why don't you check who the largest shareholder of the Lin Group is now? He quickly opened his phone to check. The shareholder was utterly shocked. You actually acquired all the loose shares of the Lin Group? Zihan confirmed smugly. That's right. It was done in Lin Ruanqiao's name. Is there a problem? The meeting finally ended, and the shareholders left one after another. Ruan Yin patted her shoulder with satisfaction. It seems that kid from the Fu family treats you quite well. You'd better hold on to him. Remember what I told you. Ruanqiao watched his departing figure and thought sadly, in Dad's heart, there's only ever the family's interests. For the sake of face, anyone can be sacrificed. A hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. He looked at Ruanqiao with a loving gaze. What are you spacing out for? Are you thinking about how to thank me? She wrapped her arms around Zihan's neck and said gently, thank you so much for today. But Ruanqiao also had many thoughts in her mind. But I can't rely on Fu Zihan forever. I must become strong enough on my own to make everyone shut up. In the evening, she was arranging food on the dining table. A thought suddenly flashed through Ruanqiao's mind. Why do I feel like I'm proposing to Fu Zihan? Then she explained it to herself that Fu Zihan helped me a lot today. It's not too much to make a meal to thank him. It's not like it's a candlelight dinner or anything. A sound from outside caught Ruanqiao's attention. She quickly ran into the inner room, while Zihan was opening the door and walking in. He looked at the prepared dining table excitedly. She must have been moved by me and wants to confess her feelings. Ruanqiao, wearing a gorgeous dress, walked out holding a gift. You're back. He looked at the gift box, blushing as he fantasized. Could it be a proposal ring? But it's not quite right for the woman to propose. Contrary to Zihan's guess, when she opened the box, a necktie appeared. Thank you for helping me out of that predicament today. This is a gift for you. He was disappointed by the gift before him. Oh, it's a necktie. Zihan took the tie and asked, then can you help me put it on? At the same time, he comforted himself. It's better than nothing. Ruanqiao focused on tying the necktie for him. Zihan took the opportunity to pull her closer to him. The two looked at each other affectionately. Ruanqiao shyly continued to tie the necktie for him. After it was tied, they both shyly looked away from each other. The sound of the doorbell broke the ambiguous atmosphere. She quickly said, who could it be this late? I'll get the door. When she opened the door, the strange woman before her left Ruanqiao stunned. You are. She also asked the other person, who are you? Where is young Master Fu? I'm looking for young Master Fu. After seeing Zihan, the woman pushed Ruanqiao aside. Young master, my shower head is broken. Can I take a shower at your place? She angrily pushed her. Ruanqiao questioned sternly, do you know who I am? The woman ignored her. I don't care who you are. The young master used to dote on me. This made Ruanqiao even angrier. How much did he dote on you? She said in her heart, Fu Zihan, I must have been crazy to believe your nonsense about never fooling around. Her face flushed, and she began to say when the young master was in bed, he was so gentle with me. And before she could finish, Zihan interrupted her. You don't talk nonsense. Who are you? I don't know you. Are you sick in the head? Then he drove the woman out. Get out. Zihan stammered an explanation. I really don't know her. Ruanqiao didn't want to hear his explanation and turned to go into the room. Her voice came from inside. Anyway, I don't care if you know her or not. We're just in a contract marriage. But during the agreed time, please have some restraint, young master, and don't have people showing up at the door. That's all. Zihan was stunned and speechless. At the same time, the phone rang. He answered impatiently. Hello? If you have something to say it quickly. Min Shin announced urgently. This is bad, Zihan. That woman from the bar who was crying and trying to scam you. She went to your apartment. Zihan cursed angrily. Why didn't you wait until I was dead to tell me? Zihan kept knocking on the door, pleading sincerely. Can you open the door? I can tell you whatever you want to ask. Inside, Ruanqiao held the doorknob, a wave of guilt suddenly washing over her. Lin Ruanqiao, haven't you been deceived by men enough in your past life? Even if you know Fu Zihan isn't that kind of person, are you going to drag him into the abyss of your revenge too? She let go of the handle limply and lied. No need. I have nothing to ask. All men are the same. The two were separated by a door, their thoughts unreadable. Ruanqiao's voice came through. The young master doesn't have to give up an entire forest for a single tree like me. He was choked by these words. Zihan stopped trying to persuade her, his farewell sinking into silence. All right, I'll go back to the villa then. The door clicked shut. The person was gone. She then peeked out through the crack in the door, her brow furrowed with resentment. Fu Zihan, I haven't gotten my revenge yet. I can't drag you down with me. Back home, he looked up at the cold walls in the night, and his whole heart felt as if it had been doused with cold water. Lin Ruanqiao, just how important is Li Zilan in your heart that you could be hurt so deeply? Zihan drove into the front yard alone, opened the car door, and got out. He turned to look at the main gate, feeling as if someone was monitoring his every move. Zihan found nothing, so he suspected he was just being paranoid. Did I see wrong? In the building opposite, there was indeed a pair of binoculars aimed at his villa. 2 intelligence officers from the Hunter organization were hiding behind the curtains. They instructed each other, keep a close watch. Report any movement to the organization. Roger. Niancy was sitting in the living room. Seeing Zihan rush in and out, she asked, why are you back? Where's Qiao Qiao? He answered with an excuse. She's been too tired lately. I was afraid of disturbing her, so I came home to stay for a few days. Zihan sat down next to Niancy and immediately changed the subject to what just happened. Mom, has there been anything unusual around the house lately? When I came back just now, I felt like someone was watching her house. Her pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of fear crossed her brow. Could it be the Hunter organization? She ultimately chose to hide her worries. Niancy just smiled gently and replied, you saw wrong. You little wolf haven't fully developed yet. Your alertness is very poor. She skillfully changed the subject. Oh, you remember when you were little, Mom told you that you can't reveal your identity outside, or you'll be treated as an outcast and be isolated. He curled up obediently. All right, I know, Mom. Zihan stared at the ceiling, pursing his lips as he thought. Anyway, Mom didn't see it, so let's just pretend it didn't happen. Minshun and Xiao Xiao didn't isolate me either. He stood up, taking the initiative to end the conversation. Mom, I'll go upstairs to shower and rest then. You should go to bed early too. Niancy watched Zihan's departing back, her fear turning into calculation. The full moon is in a few days. I have to think of a way to lure the people outside away. The next day, at the Lin group, the towering building stacked up with invisible pressure. In the office, Ruanqiao kept propping her chin on her hand, thinking, was I a bit too harsh yesterday? She picked up her phone, suddenly hesitating. Should I take the initiative to send him an apology message? The phone showed it was exactly 6 p.m. Ruanqiao was liberated like other slaves to capitalism, but it's time to get off work. She left her seat, grabbed her small bag. I'd better go talk to Fu Zihan directly. The elevator door in the basement opened, and the parking lot flickered with LED lights. Ruanqiao's footsteps suddenly stopped. She immediately noticed a nearby pillar. Not good. I'm being followed. Ruanqiao quickly hid behind a white car. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she took out her phone to call Zihan. Speaking as quietly as possible, Fu Zihan, I'm in the company's parking lot. I think I'm being followed. He responded quickly, find a place to hide. I'll be right there. She clutched her bag to her chest, daring only to run in small steps. Unfortunately, Ruanqiao accidentally bumped into the rear of a strange car, making a sound in the quiet space. The men hired to hunt her down revealed themselves, raising their knives and clubs. She's over there. Ruanqiao ran in a panic into the elevator waiting area. She repeatedly pressed the elevator button, hoping for a miracle. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. With no other choice, Ruanqiao had to open the only fire escape door. A hand grabbed her wrist. Behind that door, Zihan covered Ruanqiao's mouth, having to temporarily press her against the wall. Don't talk, it's me. A fierce voice came from outside. Where's the person? She clearly ran this way. The elevator hasn't arrived yet. Did she just disappear into thin air? The thugs searched around with their clubs and knives. A sharp eye spotted a gap. The guy with the club pretended to speak. Boss, it seems no one's here. Let's go check somewhere else. Hearing this, Zihan opened the door to peek outside. A club suddenly came straight for his head, and blood began to flow. Zihan hurriedly closed the door, not letting them get to her. Ruanqiao panicked. Fu Zihan, what are you doing? Open the door. Blood dripped down his cheek. He glared at them with an icy gaze. If you have a problem, come at me. What's so great about bullying a woman? Zihan kicked one of the men in the knee. The other two immediately rushed up to retaliate. The next club came at his head again, but Zihan quickly blocked it. The other man stabbed him in the abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere. Zihan leaned against the door, clutching his stab wound, and provoked, if you've got the guts, keep going. The man with the club said to the leader, "Boss, big brother, it's not good if someone dies." He reluctantly ordered his men retreat. Only after they left did he dare to collapse. Ruanqiao threw the door open and knelt down in anguish. Fu Zihan, what's wrong? Don't scare me. I'll take you to the hospital right now. Hold on. Zihan's blood-stained hand gently caressed her cheek. His voice was gentle from exhaustion. It's okay, no rush. I won't die that easily. Outside the emergency room, Ruanqiao prayed with her hands clasped together. Niancy had just arrived and asked urgently, Qiao, what happened? How did Zihan get hurt? She stood up and apologized. Annie, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Fu Zihan was protecting me. So instead of blaming her, Niancy helped Ruanqiao sit down. That I didn't expect these people to be so bold. Now that it's come to this, I should tell you the truth about this matter. A blood moon hung in the sky, dyeing a patch of the heavens red. The howl of a wolf dominated the silent forest night. She recalled, before she held the newborn Zihan, centuries ago, the Fu family was the royal family of the Wolf Clan. But due to our struggles and the development of the times, the Wolf Clan declined. The Fu family's wolf bloodline also gradually thinned until Zihan was born. The blood of the Wolf Clan's royalty flowed in his body. The hands of the hunters were always coveting to capture this child, but his birth also brought glory to the Fu family and also made the hunter organization restless. She quickly understood. Annie means that the people who attacked me in the parking lot today might be from the hunter organization. Ruanqiao secretly confirmed that she hadn't been mistaken about Zihan's wolf ears. No wonder she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her at the time. Niancy touched her hand gently with regret. Qiao, I'm really happy that you could become our Fu family's daughter-in-law, but I can't push you into danger. If you want, you can leave at any time. She was stunned, just not having considered this step yet. Ruanqiao decided to go in the hospital room to see him. Her gaze fell into a memory of their time together. After hearing what Mrs. Fu said, Fu Zihan will face a lot of danger in the future. Leaving is indeed the best choice. But Ruanqiao gently caressed Zihan's cheek, with no intention of leaving. Fu Zihan, I haven't gotten what you owe me as compensation yet. How could I leave? A moment later, he opened his eyes and woke up. Zihan looked to the side. On the sofa was her familiar figure and a laptop. Ruanqiao calmly raised her eyebrows and asked casually, You're awake? She ran over, placed the laptop by the bed, and worried incessantly. Were you uncomfortable? I'll go get the doctor. He held Ruanqiao's hand and smiled gently, reassuring her, Don't call the doctor just yet. She didn't say much and immediately left the room. Zihan sat up and sneaked a peek at the laptop. Every word on the screen was clearly displayed. Contractor, President Lin, the construction period is insufficient and the cost must also be increased. Construction Supervisor, President Lin, the weather has been extreme recently. We must upgrade the materials or they won't hold up. Finance, President Lin, the company's liquid funds are low. We can't afford such a large expenditure. From just these few lines, he understood Ruanqiao's mood. She was exhausted by these matters. As soon as she returned, Zihan put the laptop back in its original place. While waiting for the checkup, Niancy stood by Ruanqiao's side. She couldn't help but ask, Doctor, how is my son? The doctor said calmly, his physical indicators are quite stable, but he still needs rest. No strenuous exercise recently. The phone in her dress pocket suddenly vibrated. Ruanqiao whispered, Didn't I say I can't go now? Can't you come tomorrow? He suddenly said to her, You go ahead and get busy. Zihan gave Ruanqiao a gentle and encouraging look. Go on. I know you value this project. Niancy certainly supported her. I know how hard it is for a woman to support company. You go, it's okay. I'm here. Ruanqiao felt the warmth, smiled gently, and said, Thank you. She turned to go about her work. He propped himself up to sit and said something he had never said before. Mom, I want to learn to take over the company. She found it very strange. She was about to touch Zihan's head, but was pushed away by him. Son, did you injure your brain? Zihan corrected her, Mom. I'm being serious with you. Niancy said, I know you feel sorry for Qiao. He didn't look at her directly, and suddenly said in a low voice, "I'm not. I feel sorry for you." The next day, he was still in his hospital bed with a pile of documents in front of him. General Manager Lin stood beside him, guiding him attentively. Zihan held a tablet in one hand and a piece of white paper in the other, busy talking. "General Manager Lin, I understand. I'll check it myself. You can go back first. Thank you for your guidance today." He bowed and said, "Young master is too polite. I'm also happy for madam that you can be so filial." General Manager Lin didn't disturb him further, leaving Zihan with a pile of paper covered in writing. Behind the hospital, from dusk until the moon rose, the white cross flickered with light. He looked out the window, watching lightning flash across the sky. How is it dark again? Zihan looked at his phone, unable to help feeling anxious. Why hasn't she sent me a message all day? The only message received was a weather update. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a typhoon orange warning. Please take precautions. He tried to call Ruanqiao, but there was no signal. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Zihan anxiously made a second call, and the recorded message was still the answer. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." He directly threw away all the unfinished documents. Unable to get through, Zihan sent a message. "Lin Ruanqiao, are you done with your work? Call me back when you're done." He narrowed his eyes, the situation so serious that he was sweating. Zihan got out of bed and called Min Shun. "Help me check the address of the Lin Group's resort project and send it to my phone." He stalled. "What's wrong? You're not thinking of going to the construction site now, are you?" He answered the phone while putting on his jacket. "She hasn't sent me a message all day, and I couldn't reach her just now. I'm worried something happened to her." Min Shun deliberately argued. "Maybe Lin Ruanqiao overslept and didn't see it. There's a storm outside now, and your body hasn't recovered. Aren't you risking your life by doing this?" Zihan lost his patience, his brow furrowed. "Cut the crap." The two bodyguards at the door stopped him. Zihan said coldly, "Move." One of the bodyguards tried to persuade him. "Young master, please go back to bed and rest." Madam said before that the young master is not allowed to go anywhere until he is fully recovered. Zihan punched the bodyguard and said sternly, "I'll say it again, move." Niancy arrived with Min Shun. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "Who are you telling to move?" He grabbed Niancy's hand and pleaded with his eyes lowered. "Mom, something might have happened to Qiao Qiao. Let me go find her." She also had her own worries. "Son, I know you're worried about Qiao Qiao. I've already sent people to the construction site, but the weather is so bad outside now. And with your body, aren't you just going to your death?" Min Shun tried to dissuade him, but was pushed away by Zihan. He punched him, his anger reaching its peak. "You tattled to my mom. I treated you like a brother for nothing." Min Shun fell to the ground. He struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I know you like her, but I can't just watch the only bloodline of the Wolf Clan's royalty fall into danger for a woman." There were a total of 3 bodyguards, with Niancy and Min Shun blocking 2 directions. Zihan called out in dissatisfaction, "Mom." He lowered his head and asked her helplessly, "Are you really going to stop me?" Zihan finally admitted, "Mom, you were right. I suddenly wanted to take over the company and in my previously carefree life. All these changes are because of Lin Ruanqiao." He said to Niancy seriously, "Mom, I like her, not because she can help me take over the company, nor because of the so-called well-matched families, but simply because that person is her." She was suddenly stunned, shocked for a moment. You knew all along?" Zihan smiled cleverly, both praising his mother and elevating Ruanqiao. "I'm your son. How could I not know your considerations? She has no backing in the Lin family, but she has knowledge and upbringing. Making her the young mistress of the Fu family can both help the Fu group, and we don't have to worry about her using the Fu family to help the Lin family." Niancy's expression gradually softened, and after a moment, she became happy, as expected of my son. She is indeed a choice I considered quite thoroughly, but besides those, I also genuinely like her. He was silent, giving a negative answer not long after 2 years. To establish his commitment, Zihan made a promise. "Within 2 years, I will take over the entire Fu group. But today, don't stop me." She simply replied, "Okay." Niancy no longer blocked him, waved her hand, and added a final sentence. "The fastest ambulance won't be able to leave until tomorrow morning. You hold on too." Zihan got her consent, and he righteously did as he pleased. His worried face suddenly became radiant. "Thanks, Mom." In the pouring rain, his car sped along the road. The phone on the mount kept ringing with a waiting call. Zihan worried anxiously. "Lin Ruanqiao, pick up the phone." A faint voice came from the other end. He heard Ruanqiao's voice and immediately asked about the situation. Lin Ruanqiao, how are you now? Are you hurt? I'll be right there. At the construction site, she was leaning against a wall, sheltering from the rain. She adjusted her tone to soothe Zixian. I'm fine. I might have just sprained my ankle. He replied quickly, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Anxious, Zixian slammed on the accelerator. The car swerved around a roadblock and sped straight toward the construction site. He forged ahead in the rain, a medical kit slung at his waist. Zixian kicked away a wooden plank blocking his path and shouted Ruanqiao's name. Lin Ruanqiao, where are you? Can you hear me? A plank suddenly crashed onto his back, but luckily he caught it with his elbow. The huge plank tilted to one side and then fell to the ground. Zixian looked up at the dark floors of the building. The flashlight illuminated a corner. He recognized her there and called out, Lin Ruanqiao. Zixian ran over quickly. Ruanqiao had been waiting for this moment. He put down the medical kit, placed one hand on her shoulder, and touched her forehead with the other. Why are you so hot? Zixian took a medicine bottle out of the kit. He let her lean gently into his arms and fed her the medicine. Lin Ruanqiao, open your mouth, drink the medicine. But it wasn't working. Zixian had no choice but to crush the pill with his teeth and take a sip of water. Then their lips met, and the medicine was passed from his mouth to hers. The situation forced him to use this method. In Zixian's arms, a trembling Ruanqiao called his name Fu Zihan. Zixian ran his hand through her hair, giving her some warmth. I'm here. She squinted her eyes. Ruanqiao frowned slightly and slowly opened her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep in his arms at some point. She reached out and caressed Zixian's face, her heart filled with gratitude. Even though I was so badly hurt, he still came to save me. I've lost count of how many times you've saved me. Fu Zihan, how can I ever repay this debt? He was woken up by Ruanqiao and immediately showed his concern for her. That you're awake. Do you still have a fever? Ruanqiao saw a red stain on Zixian's shirt and grew worried. Your wound is bleeding again. Quick, take off your shirt. I'll change your dressing. He undid the first button of his shirt and took the chance to tease her. Are you in such a hurry to take advantage of me? She helped Zixian take off his shirt. Hearing him cry out, she panicked. What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere else? Zixian had injuries on his back as well. Ruanqiao was stunned. His bare back was covered in bruises, but he acted as if it were nothing. But it's fine. A plank hit me when I came here yesterday. It's no big deal. She applied the medicine bit by bit, chiding Zixian. Are you a fool? If you had waited for the rain to stop, none of this would have happened. He feigned composure, his whisper hiding his worry. If this damn project of yours got you killed, who would I find to fulfill the contract? Zixian draped his jacket over his shoulders and offered a sincere suggestion. However, this time you must investigate someone within the company. Otherwise, even if this resort is successfully built with this quality, I'm afraid endless lawsuits will be waiting for you. He looked at Ruanqiao, desperate to know, Qiao, although I don't know what deep-seated hatred you have for the Lin family that makes you risk your life to take back the Lin group. Zixian held her hand and said firmly, but I, Fu Zihan, am willing to support you unconditionally, even if it means sacrificing everything I have. Ruanqiao was unconsciously moved, but still asked him, aren't you afraid that I was just trying to swindle the Fu group's money from the very beginning? Zixian raised his eyebrows and pretended, I've already started learning to take over the family business now. I'm such a smart young master. Could you possibly fool me? She averted her gaze and gave him 4 words. Number 1, swindler. They both laughed inwardly. The clear blue sky after the rain dispelled some of their worries. Back in the familiar place of high walls and long windows, the hospital, Ruanqiao placed a wet towel on Zixian's forehead to cool him down. She asked the doctor on duty, Doctor, how is he? The doctor answered truthfully, the old wounds hadn't healed, and now there are new ones. Plus, they weren't treated in time, so the wound got infected. Luckily, he has a strong constitution, but I'm afraid it will leave a scar. Nayan said positively, scars on a man make him more masculine. Qiao, you don't need to take it to heart. Ruanqiao stood up straight. Annie, I'm going out to make a call. Could you please look after Zixian for a moment? She replied, Yes, yes, of course. Without another word, she opened the door and left the room. Ruanqiao pondered, connecting the events. A lot had happened since the board meeting, both in the parking lot and at the construction site. Although Mrs. Fu said the hunter organization was targeting Fu Zihan, and that's why she got involved, a person suddenly popped in her mind. Second, Uncle. Ruanqiao picked up her phone and called Lin Jie, her tone urgent. Lin Jie, help me check something. She explained in more detail. Help me check the balance changes in my second uncle's account and the project expenditures he has handled over the years. On the other end, Lin Jie heard every last word clearly and responded swiftly. Okay. Ruanqiao asked Min Shun for help. Cousin, there's something I need your help with. He was non-committal. What is it? Zihan isn't awake yet. I can't just promise you anything. An earnest intention showed on her face. It's about Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao whispered in Min Shun's ear. He was surprised, really? Can you really do that? She didn't elaborate, just a stranger related by blood. Min Shun quickly agreed. All right, as long as it's something that benefits Zihan, I'm willing to help any time. Having gotten what she wanted, Ruanqiao smiled politely. Thank you. In the hospital corridor, she and he turned into a familiar room. After entering, Ruanqiao saw Nianqi sitting alone on the sofa. She walked over and sat beside her with concern. Auntie, what's wrong? She couldn't hide her worry. I'm really happy that Zihan is starting to change, but I'm so worried about his safety. This series of incidents has really scared me. Ruanqiao placed her hand on Nianqi's shoulder. Auntie, don't worry. Whatever happens in the future, I will face it with him. She was just thinking of her. After all, it's the Fu family that has implicated you. Ruanqiao felt there were many secrets hidden within and frowned slightly. And oh, besides the hunter organization, perhaps I've implicated him too. A Lin family shareholder had his arm around a beautiful woman, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Director Lin, have a drink. He laughed happily. How can I drink if you don't feed me? The Lin family shareholder kissed the beautiful woman's cheek. Young Master Qin squeezed his way to the counter. Director Lin, about the construction materials for the site, our Qin family must. He kept his arms around the girl and responded willfully. Young Master Qin, with the Qin family's wealth and power, do you still care about this little bit of money? Besides, if you do this, aren't you afraid the Fu family will come after you? He took a sip and drank the glass of wine. Young Master Qin rolled his eyes, his reaction a bit agitated. I've disliked the Fu family for a long time. Just because they have some stinking money, they make our Qin family act like servants. When I earn more than the Fu family, let's see what they can do. The Lin family shareholder found him interesting, or rather, like-minded. I didn't expect young Master Qin to understand the bigger picture. Don't worry, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's that simple. He raised his glass, showing generosity. Then I'll have to trouble Director Lin. Consider these two beauties a gift from me to you, Director Lin, to make you happy. Young Master Qin also gave him a flat paper bag and the keys to Villa Number 1 with the best view in Xinjiang, now all belonging to Director Lin. The Lin family shareholder accepted them happily. Very good, very good. Ruanqiao and Min Shun witnessed everything through a camera. She sneered, this second uncle of mine is truly a maggot hollowing out wood. It's our turn to go on stage. Ruanqiao boldly kicked the door open and said loudly, last night I almost. And yet second uncle is here enjoying himself. 3 bodyguards instantly seized the men. Young Master Qin played the blame game. Director Qin, I was wrong. It was Director Lin who seduced me. Min Shun held a short knife in his hand. The Lin family shareholder was panicked and stammered. What are you trying to do? He said calmly, beat you until you confess, of course. With no way out, he turned to beg Ruanqiao for mercy. Chow Chow, Chow Chow, save me. I'm your second uncle. It was the Qin family who framed me. They kept trying to tempt me with the villa keys and wanted to give me these 2 beauties. She pointed to the clear evidence on her phone and mocked smugly. Second uncle calls this being framed? The Lin family shareholder, furious and embarrassed, pointed an authoritative finger that you're framing me. Don't forget, your surname is Lin, not Fu. Instead of using the Fu family's money to compensate the Lin family, you're now framing your own family. Ruanqiao grabbed his collar and looked up to rebuke him. Family? If you hadn't swapped the building materials, causing the project to collapse, would Fu Zihan and I have nearly died? When you wanted me dead, did you ever think about family? She suddenly snatched the knife from Min Shun's hand and pressed the tip against his neck. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Don't. I'll give you whatever you want. Ruanqiao warned. If you still want to stay in the Lin family, then stay away from my man. Her face was cold, her killing intent for Zixuan's sake burning like fire. My man is not for you to touch. Min Shun exclaimed in awe. It's rare to see such a satisfying scene. Sister-in-law is so cool. The Lin family shareholder glanced nervously at the sharp knife. Ruanqiao was just scaring him. Once she was done, she threw the knife away. Its tip plunged straight into the ground. Ruanqiao took a stack of documents from a bodyguard. The situation was now completely under her control. She generously gave the Lin family shareholder some face. Second uncle, you're getting old. I'm afraid you're no longer fit to participate in the company's decisions. Here is a share acquisition contract. Why don't you sign it? For the sake of us being family, I'll pay you 20% more. He looked at Ruanqiao with contempt, feeling her charity was cheap, ridiculous. Removing me requires a board vote. It's not up to a little brat like you to decide. Ruanqiao threw the documents on the floor, giving the Lin family shareholder another chance. Second uncle, why don't you reconsider carefully? He scrambled to pick up the documents, but a bodyguard grabbed his other arm tightly. What did you find these? The company is clearly. She finished his sentence for him, clearly full of second uncle's people, right? The Lin family shareholder glared angrily. You, Lin Jie called to report. Director Lin, you guessed right. None of the company projects he has handled over the years are financially correct. Ruanqiao had already seen through him and just smiled faintly. He was just bullying my dad, knowing he values the Lin family's reputation and wouldn't dare do anything to him. That's why he's been so arrogant. But I'm not my dad. She stood there with her arms crossed, looking at the Lin family shareholder's now worthless, pathetic state. Second uncle, what do you think of the terms I'm offering? He had no better option now and hesitated. I'll sign. At home, Mrs. Lin heard the bad news and shouted agitatedly. What? How could this happen? How dare that little brat? As soon as she hung up, Chow Chow asked eagerly, Mom, what's wrong? What did second uncle say? She frowned. Your second uncle was framed by Lin Ruanqiao. He's already sold all his shares to her. She always thought of herself first and refused to accept reality. Doesn't that mean it's a done deal for her to become the chairman of the Lin Group? What about me then? Am I going to have to live my whole life at her mercy? Mrs. Lin slammed the armrest of the chair, fuming, and blamed Chow Chow. It's because you're useless. You can't even hold on to a man. How did I teach you? The words "can't hold on to a man" struck a sore spot in her heart, and Chow Chow instantly deflated. She lowered her head, aggrieved. What can I do? I'm just the daughter of a mistress. The woman was about to curse, but was left speechless. Chow Chow quickly regained her serious demeanor. Mom, instead of wasting your energy blaming me here, you should think about what to do next. Don't forget, we're in the same boat. If I can't make a comeback, you won't have a good end either. Mrs. Lin's face turned purple with anger, her hands trembling. If she couldn't rely on family, she could only seek out the person in the world who hated Lin Ruanqiao the most. This time, her daughter understood quickly. You mean Mu Qiming? He answered the phone, initiating a vicious plan for her. He said in a low voice, Mrs. Lin. Ruanqiao didn't understand why she was in such a hurry to hang up and go home today. Lin, Jia had already prepared the proposal and was surprised to see her leaving early. Director Qiao, you haven't looked at the proposal for the resort's opening ceremony yet. Why are you leaving? Ruanqiao looked busy. I have to go to the hospital. I'll talk to you later. She was curious and excited. It seems you and young Master Fu have gotten sweeter recently. She shyly evaded. Do your work. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ruanqiao pushed open the hospital room door and saw the familiar figures of Zixuan and his mother, as usual. She put her bag on the table and offered, Auntie, let me take over. You should go home and rest. Nianqi replied with a smile. All right, thank you for your hard work. You've been running back and forth between the company and the hospital this whole time. You must be exhausted. Ruanqiao gently held her hand. After all, Zixuan was injured for me. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving him in someone else's care. Zixuan, sitting on the bed, added, looks like you still have some conscience. Nianqi remembered an important matter she needed to tell them both. By the way, you two can rest assured about the Hunter organization for now. My mother has temporarily diverted their attention elsewhere. Ruanqiao was understanding. Thank you, Annie. However, we can't hide forever. We still need to find a solution as soon as possible. She frowned in agreement. You're right. I've already sent people to look for the formula for the inhibitor. After the Gu family fell, the formula disappeared without a trace. I don't know if it still exists. She had a firm conviction about handling the matter. Don't worry, Annie, we will definitely find it. If we really can't, we have other ways. We must not give up. Nianqi felt a little relieved. Thank you, Qiao Qiao. A month later, on a normal day at Ruanqiao's company, Zixuan stood outside the door, waving at her through the glass on the door. After arranging everything, Ruanqiao ended the meeting early. The opening ceremony for our resort is set for 2 days from now. I hope everyone will work hard. Meeting adjourned. Seeing him here at this hour, she couldn't help but be curious. Why are you here? Did the doctor discharge you? Zixuan ruffled Ruanqiao's hair as if petting a kitten. If I didn't get out, I'd grow moldy. He put his arm around her shoulder, taking on the responsibility of picking up his wife from work. Let's go. We're going home. Qiao Qiao watched secretly from behind, clenching her hands in jealousy. Lin Ruanqiao, why should I suffer here while you enjoy a happy life? The phone in her dress suddenly rang with an incoming call. The name of an influential figure appeared before Qiao Qiao's eyes. Mu Qiming hinted, Qiao Qiao, come back early after work. I prepared a gift for you. Qiao Qiao felt uneasy. Okay. A month ago, Qiao Qiao and her mother had come to him for help. Qiming smoked his cigarette smugly. Why does Mrs. Lin think I need to cooperate with you? Mrs. Lin had a confident look on her face because I am Mrs. Lin. I can keep track of Lin Ruanqiao's movements and even the movements of the entire Lin family. Moreover, with us working from the inside and you from the outside, I can report to you immediately. He immediately cut off the absurd idea. Ridiculous. My men aren't that useless that I need a woman to gather intelligence. Qiming threw a cigarette, but on the ground. Otherwise, how do you think I started from scratch and got to where I am today? The negotiation failed. Mrs. Lin took Qiao Qiao's hand, ready to leave. In that case, the two of us won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. He stopped them. Wait. Qiming approached from behind, his hand brazenly reaching for her waist and giving it a light squeeze. They say the second young lady of the Lin family is the #1 beauty in Yunqing. He leaned close to Mrs. Lin's ear and said flirtatiously, seeing her today, she has indeed inherited Mrs. Lin's beauty. Being offended, she would never stay silent. Mr. Mu, please watch your words. Qiming held up his hands, feigning innocence. I wouldn't dare have any improper thoughts about Mrs. Lin. It's just... He approached Qiao Qiao, his face close to hers. It seems the Lin family still owes me a wife. Since the eldest daughter of the Lin family is engaged to the Fu family, what about the second daughter? Mrs. Lin immediately pulled her to her side, keeping her away from Qiming. What do you mean? You're going too far. He sat down heavily on the sofa and shrugged reluctantly. Then Mrs. Lin and Miss Lin can take your time. Enjoy a few more happy days before Lin Ruanqiao completely takes over the Lin group. Qiao Qiao mulled over Qiming's words, suddenly hesitated, and changed her mind. Mom, wait. Mr. Mu is right. We have no choice left. I don't want to wait until Lin Ruanqiao takes everything from us. She really wanted to persuade her. Qiao Qiao. At this moment, her mind was filled with images of Ruanqiao's intimate and sweet moments with the two men, Zixuan and Zulin. Qiao Qiao decided to follow the hatred in her heart. I can agree to your terms, but I want more than just that. He looked up, ready to agree, speak. She revealed her true, venomous nature. I want all the assets of the Lin group, and Lin Ruanqiao and Li Sulin must die. Qiming became more interested, pulling Qiao Qiao into his arms and gently lifting her chin. Ambitious. Only then are you worthy of being my woman. Back in the present, Qiao Qiao had changed into a tight, backless dress with a bell on the collar and cat ears on her head. Very sexy. He came home to see his obedient little cat waiting for him. Much more interesting than usual. Qiming took the initiative today. She consciously handed the cane to Qiming, her voice sweet. It's my duty to serve the boss. I've also figured it out. Only when you're comfortable can I get what I want. The interest in his heart boiled over. Qiao Qiao still knows how to be fun and understands the bigger picture. What do you want? Qiao Qiao replied, 2 days from now is the opening ceremony of the Lin Group's resort. I want to ruin Lin Ruanqiao's reputation. Qiming rushed to her and readily agreed. As you wish. 2 days later, at the brand new resort. Ruanqiao spoke on behalf of the company. Welcome, everyone, to the opening ceremony of the U+ resort built by the Lin Group. Surrounded by cameras, she held her head high and hosted the ceremony. Today, the Lin Group sincerely invites everyone to experience the U+ resort, to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city and let nature wash away your fatigue. We welcome everyone to share their experiences. We will be live streaming the entire process and will not deceive our visitors. Murmurs of praise rippled through the crowd. I heard she's the newly appointed heir of the Lin Group. Looking at her, she's so young and capable. The eldest daughter of the Lin family really lives up to her name, even better than those old fossils in the Lin family. I think there's hope for the Lin Group. Zishuan's gaze was on Ruanqiao, but he still replied, nonchalantly, of course. Look whose wife she is. He sat there listening to others praise her, feeling proud himself, his tail almost wagging. Zishuan mysteriously whispered in Ruanqiao's ear, Qiao Qiao, come find me in the room after you're done with work. I have a surprise for you. She asked curiously, what are you up to, being so mysterious? He smiled, hiding the surprise. You'll know when you get there. Just then, in the elevator, Zishuan ran into Mrs. Lin and Qiao Qiao, who were walking out. Mom, what's wrong? She looked up at him pitifully, hoping for help. Young Master Fu, can you help me take my mom back to her room? I'll go get a doctor. Zishuan didn't think much of it and took Qiao Qiao's place in supporting her. Okay, you go quickly. Before the elevator doors closed, she turned her head, feigning concern. Thank you, young Master Fu. A sinister smile played on Qiao Qiao's lips. A second later, in the stairwell, she instructed Dr. Lin, whom she had just bribed. Dr. Lin, you are the person my mother trusts the most. When you see Fu Zihan later, you know what to do, right? He nodded. Don't worry, Mississippi. With the agreement made, Lin Qiao handed Dr. Lin a thick envelope. Yang Yu eavesdropped helplessly from a distance. He watched and guessed Lin Qiao, Fu Zihan. Could this be related to Lin Ruanqiao? Fu Zihan sat on the sofa in the Raoxiang pavilion. He sighed, gently rubbing his forehead. Lin Qiao pushed open the door and rushed into the room, followed by a man in a white coat. She shouted, Mom, the doctor is here. The doctor is here. He placed his hand on Zihan's wrist to check his pulse. That it's nothing. Young Master Fu is just anemic. He handed him a piece of chocolate. Young Master Fu, eat a piece of chocolate and go back to your room to rest. You've probably just recovered and haven't fully regained your strength. Zihan took the chocolate. Thank you. He turned and left, not seeing the doctor's triumphant expression behind him. Ruanqiao escorted the lady into the elevator. Her room was on the 9th floor, and she hoped she would have a pleasant and relaxing evening. She looked down at her phone. On the screen was a message from Zihan. Fu Zihan, come to the pool after you're done with work. There's a surprise. Ruanqiao smiled. What is he up to now, being all mysterious? She walked into the elevator and pressed the floor number. I'll trust him this once and go see what's going on. Meanwhile, Zihan put on a bathrobe. Lin Ruanqiao, where is she? She told me to come here, but she hasn't arrived yet. He was blindfolded with a black silk ribbon. What kind of exciting game is this? A person appeared behind Zihan and blew a breath of air into his ear. The woman grabbed the corner of Zihan's robe, pulling him along with her. He smiled. Qiao, I can't see. You have to lead me. The bathrobe slipped to the floor, and she threw herself into Zihan's arms. Ruanqiao walked in and saw the two of them in a tight embrace. She was stunned. The Fu Zihan. He ripped off the blindfold, his face full of surprise. Zihan panicked. Qiao, it's not what you think. He pushed her away. How is it you? The person who sent me the message wasn't. Qiao. Ruanqiao stood to the side, arms crossed. This girl, does she think this despicable trick will make me and Fu Zihan break up? She put her bathrobe back on and walked up to her. But your young master has already seen my body. Shouldn't your young master take responsibility? Zihan retorted, this was all your scheme. She turned back. Don't make it sound so ugly. Your young master was quite happy just now. He blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Ruanqiao asked her, tell me, what exactly is your intention in luring us both here with this trick? Is it for the position of Mrs. Fu? That's obviously impossible. She moved closer to her hand caressing Ruanqiao's face. Mrs. Fu is very smart. Of course I know I can't secure the position with just this one time. She didn't care, getting straight to the point. How much money do you want? She was waiting for this point. 3 million. Ruanqiao grabbed her hand. You overestimate yourself. If I give you the money, you'll probably keep threatening me with the video. If I don't, you'll spread it everywhere and then report to the Fu family, making them support you, this bottomless pit, forever. She pulled her hand back. I asked that what Mrs. Fu plans to do too. She held up 3 fingers. The Lin Group's public relations department can offer you a position as a female publicist and pay for all your resort expenses. However, according to employee regulations, filming private videos during work hours would violate labor laws. See if you want this job or to live day by day. 30,000. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just heard. She smiled brightly. I will save the video to a USB drive and give it to President Lin tonight. If President Lin has arrived, then I'll be heading back first. She turned and left, thinking to herself, she's such a young mistress who thinks she's so clever. After the woman left, only Ruanqiao and Zihan remained facing each other by the pool. He propped his hands on the edge of the pool and praised her generously. Xiao, you were so cool just now. She turned away. Believe, such a simple trap. I really don't know what you were thinking. Zihan quickly put on his clothes and chased after the angry Ruanqiao. Xiao, wait for me. She opened the door to her room, still fuming. He followed behind her, pleading, Xiao, don't be angry. Ruanqiao looked towards the balcony, where 2 steaming hot tubs were outside. Zihan came up close behind her. What's wrong, Mrs. Fu? Are you still not satisfied with this surprise? Ruanqiao pushed him away. You clearly had all this prepared, yet you were still tricked into going to the pool. That's even dumber. Zihan hugged her tightly. It's because I was so happy to get your message that I lost my head. Now take a look. Has your anger subsided? You've been busy all day. I just wanted you to rest and relax properly. He nudged her towards the prepared hot tub. Go on, try it. It won't be as good once the water gets cold. Ruanqiao's foot touched the warm water. She soaked in the water, looking up at the night sky. Zihan turned to her excitedly, chattering on. Is it comfortable? Do you feel like the fatigue of the whole day has disappeared? Breathing in the fresh, natural air, feeling the cool and gentle breeze, looking up at the starry sky, and taking a sip of wine. Ruanqiao said to him sarcastically, the Lin Group should hire young Master Fu as its development ambassador. You're really good at promoting. He replied happily. This young master is very expensive. She smiled. Then how much does the young master want? Zihan crossed his arms, looking at Ruanqiao intently. Fu Zihan, what's wrong with you? In the night sky, a round moon shone brightly. He said nothing, but 2 furry ears appeared on his head. What's happening to me? But it's not a full moon tonight. A sound came from the door. Ruanqiao was startled. Who is it? She put on her bathrobe and looked worriedly towards the balcony. Ruanqiao sighed. She opened the door to find Mrs. Lin and Xiao outside. Sister, Mom and I heard that you found Fu Zihan cheating at the pool. Are you okay? The woman chimed in. Yes, all men are like that. You don't have to take it to heart. Ruanqiao paused for a moment, then looked extremely sad, covering half her face with her hand. But I didn't expect Fu Zihan to be such a heartless person. Mom, I want to be alone for a while. Mrs. Lin placed a hand on Ruanqiao's shoulder, feigning sympathy. All right, as long as you're okay. We'll leave you then. She closed the door and muttered, Fu Zihan, you better not let anything happen to you. The next day, Ruanqiao looked at the already bright sky. Fu Zihan, why aren't you back yet? She heard a sound behind her. She turned her head and saw it was Lin Shi. She asked anxiously, Sister Qiao, this is bad. A guest is saying he was injured by a werewolf last night, and now the lobby of the downstairs restaurant is packed with reporters. Ruanqiao was stunned. What? Impossible. She recalled what Zihan had told her last night. After his ears appeared, I can't implicate you. I'm going to hide in the forest for a day. I'll come back after I recover at dawn. At the same time, Xiao's voice rang out, pulling Ruanqiao back to reality. Sister, open the door. It's me and Mom. Her face was full of worry. No, it's impossible. Fu Zihan is definitely not that kind of person. Ruanqiao changed her clothes and walked out resolutely, and no matter what, I have to respond first. Lin, she followed behind her, saying worriedly, Sister Qiao, is it really a good idea for you to show your face like this? Why don't I hold off the reporters while you leave through the back door? She paused. Ruanqiao looked straight at her, her expression serious. You must remember this clearly. We don't start trouble, but we are never afraid of it. If we hide now, wouldn't that prove we have a guilty conscience? As soon as she walked out the main entrance, reporters swarmed her, asking one question after another. Miss Lin, a customer was injured by a werewolf. What is your explanation? Why would a werewolf appear in the resort? It said that the werewolf has this. Ruanqiao calmly answered the reporters' incessant questions. Everyone, please listen to me. The Lin Group absolutely did not want something like this to happen. But the Lin Group will never shirk its responsibility. Regardless of whether someone is maliciously framing us this time, or if it was an accidental oversight, the Lin Group will give the public a satisfactory explanation. Please give us some more time. Thank you. A male reporter held up his phone towards her, but this matter is already trending. I'm afraid President Lin doesn't have much time. The police got out of their car and presented a lockdown confirmation. Miss Lin, the Lin Group's resort is related to a malicious injury incident. Now, according to relevant regulations, we are going to enforce a lockdown. Ruanqiao stopped the officer who was putting up the seal. Officer, have you made a mistake? This matter hasn't been investigated clearly. On what grounds are you sealing it off so easily? He shouted, Miss Lin, are you trying to obstruct justice? Lin, she stopped her. Excuse me, please let us through, and said to the officer, we're very sorry. We'll leave immediately. She grabbed Ruanqiao's shoulder and comforted her softly. Sister Qiao, let's go first. This matter isn't that simple. Let's go back and discuss it carefully. A sharp scream came from behind the curtains. Mu Qiming grabbed the collar around Cao Cao's neck and pulled it hard. Cao Cao is being so cooperative tonight. She flattered him. Mr. Mu helped little Cao let off a lot of steam. How could little Cao not show her gratitude? He kissed her face, smiling lewdly. Serve me well, and everything in the Lin family will be yours. Under Mu Qiming's kisses, little Chao's cheeks flushed, and she continued to act coy. But I want to strike while the iron is hot, to make sure Lin Ruanqiao and Fu Zihan can never recover. He praised, Little Chao is truly the woman I've set my sights on. Mu Qiming picked up the phone. Mr. Mu, go tell the Hunter organization that the werewolf attack at the resort is related to the Fu family. She looked at him with a shy, adoring face. How should Cao Cao repay you? As long as Mr. Mu is happy. Mu Qiming vilely pushed Cao Cao's head down into his lap. She thought angrily, as long as I can make Lin Ruanqiao lose everything, I'm willing to do anything. Ruanqiao stood stunned in the elevator. That IT became a trending topic right after it happened, and then the police came to seal it off. Everything happened too quickly, as if someone was arranging it. This incident is definitely not a coincidence. She walked out of the elevator. But who could it be? Who can manipulate the resort project and has the connections to mobilize the media and the police? Ruanqiao opened the door. She was startled to find someone sitting on the sofa. Ruanqiao picked up an umbrella and took a defensive stance. Who's lying there? A weak voice suddenly called her name. Qiao Qiao. Ruanqiao dropped the umbrella. She hurried closer, calling his name. Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao helped him up. Fu Zihan, how did you end up like this? Zihan, weak and blushing, replied, last night, in the forest I saw someone catch a small wolf cub and put it in the living room. Someone is plotting to frame you. She looked at him in surprise. You're in this state, and you're still thinking about me. Ruanqiao helped Zihan to his feet. She helped him lie down on the bed and carefully covered him with the blanket. Ruanqiao looked outside. Who else would come at this time? She took the gun from the nightstand. Ruanqiao hid the gun behind her back and walked towards the door. Ruanqiao opened the door. Outside was Lala, a member of the Hunter Organization's Council of Priests. Who are you looking for? He held up the badge in his hand. We are the Hunter Organization. We received a tip that the werewolf attack at the resort is related to Fu Zihan, so we'd like to take him back for investigation. She looked at the organization's badge in Lala's hand and thought, could Zihan's identity have been exposed? Impossible. Who is it? Ruanqiao smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. You have the wrong person. Please leave. She raised the gun and pointed it straight at him. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. Qiao Qiao, do not be rude to the high priest. Nianxi appeared behind her. Min Chuan. She was stunned. Mrs. Fu, why are you here? She took the gun from her hand. Give it to me, Annie. Nianxi looked at Lala. Priest Lala, long time no see. I wonder if the organization has any evidence to prove that my son is the culprit in the resort case? Or has the Hunter organization become so reckless that it can now arrest people arbitrarily without any evidence? 3 days. If my Fu family cannot find a real culprit of the resort case, I will personally hand my son over to the organization. But if you want to take someone away indiscriminately today. She took another step forward, Nianxi's expression turning severe. The power our Fu family has amassed over the years is not just for show. Ruanqiao faced Lala, her presence not losing out in the slightest. He compromised, fine. 3 days. I trust that Mrs. Fu will not go back on her word. Let's go. After the Hunter Organization's Council of Priests left, Ruanqiao breathed a sigh of relief. Nianxi asked her with concern, Qiao, are you okay? Did that scare you? She frowned, I'm fine, but doesn't Madam think this series of events is too closely connected? She hesitated. What do you mean? Ruanqiao suddenly remembered last night's events. It was too strange for Qiao and her mother to show up last night. I'm afraid it's inextricably linked to this matter. She said to Min Chuan, Cousin Min Chuan, there's something I need your help to investigate. He agreed. Okay. The next day, it was broad daylight. Ruanqiao had fallen asleep by Zijin's bed. The ringing of the phone woke her up. Ruanqiao quietly left the room and closed the door. Hello, Cousin Min Chuan. Min Chuan replied, Sister-in-law, Lin Qiao has been in and out of the Mu family residence frequently recently. I wonder if she has some sort of collusion with the Mu family. She replied concisely, keep an eye on her. Ruanqiao hung up and looked out the window. She called Lin Shi. Cece, what's wrong? Has the PR side lost control of public opinion? She replied, no, Sister Qiao. The Mu family announced that their resort project is opening today. The concept and format are exactly the same as ours. But now that something has happened on our side, it's advantageous for the Mu family. Ruanqiao connected the details. Lin Qiao visiting the Mu residence, an incident at the Lin family's resort, and the Mu family's resort opening the very next day. It seems it's time to go back to the Lin family for a visit. At dusk, the Lin family villa. Ruanqiao was walking down the stairs just as Qiao was returning. She smiled. Sister, why did you come back without giving any notice? Ruanqiao didn't even look at her. She stared at a plate of fruit in her hand. What is my sister talking about? Since when do I need to give you advance notice to come home? She grabbed Qiao's hand and pulled her to the table. Sister, what's this? This is the fruit I just asked Annie Lin to cut. Come and have some. Qiao uncomfortably pulled her hand back. Ruanqiao feigned concern. That what's wrong, sister? I didn't use any force. She turned around abruptly. It's nothing. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room first. Ruanqiao looked at her seriously. Qiao, no matter how much you hate me, it's not worth pushing yourself to that point, understand? Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned back around. You think too highly of yourself. You are the eldest daughter of the Lin family, and so am I. I have a share in everything you have. What is there for me to hate you for? Qiao moved closer to her, grabbing Ruanqiao's face with her hand. Or is it that you're not spoiled enough by young Master Fu and want to come back to monopolize my things? Ruanqiao pulled up her sleeve, revealing horrifying bruises. Then what is this? Qiao grimaced and pulled her sleeve down, her eyes darting away. I know you're with Mu Qiming, but do you know what kind of person he is? Why must you push yourself to that point just for revenge? Is it worth it? She sneered. Worth it? Of course it's worth it. Since we were young, we were both daughters of the Lin family. But why did all the benefits and glory go to you? What about me? Qiao shouted angrily. I can only snatch what I want. I want shares in the Lin group, so I can only rely on Mr. Mu. Ruanqiao interrupted her. So you colluded with an outsider, leaked confidential documents about the resort project, and even planned the werewolf attack at the resort. Qiao waved her hand. Yes, that's right, I did it all. Lin Ruanqiao, you've lost. Look at you now. You look a lot like a stray dog that got bullied outside and could only run back home. She muttered as she turned to leave. You've lost, Lin Ruanqiao. You've lost. As Qiao walked up the stairs, the recording pen in Ruanqiao's hand repeated her words. You've lost, Lin Ruanqiao. You've lost. The next day, at the hospital, Ruanqiao and Lin Shi bowed before the hospital BED.MR. Chun, the Lin Group is deeply sorry for your injury. Your medical expenses and your job will be fully covered by our Lin Group. Within 3 days, we will definitely find the perpetrator, hand them over to the police, and give you justice. The woman pushed the two out the door, scolding angrily. Who asked for your fake kindness? You colluded with a werewolf culprit from the Fu group to harm people. Aren't you afraid your ancestors will come back to haunt you in the middle of the night? The second young miss was right. You're a venomous woman. Lin, she retorted, why would you say that? Ruanqiao stopped her and calmly placated the woman. Ma'am, I hope you will take good care of Mr. Chun. We will visit again next time. As the two turned to leave, Lin, she asked, Sister Qiao, they are clearly making false accusations. Why were you still so polite? Ruanqiao replied, didn't you notice the loophole in their words? The second young miss was right. Sister Qiao, are you saying that the two of them were arranged by the second young miss? Just as they walked out of the hospital entrance, they were immediately surrounded by reporters. Miss Lin, it said that you still haven't received the family's forgiveness. Are you treating human life as a joke? Don't you have a guilty conscience? A jacket flew over and covered Ruanqiao's face. Zihan gently held her through the jacket. Ruanqiao panicked at Fu Zihan. He replied in a low voice, don't talk. I'll get you out of here. Lin Shi and Min Chuan stayed behind to deal with the reporter's barrage of questions. Zihan got Ruanqiao into the car. Fu Zihan, you're awake? Why did you run over here without telling me? If you hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have been eaten alive by that pack of reporters. He rubbed her head. By the way, back then, I hadn't fully transformed and lost consciousness. I saw someone secretly carry a small fox from the forest into the resort. Ruanqiao was surprised. Are you sure it was a small fox? Yes. She recalled the wound on the victim's ARM and oh wonder, I thought Mr. Chen's wound looked a bit strange just now. Let's go to the police station. Ruanqiao walked ahead, leading the way for the two police officers. Miss Lin, the wound pictures and the recording you provided cannot be considered direct evidence. So didn't I bring you to the scene to find evidence? The officer looked at her doubtfully. Are you joking, Miss Lin? We've already been to the primary crime scene to collect evidence, but we still found nothing. She retorted, in your subconscious, you believe this room is the primary crime scene. Then shouldn't the forest on the back hill opposite the balcony also be investigated? The officer was stunned. What do you mean? Zihan explained. There's an ancient tree on the halfway slope of the hill behind. There's a hole in the roots of that tree. If I'm not mistaken, that's the fox's den. Report to the police. Investigate a 5-kilometer radius. There will definitely be clues. Ruanqiao pointed in a direction. The clue is on the halfway slope. She led the two officers closer to the place Zihan mentioned. Ruanqiao looked toward a large tree. Found it. She pointed to a small hole under the tree. This place is an opening. Officer, please be sure to search the 5-kilometer radius around here carefully. You might find something. The police officer looked at Ruanqiao sternly. You know that if you're lying, you're obstructing justice? That's a crime. She replied firmly, I am willing to bear all legal responsibility. In her heart, she thought, Fu Zihan, I believe in you. The police officer looked at his captain. Captain, we've already checked that hole. Deep inside, it's a fox den. There are human footprints around the opening, leading all the way to the crime scene. The initial guess is that they're from women's shoes, but we'll need to go back and do a soil analysis for specifics. The police officer looked at Ruanqiao suspiciously. She shrugged. Officer, you don't suspect me of bringing a fox here to harm my own client, do you? He made a decision that I understand. Regarding the complaint against Fu Zihan, we, the police, will clarify the matter and will also announce the truth of the case after the investigation. Let's move out. Ruanqiao bowed deeply. Thank you, officer. As night fell, a curse rang out in the Qi family villa. That stupid woman, how could she be foolish enough to commit the crime herself? Qiao Qiao knelt between Qi Ming's legs, her voice trembling as she answered, I was just afraid that the more people who knew about this, the more dangerous it would be. Two glaring red marks were still on her face. He grabbed Qiao Qiao's throat, causing her face to turn blue. Those who achieve great things must be ruthless. Don't you even understand that only dead men can keep secrets? I never thought about killing anyone. Qi Ming released his hand, and Qiao Qiao collapsed to the floor, clutching the spot on her neck where she had been choked. Forget it. What's done is done. I just pray that hunting organization doesn't come knocking so soon. He thought to himself, that's right. After all, she's just a rich girl who just turned 20. Qi Ming pinched the bridge of his nose, frowning. Get up. The floor is cold. Qiao Qiao quickly stood up and sat coquettishly in Qi Ming's lap to curry favor. The master's lesson is right. Qiao Qiao will definitely not disappoint you in the future. He placed his hand on Qiao Qiao's chest, a lecherous smile on his face. Good. I will definitely teach you slowly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Mu chiming, you seem very happy. Qi Ming hurriedly turned towards the source of the voice. Behind the open door stood a group of people in cloaks. Lala held up the organization's emblem, and upon seeing it, he immediately knelt. You reported false intelligence, causing the organization to silently endure the Fu family's wrath. Do you know what crime you committed? Qi Ming quickly defended himself. High Priest, Fu Zihan is indeed a werewolf. When he threatened your subordinate, he revealed his wolf eyes. With a ferocious expression, he stepped on his shoulder. Baseless nonsense. I came this time precisely to punish you for this careless piece of news. Men, chop it off. Qi Ming was held down by two people. Xiao Xiao also knelt to plead for him. High Priest, I beg you to spare Master. This whole thing is... Qi Ming interrupted her. Is this any place for you to speak? Go back to your room. Xiao Xiao looked at him, confused. She quickly got up and ran into the room. Lala smiled sarcastically. I didn't expect you to have a bit of conscience. His little finger fell off. Qi Ming trembled, clutching his severed finger, his face pale. Lala warned him, this is just a warning. Next time you fail, it'll be your head that comes off. Yes. Qi Ming, his face covered in cold sweat, cursed resentfully. Lin Ruanqiao, Fu Zihan, I won't let you get away with this. Meanwhile, Ruanqiao and Zihan were leisurely sunbathing on a beach. Zihan turned to look at her. I'm sorry. My mom forced us to come on vacation. Did affect your work. Ruanqiao closed her eyes, enjoying the warm sunlight. Mrs. Fu is right. We have to avoid the hunting organization site for now, so I'll just treat this as a vacation. The phone on the table kept vibrating. Zihan pulled his sunglasses down a little and complained, but your phone keeps ringing nonstop. It's not romantic at all. Seeing Ruanqiao still resting with her eyes closed, he smiled and thought to himself, but it's nice to be able to look at you like this. You'll definitely be moved by my surprise tonight. Zihan, dressed in a neat vest, led a blindfolded Ruanqiao towards a certain spot. She asked in confusion, Fu Zihan, what on earth are you up to? Where are you taking me? He replied with a smile, you'll know in a moment. We're almost there. In front of them was a romantic dinner table. They stopped. All right, we're here. Zihan helped her remove the blindfold and asked excitedly, how is it? Surprised. Ruanqiao smiled happily. He thoughtfully pulled out her chair for her to sit. When did you prepare all this? Under the setting sun, Zihan smiled happily that his plan was going as expected while you were sleeping on the plane. Watching Zihan take care of her so wholeheartedly, Ruanqiao felt her heart being soothed. No one had ever treated her with such sincerity. If only she didn't have more important things to do. She turned to look at the reddening skyline and smiled at the sea. But maybe for these few days, I can temporarily forget my hatred and just enjoy my time as Mrs. Fu. He suddenly took Ruanqiao's hand, helping her walk, and the pair walked side by side on the beach, which was dyed golden by the setting sun. By the shallow water, Zihan and Ruanqiao played, splashing water at each other, enjoying a moment of peaceful happiness. He pointed into the distance, motioning for her to look. The clouds and the sea have merged. The sun is giving off a romantic orange halo. Ruanqiao clasped her hands together, her heart surging as she exclaimed, it's so beautiful. Zihan suddenly knelt on one knee. Instead of a ring, he presented a necklace, expressing his feelings under the gentle night sky. Xiao Xiao, I admit I had an ulterior motive when I signed the marriage contract with you at first. But after spending so much time together, I feel like I can't be without you anymore. Let's make this for real. But a phone call on her cell phone interrupted the couple's romantic script. Ruanqiao still had to prioritize her work. She explained reluctantly, I have to take this call. Zihan asked regretfully, why does work always pull Ruanqiao away from me? Isn't it over yet? Zihan called Min Chun. As soon as the other party picked up, he immediately asked urgently in a stern tone, Chun, help me find out who at Xiao Xiao's company has been looking for her every day recently. A few days later, at the Lin group, Zihan walked along, distractedly looking down and thinking. Chun said it was some director from the marketing department. He suppressed his anger, waiting for a chance to erupt. I'd like to see what kind of demon this director is, daring to steal my girl. Walking past an office, Zihan heard a few female employees discussing the matter. Did you guys know, during the meeting just now, President Lin was given a hard time by the old. He took off his glasses, every word from just now imprinted in his mind. Am I really that bad? Ruanqiao finished reading Director Zhang's proposal and was very satisfied. She leaned back in her chair, resting her chin in her hands as she waited. Ruanqiao looked at Director Zhang as if she had met her savior. praising him happily. Class monitor, you live up to your name to be able to come up with this kind of development method. He answered sincerely, turning their great minds thinking alike into a sweet nothing. We've known each other for so many years. How could I not know your requirements and ideas for this project? Holding the precious stack of proposals, she winked at Director Zeng that it's still more comfortable working with the class monitor. It saves a lot of trouble. Zihan witnessed everything, feeling both jealous and helpless. I've never seen her smile so happily. It was raining tonight. He left the company, his body and mind both cold and damp. So it was all just me being delusional. The next day, Nezuko anxiously called Ruanqiao. Ciao. I can't get in touch with Zihan. Can you help Annie by going to his apartment to check on him? And he really can't find time. She replied hurriedly, what's wrong? Okay, I'll go over right now. Ruanqiao quickly put her phone back. She hastily slung her bag over her shoulder and left the room, feeling extremely anxious. What is Fu Zihan up to now? He's been acting strange since yesterday. Could there be some side effects? In reality, Zihan was lying in bed, typing on his phone under the covers. I went to so much trouble with my arrangements on the beach, and I didn't even see her smile that happily. A little after 1 in the afternoon, Nezuko sent a message. Son, Ciao is at the apartment now. This is all Mom can do to help you, my boy. He jumped out of bed in a panic, his mind in a mess. What? How'd you get here now? What bad luck? I smell like sweat all over. I need to take a shower. Ruanqiao had already reached the apartment door. She pressed the handle and opened it. Zihan, who had just finished showering, was shirtless with wet hair. He pretended to be surprised and asked, what are you doing here? She ran over and first touched his forehead. Fu Zihan, do you have any common sense? Taking a shower when you have a fever. Zihan turned his head away and said sullenly, yes, I have no common sense, not as smart as your class monitor who can help you. Ruanqiao was speechless. Did the fever muddle your brain? She took a step back, not understanding why he was being so jealous and what nonsense he was spouting. Zihan took a step forward, his skin touching Ruanqiao's, startling her slightly. His large hand grabbed her slender waist. Zihan pulled her into his embrace, taking the opportunity to possess her. Ruanqiao stammered in embarrassment. Let go, it's so hot. He was going crazy like a child, constantly bringing up Director Zeng. Yes, I'm hot. Your class monitor is cool. Your class monitor is your cooling patch. Zihan sat cross-legged on the sofa, not wanting to speak anymore. She poured him a glass of water, handed him the capsules, and coaxed him, here, hurry up and take your medicine, then go to sleep. I'll make you some kanji. Despite his sulking, he still obediently listened to her and reached out for the medicine. Zihan took a sip of water and swallowed the medicine. Ruanqiao gently dried his hair with a towel. Why didn't you even dry your hair? Zihan was both angry and aggrieved. Do you even care if my hair is dry or not? Do you even care if I have a fever or not? She tossed the towel onto the back of the sofa, wondering to herself, how come this young master acts like he's lovesick when he just has a cold? While Ruanqiao was making kanji in the kitchen, he asked, Lin Ruanqiao, back in university, was your class monitor especially popular? She listed Director Zeng's merits in her reply to Zihan. I guess so. He had good grades, was handsome, and very gentle. Most of the female students probably liked him. He lowered his eyes and naturally let out a few sour words. Lin Ruanqiao, if you already have someone you like, we can get a divorce. I'll still help you get revenge for the Lin family. Ruanqiao slowly stirred the kanji, showing no reaction. She placed a bowl of hot kanji on the table, her expression a little unnatural. The kanji is ready. Try to get some rest. I'm heading back first. Zihan lay down, covering his eyes with one hand, his left arm hanging down. That she's gone. Ruanqiao couldn't understand his intentions for a moment. Why did he suddenly bring up divorce? She decided to find Jinjin to vent her troubles. That Li Jinjin, where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Ruanqiao arrived at a KTV and saw Jinjin singing happily with Min Chun. She pushed Min Chun away as if she'd been caught. Ciao, you're here. She pointed at the two of them, demanding an honest answer. You too. Ruanqiao sat down wearily. Jinjin poured a full glass of wine and asked with concern, what's wrong? You must have something on your mind to come looking for me. Ruanqiao raised her glass and drank, trying to drown her sorrows in alcohol. She told her everything that was jumbled in her mind. Jinjin, do you think men have periods too? Why was Fu Zihan so nice before but suddenly so cold to me these past 2 days? And even Ruanqiao found it hard to say. He even told me that if I have someone I like, we can get a divorce. Min Chun suddenly stood up and exclaimed in surprise. Jinjin frowned and shooed him away. You shut up and get out. Only after Min-chun left did she ask, then do you want a divorce? You know Fu Zihan likes you. She began to doubt Zishin's feelings. Isn't Fu Zihan famous for being a playboy? He says he likes you, and you believe him. Ruanqiao poured a full glass, rambling. Isn't it just a marriage contract? He can't even stand me for 2 years. He wants to kick me to the curb now. She looked at the red wine swirling in her glass, imagining things. And what's with all the sweet talk? If I have someone I like, then he's just being ambiguous with me like he is with other girls. Ruanqiao downed a glass in one gulp. Jinjin couldn't stop her in time. It's over. I forgot she can't hold her liquor. She swayed as she held the microphone, shouting her thoughts. I'm clearly the one getting the short end of the stick. After we divorce in 2 years, I'll have to find a second husband, and he gets to be jealous, then go and confess to other girls the same way. Drunk and sad, Ruanqiao mumbled her insecure thoughts. The young master is interested in me now, so should I be grateful and hurry up to please him? Then when he's not interested in me anymore, will he just kick me away again? Am I that cheap? Am I? Jinjin snatched the microphone, having to let her know something serious. Actually, Qiao, have you noticed a problem? She paid close attention to Ruanqiao's actions. Lately, the frequency you mention Fu Zihan has increased. If you don't believe me, go through your daily WeChat messages. She was suddenly jolted awake, abruptly realizing something was off. Ruanqiao searched on her phone, and the results showed the number of times his name was mentioned. Fu Zihan, 1297 related messages. She sat down abruptly, asking herself in a daze, since when did I start caring so much about Fu Zihan? Ruanqiao staggered out of the hall. Lin Ruanqiao saw her and immediately questioned her. Why do you reek of alcohol? You're the chairman's representative for the Lin Group. Why don't you pay attention to your image? Ruanqiao bowed, politely admitting her mistake. Father is right. I've brought shame to the Lin family. She asked curiously, where's my sister? Father, has she not come back yet? He took the opportunity to remind Ruanqiao. Why are you comparing yourself to your sister? She's a rich heiress. As long as she doesn't do anything to disgrace the family, it's fine. You're different from her. Your every move represents the entire Lin family. Ruanqiao knew everything, but said nothing. Her not being home proved she had gone to her new home. Was father so sure she wouldn't disgrace the family? Seeing she was about to turn, Lin Ruanqiao spoke. The media PR for the tourist village incident this time, you handled it quite well, but it was still a bit too risky. Perhaps you should keep your distance from the Fu family for the time being. Since you're constantly investigating while also maintaining the relationship, isn't that just mocking the entire Lin family? Ruanqiao had long grown tired of his nature. She knew that in his heart, there was only the family's interest, but she still chose her words carefully. I understand, father. I'll be more careful next time. After speaking, Ruanqiao resolutely turned and walked upstairs. After washing up, she habitually thought of Zihan. She wondered if Fu Zihan was better now, and whether she should try sending him a text. Ruanqiao stared at her phone for a long time, finally unable to resist typing a few lines. Zihan, are you awake? Feeling better? Still have a fever? But suddenly, Ruanqiao stopped, not planning to send it anymore. The line she had just typed was instantly deleted by her. Ruanqiao lay in bed, her mind in turmoil. When on earth did it start? Suddenly, the image of her touching Zihan's firm chest appeared. The memory flooded back, making her heart palpitate. That was the first time she was filled with the hormones emanating from his body. Then there was the scene of Zihan angrily holding her. You dare bully her, I'll beat you to death. Or when he protected me behind him. Ruanqiao recalled the scene of being misunderstood. Who is she? Where is young Master Fu? I'm here to find young Master Fu. When his little lover came to the door, why was I so flustered in my heart? They knew each other earlier than I did, so it's normal for them to have feelings. She bit her nails in worry. I used to think I only liked Lisa Lin, but later I found out that wasn't the case. What does it feel like to like someone? A few days later, a meeting in the Lin group, Ruanqiao's thoughts couldn't stop. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Fu Zihan sent me a message yet? An employee called her urgently. President Lin. Even Director Zing noticed Ruanqiao's absent-mindedness. Qiao, are you okay? She explained in a fluster. I'm sorry. I haven't been resting well these past 2 days, so I'm a bit distracted. He took the initiative to announce the end of the meeting. Let's end here for today. Everyone, return to your posts and send the proposals to me by email. I'll organize them and then send them to President Lin. An employee replied, "Okay, Director Zeng." After everyone left the meeting room, Ruanqiao immediately slumped onto the table, saying apologetically, "Senior, I'm sorry. Am I being very unprofessional? I brought my personal emotions to work." Unexpectedly, Director Zeng wasn't angry at all. Instead, he rubbed her head. "Even superheroes doze off sometimes. I remember you loved eating snacks the most in university. I saw you had no energy this morning, so I took the time to run down and buy some. I'll go get them for you." A moment later, the curtains were drawn. He brought many desserts, which surprised Ruanqiao. "Here, eat up. Eating something sweet will make you feel better. Don't let the employees see." She ate happily like a child. As expected, Senior knows me best. Director Zeng wanted to reach out and wipe the smudge still on Ruanqiao's mouth, but she quickly dodged it. I'll eat it myself," he said with disappointment. Chow, in front of me, you'll always be that carefree and innocent junior, just like in university. I'll always be behind you, protecting you. At this, Ruanqiao quickly wiped the smudge from the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, but a junior has to graduate someday, right? We have a meeting with our partners later. Let's look at the documents first." Seeing Ruanqiao pour all her thoughts into her work, Director Zeng was very disappointed but could only reply, "Okay." Then the two of them threw themselves into their work again, the space around them silent, except for the sound of keyboards clicking. Suddenly, the secretary pushed open the door and announced, "President Lin, directors, and the people from Huilan Group are here." Just as her voice fell, Zihan unexpectedly appeared at the door. Ruanqiao immediately shot up from her seat. "Fu Zihan, why is it you?" He suddenly acted strangely, saying sarcastically in broad daylight, "President Lin and Director Zeng," looking at documents in the meeting room with the curtains drawn. "Your company's work atmosphere is truly special." Director Zeng was very uncomfortable listening to this. "President Fu, your words are a bit harsh." Zihan ignored him and just sat down lightly. "Yes, oh, your Director Zeng. I often hear Chow praise you. I've already seen Director Zeng's promotional proposal. Not bad, as expected of a graduate from a world-renowned university." He replied humbly, "President Fu, you flatter me." Ruanqiao couldn't help her curiosity, grabbing his hand and whispering, "Fu Zihan, what on earth are you up to? How did I not know you were the person in charge of Huilan Group?" Zihan resolutely pulled his hand away. Appearing distant from her, "President Lin, please have some self-respect. Men and women should maintain a proper distance. Although we have a marriage contract, public and private matters must be kept separate." Ruanqiao lowered her eyes, seemingly hurt by that coldness. The atmosphere became tense, and Director Zeng had to personally step between the two. "Ever since you entered, President Fu, you've been speaking with thorns. Are you here to discuss cooperation, or to cause trouble? Or should I say, is this how a husband treats his wife?" His face darkened as he looked straight at him. "What right do you have to ask me these questions?" Not to be outdone, Director Zeng stated frankly, "President Fu, are you here to publicly assert your claim? But President Lin and I have a clean slate, so there's really no need." Zihan pretended not to be jealous, shutting him down as proof. "You think too highly of yourself. Let's just talk about how to revise and expand the proposal." As soon as work was mentioned, Director Zeng could only swallow his anger. He pointed at the screen and, after reviewing it, gave his opinion. "Director Zhang's expansion plan is very comprehensive and compliant, but I have a few underdeveloped ideas I'd like to bring up for discussion. For example, the online channels here. The live streaming format is too generic. We could incorporate the currently popular format of bloggers visiting stores to generate organic traffic." Ruanqiao listened quietly, inwardly amazed. She hadn't expected him to have some real expertise. Her face lit up with a smile as she shook Zihan's hand. "President Fu's ideas are very novel and unique. We will definitely make the revisions." He looked at Director Zeng. "Then I'll leave it to you, Director Zeng." Ruanqiao said gently, "Senior, you can go ahead. I still have a few things to discuss with President Fu." He took the hint, stood up, and said all right to them. Only then did Zihan put on an innocent face. "President Lin, is there something you need?" She didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Fu Zihan, have you been avoiding me all this time just to learn about the company's business?" Being praised, he blushed shyly. "No way. What nonsense are you talking about? This young master is naturally gifted and brilliant. If there's nothing else, President Lin, I'll be leaving then. Seeing how cute Zixin was being, Ruanqiao couldn't help but grab his tie and tease. Then what exactly have you been doing while avoiding me these past few days? Zixin then stood up straight and adjusted his tie. What else? Should I come to the company every day to watch you and your senior exchange sweet nothings, laughing and talking? Ruanqiao said to him sweetly, well, if young Master Fu would grace me with his presence for dinner tonight, I could smile even more sweetly. Zixin, fed with sweet words, beamed with delight. Really? Then this young master will have to see just how sweet it can be. Send me the address. See you tonight. He sat in the car in high spirits, making Lin Ruanqiao wonder, why does our young master seem like a completely different person all of a sudden? After the meeting, Zixin suddenly spoke up. Lin Ruanqiao called Director Liu from the business department later and tell him that starting tomorrow, I'll be shadowing him to learn the business. Hearing this, a big question mark appeared over Lin Ruanqiao's head. Young master, have you been possessed? Zixin feigned anger. Get lost. The car started moving slowly. Suddenly, Zixin's phone rang. He reverted to his previous cold expression. Hello. The music on the other end of the line annoyed Zixin. Turn off that damn music. It's one of my buddies. Young master, coming out to play tonight? Haven't seen you in ages. The girls, no, the brothers miss you like crazy. This time, Zixin flatly refused, not going. I have plans tonight. Also, don't call me for those kinds of occasions in the future. Hanging up, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Has the young master had a change of heart? Looks to me like he's being henpecked. This is why being single is better. Just then, Zixin recalled Director Zhang's style from a morning. Could it be that she likes that kind of image? So he instructed Lin Ruanqiao to the mall. He replied concisely, yes, young master. The scene shows a bustling shopping center in the city. Seeing Zixin's interest, a sales associate bowed and said with a smile, young Master Fu, what can I help you with? He pointed to a handsome suit, this one. Alter it to my size. I need to wear it tonight. Zixin's fashion sense had suddenly changed. She confirmed in confusion, young master, are you sure you want this suit? He frowned and gave her a puzzled look. What's wrong? Do I look bad in this? The sales associate shook her head repeatedly and explained, no. It's just that your style is very different from before. After speaking, she quickly picked up the suit and hurriedly said, I'll go get it altered for you right away. A short while later, the sales associate returned, holding the neatly folded suit. Young master, it's been altered. Please try it on. Zixin then took the suit and walked straight into the fitting room. He came out in a novel and elegant style, unlike anything before. How is it? The surrounding sales associates' eyes widened when they saw him. He truly was a natural-born clothes horse. It's a pity he's not a model. Pleased with the compliments, Zixin left the store. Thank you. I'm leaving now. His figure and face drew everyone's attention. Zixin went to a jewelry store in the mall and picked out a bracelet. Wrap this up. A moment later, Zixin was carrying a small gift bag. He quickly checked his watch. It's about time. Can't keep a woman waiting. As he hurried back to his car, he was drawn to a nearby coffee shop. Behind a glass door, Ruanqiao and Director Zhang were chatting intimately. Seeing her beaming with smiles, Zixin suddenly felt wronged. Didn't she agree to have dinner with me? He remembered what Tan Minshan had said. The two of them were very close back in college. Although they weren't a couple, they were still voted the most beautiful pair in school by their classmates. Zixin looked at his reflection in the glass and mocked himself. Fu Zihan, you're just like a clown in a one-sided love. Meanwhile, Ruanqiao looked at the time on her phone and grew worried. Oh no, I'm running late. I wonder if Fu Zihan will be angry if I don't make it in time. She smiled apologetically at Director Zhang and said, Senior, it's getting late, and I have a dinner engagement tonight. Ruanqiao's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Fu Zihan, Tan Minshan asked me to go to a bar. You can have dinner by yourself. She said goodbye to him, anxious to find Zixin, but after reading his message, she felt a little dejected. How could this happen? Seeing this, he asked with concern, Qiao, are you and Fu Zihan unhappy? Or, Director Zhang grabbed Ruanqiao's hand. Please consider the person right in front of you. She felt a jolt and pulled her hand back, reminding him seriously, Senior, I think you must have misunderstood something. I'm already engaged. Director Zhang tried to persuade Ruanqiao, but I feel like you don't like him. Do you remember our time in college? We were the best match couple, right? Ruanqiao no longer felt the past was that important. Senior, that was just everyone shipping us and joking around. It wasn't real. You're right. Even now, I still don't know what my feelings for Fu Zihan are. But as she said this, every moment she had been touched by Fu Zihan replayed in her mind. The corners of Ruanqiao's mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. I know that my emotions change because of his influence. I also know that my emotions don't change because of you, so I don't need to like you. He was stunned by her firm decision. Ruanqiao ran out of the shop, calling Zihan while hastily crossing the street. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The automated response kept making her uneasy. Fu Zihan, you are so dead. Ruanqiao arrived at the bar where he usually hung out. Where's Fu Zihan? Tan Minchun was surprised. He said he was going to have dinner with you. She immediately turned and ran out of the room. Night fell, and Ruanqiao returned home, exhausted. Even in her sleep, she mumbled, Fu Zihan, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you replying to my messages? A few days later at the airport, Ruanqiao was seeing directors and off. Senior, no matter what you choose, I will always support your decision. He gently patted her head, I know. It just so happens I also wanted to go to the U.S. for further studies. Being transferred to the branch office means I can still help you, which is great. Director Zeng then took a chance. Can I give you a hug? His words left Ruanqiao stunned. She couldn't grant Director Zeng this final wish and could only take a step back. Suddenly, Zihan's figure appeared in Ruanqiao's line of sight. Fu Zihan. She hurriedly said goodbye to her senior. Senior, something has come up and I have to go. Text me when your plane lands, okay? He watched Ruanqiao's hasty departure. Crestfallen, Fu Zihan, you've won. She wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly vanished. Did I see wrong? Right? Why would he be at the airport at this time? Ruanqiao resolutely went to Zihan's house to find him. Niancy was surprised to see her. Xiao, why did you come back without saying anything? I could have had sisterly cook for you. Ruanqiao asked with a worried expression. Annie, has Fu Zihan come home? Niancy gently held her hand and said, that child, he came home without a word, quietly packed his bags, and then said he was going to the branch office in the U.S. She comforted her gently. I've let him be free range since he was little and didn't have high expectations for him, which is why he has such a carefree and easygoing personality now. But yesterday he suddenly came home and told me very seriously that he wanted to go abroad to take over the branch office. He had mentioned wanting to start learning the company's business before, but he never had the ambition to take over the entire Fu Corporation. The person who could make him determined to change must be someone very important to him. Hearing Niancy's heartfelt words, Ruanqiao looked determined. I can help him. There's no need. But just as she took out her phone, Niancy stopped her. Men, they all care about their pride. He wants to become strong enough to be a good match for you. Wait until he comes back. She smiled brightly. If you want him to come back sooner, find a way to motivate him and help him grow up faster. In the dead of night, Ruanqiao still couldn't sleep, just staring intently at her phone. Her messages with Zihan remained unanswered, hoping that one day they would meet at the summit. Ruanqiao sighed helplessly. On the other side, Zihan looked at the message, his eyes full of tenderness. It won't be too long. Please believe me. In the U.S., Zihan worked hard to improve himself, constantly reporting on project progress. His company attracted more partners to come and cooperate. He also passed on the knowledge he had gathered to his colleagues and subordinates. 3 months later, Lin Ruanqiao happily announced to Zihan, young master, the application we submitted last month to participate in the financial summit has been approved. Our company passed the association's assessment and has successfully become a permanent member of the summit. At this, Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The past few months had not been in vain. Lin Ruanqiao placed a letter on his desk. Young master, this is the invitation to the summit for this Friday night. Please remember to attend. Zihan replied, all right. Zihan stared intently at the large screen on the building opposite, where Ruanqiao was being interviewed. President Lin, you've brought the Lin family's tourist resort to the top of the industry in just 6 months. Outsiders say it's because you're the young mistress of the Fu family. What are your thoughts on that? Ruanqiao on the screen was radiant. I am first and foremost the general manager of the Lin Group, and only secondly, the young mistress of the Fu family. To those who use my status to negate my achievements, I can only express my regret. Zixin watched her with deep affection. That mouth of hers is still as sharp as ever. He made a silent vow. Qiao, I will definitely make you proud of me. At the financial summit, Director Zhang saw Zixin and came over to greet him. President Fu, long time no see. President Fu, is it convenient to talk? The two went to a corner to have a drink together. Director Zhang spoke first. I had heard that President Fu was going to the U.S., but I never believed it until I heard news of a very talented President Fu emerging in the financial district. Only then did I know it was really you. Zixin was suspicious. You're not here to network with me, are you? Director Zhang looked disappointed. President Fu, you don't have to be so hostile towards me. I lost from the very beginning. Qiao is very heartless towards me. Zixin was surprised, but she was clearly... Director Zhang continued, clearly very relaxed and happy when she was with me. Bye. Zixin lowered his face, yeah. Director Zhang said gently, President Fu really doesn't understand women. A woman is always reserved and demure in front of the person she likes. They are relaxed and happy in front of me because I'm not the person she likes and cares about. He recalled what Ruanqiao had said. I know that my emotions change because of his influence. Director Zhang said in a sad tone, for Qiao to say that means the person she truly cares about is you. She just hasn't realized it herself. Did you know? She hasn't had it easy all these years. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she has to consider the family's reputation at all times. In fact, back in college, she even started a band. I don't have the ability to free her from the Lin family's constraints, but I hope someone could be her strong support and help her become the free-spirited Lin Ruanqiao she was in college. Then, Director Zhang placed a hand on Zixin's shoulder. President Fu, maybe you can't do it right now, but I've seen your effort and talent during this time. I think you can. Zixin was stunned. The person Qiao cares about is me. The next morning, as Zixin was lost in thought, Lin Shuo came in to report, President Fu, a financial magazine, wants to schedule an exclusive interview with you. He feigned a cough out of embarrassment. All right, you arrange a time. Zixin became serious again. By the way, how is the Lin Group's shipment? Still no export permit. Lin Shuo stammered, scratching his head. Well, about that, President Fu, you may not know this, but all the ports in Country M are controlled by Mr. Wilson. Even the government can't do anything about him. Zixin spun his pen coldly. I see. In local terms, he's what you'd call a local tyrant. Country M isn't like our country. The security isn't as good. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. Zixin instructed his assistant, cancel all my appointments for today. Push the interview to the evening. I'm going to meet Mr. Wilson. This shocked Lin Shuo, huh? Night fell in America. Inside a famous casino. Place your bets. Big or small, make it quick. Lin Shuo followed behind Zixin, reporting, Mr. Wilson is here today. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be thrown out. One of the casino's underlings led Zixin to a room and knocked on the door. Boss, the person is here. A loud voice came from inside. Come in. Looking at the luxurious room, Zixin thought to himself, I didn't expect this person to be so particular and have such good taste. Zixin greeted him politely. Mr. Wilson, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Wilson frowned, staring at him intently. Suddenly, Wilson's underling rushed forward and grabbed Zixin's tie. You must be President Fu, right? Your man broke Mr. Wilson's rules, and you still dare to come here. What do you want? A fight? Seeing the man point a gun at Zixin's head, Lin Shuo was so scared he knelt and begged for mercy. We're here to discuss a partnership, not to fight. Please let our President Fu go. To everyone's surprise, Zixin wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was provocative. Are you threatening me? Or is Mr. Wilson trying to put me in my place? Just then, Wilson spoke. My subordinate is being impudent. President Fu, please don't take offense. Zixin adjusted his tie and smiled. Is this Mr. Wilson's way of treating guests? Wilson feigned hospitality. President Fu, please sit. I've long heard that the Fu family has a genius young master who managed to get the branch office in such good shape in just 3 months, making a name for himself in the financial district. He puffed on his cigar and asked, so, does President Fu know why I'm holding her cargo ship and not letting it leave the port? Zixin just chuckled lightly. Then he stood up and kicked Lin Shuo in the stomach, making him cry out in pain. President Fu, what are you doing? Zixin scolded. Are you going to confess, or should I? Don't think I don't know what you've been doing behind my back. Lin Ruanqiao was flustered. President Fu, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been following all your instructions. Zihan said coldly. I checked your personal accounts. Embezzling public funds, accepting bribes, and deceiving both sides. Then he kicked Lin Ruanqiao angrily. And you dare to secretly stuff that harmful stuff into the Fu family's cargo ship. Do you think the Fu family is your tool for smuggling contraband? Zihan threw him down to kneel at Wilson's feet. Mr. Wilson, my man broke the rules. I accept the punishment. I'll hand him over to you to deal with. The Fu family is willing to give up 30% of our profits for a long-term partnership with you. Lin Ruanqiao begged for mercy. President Fu, don't. Please don't. Mr. Wilson will throw me into the sea to feed the fish. But Zihan was unmoved, disloyal once, useless for life. I made this rule clear to you from the very beginning. Wilson stood up and clapped his hands in satisfaction. President Fu is indeed decisive, fearless of death, not clinging to life, and clear about rewards and punishments. You're just my type. He put his arm around Zihan's shoulder. I agree to the partnership, and I'm making you my friend. Zihan also smiled and replied, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Meanwhile, at the Lin Group, for the Lin Group's business plan project, Ruanqiao clapped her hands to signal, great work, everyone. Only the final touches are left on the new project. You can all go home first. I'll handle the rest. Lin Qian was gathering her files. Sister Qiao, let me stay and help you. We can finish the work sooner that way. Ruanqiao happily put an arm around her. You're the most considerate one. Let's work hard together, and I'll treat you to a late-night snack later. Hearing this, Lin Qian blushed. I want to have hot pot. Hearing that, Ruanqiao patted her head. All right, anything you want. Unbeknownst to them, outside the room, Qi Ming was watching them closely. A short while later, Ruanqiao stretched, finally done. Let's go. I'm treating this little kitten to hot pot. Lin Qian also relaxed great. The two happily walked out of the conference room. After they left, Qi Ming snuck in. She raised her phone and took a picture of the document, the project proposal. Qi Ming's eyes looked cunning. Lin Ruanqiao, I definitely won't go easy on you this time. The next day, Lin Qian rushed in to announce, Sister Qiao, the Yang family suddenly called off the talks. They said we're suspected of plagiarizing the project proposal. Ruanqiao was extremely shocked. What? The proposal was just finalized yesterday. How is that possible? I'll go find President Yang. Lin Qian grabbed Ruanqiao's hand. Young President Yang called personally and said he received an identical proposal. I think we have a mole in the company. Ruanqiao ordered, check the surveillance footage. Suddenly, her phone rang with a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was gloating. Qiao, remember me? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Shouldn't we get together? Ruanqiao frowned. You stole the proposal, didn't you? Qi Ming smiled brightly. I can give up this piece of land, but you have to come see me alone. Lin Qian reminded Ruanqiao worriedly. Sister Qiao, you can't go. This is clearly a trap. President Fu isn't here right now, and I... But before she could finish, Ruanqiao angrily slammed the table. The company has invested a lot of money into this project. If we give up now, all our previous efforts will be wasted. After saying that, she left immediately. Don't worry, I know what to do. You have Tan Minxuan's number. If I don't come back, call him. He'll know what to do. Qi Ming was already sitting at the appointed place, waiting for Ruanqiao. Qiao, you're finally here. Try my new tea. Ruanqiao paid it no mind and said directly, I'm here. Name your terms for giving me that piece of land. Qi Ming handed her the tea. You know what I want. But Ruanqiao didn't accept it. Aren't you afraid of offending the Fu family? He continued to entice her. Are you really not going to take a sip? If President Lin isn't sincere, how can we discuss our partnership? Ruanqiao looked at him, thinking, I don't know what tricks he's up to, but there's no other way now. She decisively drank the tea, downing it in one go. Afterwards, she felt dizzy and only had time to say one thing. Is that enough now? At that moment, Ruanqiao could only hope. Did I fall into a trap? I hope Qian got the message through. Qi Ming stroked her hair smugly. Qiao, you've finally fallen into my hands. At the Lin Group, it was already dark. Lin Qian looked at her phone anxiously. It's already 8 o'clock. Why isn't Sister Qiao back yet? A colleague saw her and walked over with concern. Xin, why haven't you left yet? When she could only force a smile. You guys go ahead, I still have some work to finish. So they had to leave first. Then we'll get going, goodbye. At this moment, Lin, she was the only one left in the office, her heart filled with anxiety. She resolutely decided that she couldn't wait any longer. Lin, she immediately called Tan Minxuan. Cousin Juan, I'm a subordinate of CEO Chao from Mingjin. Something might have happened to CEO Chao. At this time, in the Mu family's basement, Ruanqiao was being toyed with by Jiming. Tied up in a corner, she groggily woke up, her face still a bit red and swollen. Where is this? Then she panicked. Ruanqiao recalled the time in her past life when she was serving tea to Jiming. Unfortunately, she accidentally slipped. The teacup hit him and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Jiming flew into a rage, slapped Ruanqiao across the face, and cursed, "Useless thing, you can't even serve tea properly. What's the use of keeping you around?" Ruanqiao, in pain, hurriedly explained, "My foot slipped just now. It might be because Annie Lin hasn't." But Jiming ignored her words and slapped her again. "You dare talk back? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you'll forget that this family's surname is Mu, not Lin." After that, Ruanqiao was tied up in the basement, her hands hung high. These days, where living was worse than death, had long left her disheartened. "Let me die." Jiming walked in with a smug look on his face. "Has Madam been obedient? I told you long ago. In this house, there's no good end for defying me." He grabbed her by the neck as if interrogating a prisoner. "When exactly will Madam learn to be obedient?" Ruanqiao was unwilling to yield to him. "If you have the guts, then kill me." But Jiming was only seen gently unbuttoning her clothes one by one. Such smooth skin. "How could I bear to do that?" Ruanqiao begged in terror. "No, please don't." After that, only echoing screams could be heard in the dark basement. Recalling those images, Ruanqiao couldn't help but feel terrified. "No, don't, I don't want to, let me go." Suddenly, the iron door of the basement opened again. The person who appeared was Xiao Xiao. "Sister, you're awake." Meanwhile, Minjuan had also rushed to Jiming's residence, only to see him leisurely smoking a cigarette. "Younger brother Juan, barging into my house in the middle of the night, isn't that a bit disrespectful to me, your elder brother?" Minjuan retorted, "Then is Mr. Mu kidnapping my brother's fiancée your way of showing respect to the Fu family?" Jiming was still playing dumb, reaching out to straighten Minjuan's collar. "Younger brother Juan, do you have any proof? If you don't have a guilty conscience, why not let me search?" Jiming shrugged smugly. "Tan Minjuan, you lay a finger on me and see what happens. I guarantee even your father won't be able to protect you." Minjuan completely ignored him. "Oh my, I'm so scared of your threats." Then he ordered his men to rush in, but before they could, the men sent to search were beaten back. Lala appeared from behind Jiming. "Young Master Juan, even when you beat a dog, you have to consider its master. The Mu family is a two of the organization, and you dare to be so presumptuous." This greatly surprised Minjuan. He could only grit his teeth and order retreat. At this time, at the Fu family mansion, Minjuan paced anxiously in front of Niancy. She frowned and reminded him, "Ah, Juan, stop pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy." Minjuan scratched his head in frustration. "But I'm so worried. If something really happens to Miss Lin, I don't know how I'll explain it to Zixin." Niancy clenched her fists tightly. "We can't let Zixin know about this. The Hunter organization is involved now. This is clearly a trap. If he comes back, it's tantamount to walking right into it." Minjuan looked at Niancy anxiously. "Are we just going to watch Miss Lin be tortured to death? That old geezer from the Mu family is no good person either." Niancy sighed involuntarily. In America, Zixin had just finished his work. He looked at his phone screen and thought, it's probably around 10 at night back home. I wonder if Xiao Xiao is asleep. Zixin stood up, preparing to go home. Suddenly, his tie got caught on the corner of the desk and tore. Zixin held the tie and cursed angrily. "Damn it, this is the only gift Xiao Xiao ever gave me." After speaking, he suddenly hesitated. Could this be a bad omen? "My right eyelid has been twitching all day." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was Tan Minjuan. Zixin answered the phone and teased, "Ah, Juan, you must be having the time of your life right now. How do you have time to call me?" Unexpectedly, Minjuan said seriously, "Zixin, something might have happened to Lin Ruanqiao." Zixin's face instantly darkened. "What did you say?" Minjuan patiently explained. "Her assistant couldn't reach her tonight and called me, saying the last person to see her was Mu Jiming. But when I got to the Mu residence, that priestess Lala was also there." Zixin was seen frowning, his voice icy. "So they've set a trap to force me to show myself. If I go back, it's like walking into a trap. And if I don't go back, Xiao Xiao will die, right?" Minjuan said sadly, Yes, Madam didn't want to tell you at first. But half an hour ago, Xinjin was doing her best to persuade Niancy. But Madam, have you ever thought, without Xiao, can Fu Zihan really go on living? You must know that Fu Zihan is who he is today, all because of Xiao. This is enough to show her place in his heart. If you don't give him the chance to choose, do you think that after he finds out, he can still maintain this facade of a loving mother and a filial son? Or do you think you can hide it from him for a lifetime? He is no longer the naive, carefree young master who just played around. In the end, Niancy accepted it. Forget it, it's all fate. Zihan has grown up. He has the right to choose his own life. Hearing this, Zihan fell silent. Mom, Niancy began, so Zihan, what is your choice? The moments he spent with Ruanqiao unconsciously surfaced in Zihan's mind. He gripped the tie tightly and said resolutely, the one thing I hate most in my life is being forced into an either-or choice. Zihan spoke into the phone, his face serious. Ajuan pulled back the people monitoring the Mu residence. From now on, the entire Fu family will act as if this person, Lin Xiao, doesn't exist. Everything will proceed as usual. He was stunned into silence. What do you mean? Are we just going to ignore whether Lin Xiao lives or dies? He raised a hand to his forehead and sighed heavily. I'm making a gamble, but it's the only way I can think of to save her. Trust me. Understanding flickered in Minjuan's eyes, but a trace of unwillingness remained somewhere. Okay. As soon as the call ended, he let himself fall back into the chair. A sense of unease crept into his heart pounding nonstop. The cigarette was still in Zihan's mouth as he fumbled for a lighter with a trembling hand. Unable to suppress his anger, he immediately stood up and threw the cigarette and lighter to the ground. Resolutely, rage churned in Zihan's heart. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table. Fu Zihan, calm down. It's going to be okay. You won't let anything happen to her. Meanwhile, Ji Ming stood with his hands in his pockets, a sneer playing on his lips. She's been missing for so long, and only Tan Minjuan came looking for her last night. The Fu family still hasn't made a move. It seems she's not doing so well in the Fu family. Ji Ming sat down, reached out to gently pinch her cheek, and then began to speak in a sweet, calculating tone. Xiao, if you had been with me from the start, you wouldn't have ended up in this state. Of course, if you can show enough sincerity now. Ji Ming's hand suddenly clamped over her mouth. Ruanqiao fought back, biting his hand hard. A loud scream erupted. Enraged, Ji Ming slapped her fiercely, the force knocking Ruanqiao to the ground. You ungrateful bitch. He approached Ruanqiao, berating her continuously. Giving you a chance to be with me was already doing you a favor, and you dare to bite me. Fu Zihan doesn't care if you live or die. Right now, you're just a plaything under my control. Even as Ruanqiao screamed in panic, his actions grew more frantic. Get away, Mu Jiming. I'll kill you. Suddenly a voice rang out. What are you doing? The moment he saw Xiao appear, he pretended to cough incessantly, while slowly walking towards Ruanqiao. She spat out venomous words. Lin Ruanqiao, when will you ever change your naturally flirtatious nature? As she approached, she delivered a slap, accompanied by a harsh accusation. First you snatched my Antoine, and now you're trying to snatch my ram. Why do you love snatching other people's men so much? Ji Ming was stunned, his expression shifting as 1,000 calculations ran through his mind. She knows too much about me. I can't afford to turn against her. Ji Ming pulled her back into his arms and began to coax her with sweet words. This little thing isn't even half as beautiful as you. What was that new position you said you learned the other day? Let's go try it. The two quickly left together, Xiao unable to hide her excitement. Damn it. She lay on the ground, still tied up, her face still filled with panic. No, get away, get away. Ruanqiao looked up, her face pleading, water, I want to drink water. He immediately replied, you want water? Beg me. Ruanqiao's eyes silently watched the water drip onto the floor, a voice as faint as the wind escaping her. Please, please. Her weak body trembled as Ruanqiao struggled to crawl towards the puddle of water. Her eyes held only longing and pleading. Give me water. He chained her by the neck and pulled her back, laughing gleefully. Haha, Lin Ruanqiao, you're only fit to be a dog for my amusement. Ruanqiao no longer had the strength to resist. She collapsed on the ground. In her hazy consciousness, she thought, Xiao. Her gaze dimmed bit by bit, covered by a hopeless darkness. Lin Ruanqiao. Ruanqiao remembered the loving and intimate moments with Zihan. on a sparkling beach under a golden sunset. He suddenly knelt on one knee before Ruanqiao, his heart pounding, trembling with excitement. Zixin looked up and said softly, "Qiao Qiao, I admit I initially signed the contract with you for a purpose, but after spending so much time together, I feel like I can't live without you anymore. Let's turn this act into reality." A happy smile suddenly bloomed on Ruanqiao's lips. She struggled to get up and leaned against the wall, trembling as she comforted herself. "No, Fu Zihan won't abandon me. A person can pretend to have feelings for a day, a month, but it's impossible to pretend for that long or to put in so much effort." Beads of sweat dotted Ruanqiao's face, each one rolling down with her relentless effort. Her eyes were still bright, full of hope. "Fu Zihan, I believe in you." In the darkness, rows of brightly lit buildings gradually appeared, as if lighting up life in an endless void. An underground casino in Country M. The man in the elegant suit casually refused. "Young Master Fu, Mr. Wizen is really busy right now, and it's not convenient for him to see guests." Zixin frowned in anger and threw a punch directly at the man in the suit. "I'll say it again, get out of the way." He kicked the door, which slammed open with a bang that echoed through the room. Wizen sat casually in his chair, blowing smoke rings, and slowly asked, "Little brother Fu, what brings you here?" Zixin stood tall with his hands in his pockets, responding in a mocking tone. "Please don't mind my uninvited intrusion, but something urgent came up and I really couldn't wait." He expressed surprise. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen Mr. Fu so flustered." Zixin explained, "My fiancée has gone missing back home, and it's most likely Mu Jiming's doing." He flicked his cigarette ash and asked, "A mere pawn like the Mu family shouldn't be worth your fear, right?" Zixin voiced his concern. "The Hunter organization has gotten involved." He paused, his gaze clearly wavering, a flicker of confusion showing for a moment. Wizen asked in a serious tone, "How does Mr. Fu want me to help you?" "You know, even the wealthiest business families in Country M are afraid of the Hunter organization. You don't expect me to risk my entire gang for one woman, do you?" He began to analyze. "Your plan is actually quite thorough, but you also don't know that I never make a deal I'm not sure about." Zixin's lips curled slightly. "I know that after the Great War 100 years ago, most of the vampires fled to Country M, but they couldn't change their habit of drinking human blood, causing misery for the people. And the only ones who can restrain vampires are werewolves, aren't they?" He looked at Wizen with an expectant gaze. "I believe you're occasionally missing a few people here too, right?" He looked directly at Zixin and asked, "Do you know how much I can make if I sold you out?" He answered firmly, "You won't." In the silent room, the atmosphere between the two men became suffocatingly dreadful. It felt as if one wrong look could make everything explode. Wizen slowly stood up, then suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing, profound and unsettling to the person opposite him. "Ha, that's right." He placed his hand on Zixin's shoulder, his gaze firm, and said softly, as if an unshakable affirmation, "I, Wizen, am definitely not someone who forsakes righteousness for profit." 3 days later, Ruanqiao looked at the sky through the iron bars with a dazed expression. She asked in confusion, "It's been 3 days. Fu Zihan, have you really abandoned me?" Elle pushed open the door with a smile, carrying a tray of food. "Miss Lin, it's time to eat." Ruanqiao looked at her suspiciously and questioned, "I've never seen you before." Mu Jiming would never let a maid in and out of here so easily. "Who are you?" Elle gently raised her hand, passing her the bowl of rice from the tray. Ruanqiao's eyes were blank. Then she thought, This is the tie I gave to Fu Zihan." "That's right." She nodded slightly, conveying a message. The boss said, "If you've thought it through, eat this bowl of rice. Someone will take you to wash up and change later, if you're still stubborn." Ruanqiao looked up. "Just leave it there. I'll think about it." Elle went out and closed the door. Ji Ming praised. "Foreign girls really have skills. Not only are they good in bed, but they also have a way with prisoners." Elle replied happily, "Just you wait to enjoy the beauty." Consciousness gradually returned. She gently opened her eyes, everything before her still blurred in a hazy fog. Bang! Ruanqiao lowered her head, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if she could no longer clearly identify what was in front of her. She looked blankly at my hands. Ruanqiao's eyes were panicked, as if she had realized something. Her face showed incredible fear. Mu Jiming's bedroom. She suddenly realized that the rice ale had brought was drugged. Ruanqiao gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, why did I believe her? But that was definitely Fu Zixin's tie. How could? Her eyes dimmed, despair evident. Could it be that this was Fu Zixin's intention? He was standing right at the door, his cunning face holding a sharp gaze. Xiao, you finally come around. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Minjuan watched anxiously and asked Zixin, are we just going to wait like this? He immediately replied, wait for Ail's signal. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the villa. Ah, get away, don't touch me, get away. The anxiety in his eyes was unconcealed. Are we really not going in? Zixin answered firmly, wait. He was confused. In the past, he would have already rushed into fight. Since returning from Country M, he had become much calmer. Zixin replied, I want to completely eradicate Mu Jiming and not give him another chance to hurt Xiao. She knelt respectfully, Mr. Wizen. He began to introduce, Mr. Fu, this is Ail, my most trusted bodyguard. She will be responsible for infiltrating the Mu residence and gaining Mu Jiming's trust, but this may require a slight sacrifice from your wife. Zixin was expressionless. What do you mean? Wizen reassured him, don't worry, Ail will guarantee her safety and innocence. Wizen put his arm around his shoulder and said, I don't do business at a loss. If I agree to your request, I definitely won't let you worry. He advised, young man, look at the bigger picture. A little patience, and a grand plan can be accomplished. Zixin looked at Ail with a suspicious gaze. He squinted, observing carefully through the binoculars. Zixin looked up and saw the fireworks go up. Ail ordered go. Both of them rushed into the villa as fast as they could. Inside the villa, Ruanqiao was being choked by him. She cursed, Jiming, get away, don't touch me, Fu Zixin. He began to mock, still expecting Fu Zixin to come and save you. How could that guy possibly sacrifice his own life for a woman now? Jiming laughed heartily. Keep struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Deep in Ruanqiao's eyes, unwillingness could be seen. No, I can't repeat the same mistakes. I can't die in this place. She took the opportunity to strike Jiming's vital point with her elbow. He immediately clutched the area, his face contorted in pain. Damn you bitch. Jiming angrily swung his hand and slapped her. Blood started to trickle from the corner of Ruanqiao's mouth. He roughly tore Ruanqiao's clothes. Seeing this, he rushed forward and kicked Jiming away. While untying her, Zixin looked at her with pity. Xiao, don't be afraid, I'm here. Zixin untied her hands, then untied her feet. He took off his coat and draped it over Ruanqiao. She reached out and pushed Zixin away. No, you go away. He was surprised. Xiao, it's me, Fu Zixin. She sat curled up, trembling with fear. Ruanqiao looked at him with a resentful gaze. Get out. Ail rushed in from the doorway with a worried look and asked, Miss Lin, are you okay? She began to explain, I'm very sorry. To make it easier to break through the encirclement, I came up with a desperate plan to have Mu Jiming bring you to this bedroom. Ruanqiao huddled in the corner of the bed, still trembling with fear. Her eyes were like daggers pointed at her. Ail then smiled and soothed her, a smile filled with sympathy. Ruanqiao couldn't hide the fear on her face. So you're also? Ail embraced her. We are both women, so I understand how you feel right now. Although Zixin was reluctant, he had no choice. Ail, I'll leave Xiao in your care for now. Zixin's sharp gaze swept towards the man. Jiming, trembling on the floor, taunted Fu Zixin to come for a woman knowing it's a trap. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He then grabbed Jiming by the neck, a triumphant smile on his face. Is that so? Then let's see who is more ruthless. Without waiting for him to answer or resist, Zixin dragged him out. She had not yet regained her composure. No, I can't die here. I must get my revenge. In her imagination, Ruanqiao remembered the scene of being tortured by him, accompanied by a savage smile. Xiao, baby, are you enjoying it? In that instant, her consciousness thought of Zixin's figure. Ruanqiao leaned forward, trying to reach out to Zixin for help. Fu Zixin, save me. Her light, her only hope, without even a single word of comfort. He turned his back coldly, abandoning Ruanqiao without mercy. Jiming controlled her from behind, selfishly possessing the beauty's body. Xiao, come here. Ruanqiao shed helpless tears. How could this be? Fu Zixin. Her heart felt like it was suffocating. He's a liar. Back in reality, Ail kept stroking her head, waving her hand in front of her, calling her name several times. Miss Lin. She looked at her unfocused brown eyes and gently shook her shoulder. Miss Lin, are you all right? I was worried about you. Ruanqiao finally broke free from her imagination and regained her senses. She pulled the two sides of the coat tighter for a sense of security. It's nothing. I just haven't come back to my senses yet. Ale was silent, embracing Ruanqiao, implying that this support was very solid and would protect her. Ruanqiao pursed her lips, her brows furrowed, but her eyes were gentle and thoughtful. Yeah, how could he risk his life for me? In another scene, Zihan grabbed Ji Ming by the collar. He fell backward, clinging tightly to the railing. Fu Zihan, what are you trying to do? Lala won't let you go. He pursed his lips. Basically, you don't consider the master when you beat the dog. Zihan grabbed Ji Ming's collar and held him over the railing, his limbs twitching instinctively. He threw Ji Ming from the first floor to the ground, letting him free fall. Ji Ming hit the ground with a thud, injured but not dead. He couldn't walk and could only crawl to drag himself along. In extreme fear, Lala, High Priestess Lala, quickly save your subordinate. Fu Zihan is a werewolf. Zihan quickly jumped down, landing in a perfect posture. He walked towards Ji Ming unhurriedly, like a hunting beast, pressuring his opponent. He widened his eyes, his face pale, looking back in terror. 3 hours earlier, in Country M, one of Wisen's men reported hastily, "Boss, it's bad." Another brother was found drained of blood and thrown in a dark sewer. Wei's son angrily crushed the cigarette, but in his hand, his face full of rage. These vampires are getting more and more arrogant. Zihan was a little moved. His big brother was still such a loyal and righteous person. He explained that it was because Wei-san recalled, at that time, I was being choked by a vampire. He said contemptuously, "You rats from the sewers are only fit to be our blood slaves. Even if you all die, the Hunter organization won't care." He concluded, so the Hunter organization is in league with them. He thought, what if they threaten the interests of the Hunter organization? Wei-san was a bit confused by this sentence, not quite understanding. What do you mean? Late at night, on a desolate street corner, Zihan transformed into a werewolf, effortlessly lifting that vampire and growling in a low voice, as if about to devour him alive. The vampire broke out in a cold sweat, watching a long-extinct species baring its fangs at him. This was too absurd. Damn it, aren't werewolves supposed to be extinct? He kicked him away with a powerful blow. This is a warning, not a threat. Go back and tell your leader, if you dare to come out and kill innocents indiscriminately again, I will make your entire vampire race extinct. Meanwhile, Wei-san strode along the wide path leading to the castle, the territory of the Cat People organization. Wei-san stood in the center of the main hall, holding a wooden box high, and politely extended an olive branch of friendship to Yelensa. I am here to discuss a partnership with you. He saw that he was just an ordinary human and weighed the pros and cons. What advantage does an ordinary person have to negotiate a partnership with Yelensa, the leader of our Cat People organization? Wei-san placed the box on the ground and opened it, introducing the scarlet liquid in the glass vial. This is the purest werewolf blood in centuries. Wei-san raised his head confidently, showing off his knowledge. I know you often rely on the vampires, so you don't care even if they kill and drink blood at will. But you also know that werewolves are the nemesis of vampires. If I let the werewolves attack the vampires, what do you think will happen? He concluded with a question. Will the vampires still support the Hunter organization? This was indeed a bolt from the blue. Yelensa was suddenly filled with doubt. How is that possible? Aren't werewolves supposed to be extinct? His subordinate suddenly ran in to report. Chief, the people from the Owen family say they were attacked by a werewolf. Patriarch Owen is furious. Yelensa, who had been sitting comfortably in the main seat, suddenly asked eagerly, "What are your terms?" Wei-san had been waiting for this moment to state his main objective, abandon the new family, and have the High Priestess Laura withdraw from the new family immediately. He paused slightly. His eyes showed hesitation. In the end, Yelensa decided to send his subordinate. Send a message to Laura and tell her to come back immediately. His subordinate accepted the order. Understood. Back to Zihan's side. Qiming was curled up, trembling, begging, please kill me. He pressed on an acupoint on his neck. Zishan was bent on revenge and couldn't kill him yet. You want to die? It's not that easy. He kicked Qi Ming in the lower body again, causing him excruciating pain. He curled up. Zishun had other plans. Chun, tie him up. I'm taking him back to Country M. Min Shun prepared an iron cage just big enough to hold Qi Ming. A black cloth was thrown over it. Qi Ming slightly opened his eyes and saw iron bars blocking his view. He was caged like a large dog, but his miserable appearance was nothing like a pet's. Wei Sun, with his hands in his pockets, asked him, "Is this the guy who kidnapped your wife?" Zishan was determined to avenge Ruanqiao. "I'll make him wish you were dead." He called over several muscular men. "This is easy. In prison, rapists are the most unpopular because everyone despises them. Boys, let this guy have a good time." The cage door swung open. Qi Ming struggled desperately. No, don't touch me. It's disgusting. Get away." Zishan laughed sarcastically. "Disgusting? What they're doing to you isn't even a tenth of what you did to those girls." He cried out hoarsely, "Fu Zihan, if you have the guts, just kill me. Are you even a man?" A moment later, naked, Qi Ming leaned against the corner of the cage, begging Fu Zihan, "Kill me. I'm begging you, kill me." He told Wei Sun the most important thing. He can't die. He curled his lips into a smirk, signaling for the vampires to take turns. Wei Sun finally fed him, offering it as a reward with a condition. "You must be very hungry. This is your reward, but don't kill him. If he dies, I'll hold you responsible." Qi Ming had nowhere to retreat and could only turn his head aside. He was panicked. "No, I don't want to become a monster. Don't do this to me, Fu Zihan." The vampire didn't hesitate at all, pressing its nauseating skin against Qi Ming. It bit down on his neck and began to suck his blood with pleasure. Ruanqiao was currently locked in her room. Nian Qi, holding a bowl of kanji, knocked on the door over and over. "Qiao, can you open the door?" Jinjin then said, "Let me try. Qiao and I are so close. Maybe she'll be willing to see me." She knocked gently on the door, wanting to bet on their years of friendship. "Qiao, it's me, Jinjin. Can I come in?" The door opened, probably because of the voice. Ruanqiao was sitting on the bed, hugging a pillow. Jinjin also slowly placed the kanji on the nightstand beside her. She immediately comforted her. "Qiao, it's okay, it's all over now. The bad guy has received the punishment he deserves. Fu Zihan didn't abandon you either. He's been planning all along. He didn't want to give Qi Ming another chance to hurt you." Ruanqiao pressed her temples. Jinjin had no choice but to take out her phone. "If you don't believe me, then let Fu Zihan tell you himself." Through the small screen, Zishun sorrowfully confessed to her. Qiao, are you okay? I'm sorry I wasn't faster. Ruanqiao couldn't hear anything. She only knew she was angry. "Get out, I don't want to hear his voice, get out." Jinjin turned and walked towards the door. She whispered to him into the phone, "Don't lose heart. I'll try to persuade her." Ruanqiao cried silently, the suppressed grievances finally turning into tears. "Fu Zihan, you could have told me your plan in advance, to let me be mentally prepared. You clearly could have." The next day, the doctor examined Ruanqiao, then walked out and closed the door. Nian Qi asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is Qiao?" She reported truthfully, "The young madam is currently traumatized and has an instinctive stress reaction whenever she hears or sees Fu Zihan. I personally suggest that we should proceed with hypnosis therapy to temporarily forget the past between the two of them." She hadn't expected it to be this serious, her brow furrowing slightly in disbelief. Nian Qi held the doctor's hand, hoping for a gentler solution. "No, doctor, can you think of another way? Qiao is Zishan's life. If she forgets him, how will he go on living?" She then comforted her. The hypnosis therapy is only temporary. Forgetting the past and then re-establishing contact. She won't resist when she remembers. Jinjin was always thoughtful. "Auntie, why don't we tell Fu Zihan about this? I think he has the right to know." She also thought so and nodded slightly. Nian Qi then called Zishun and told him the situation. "Son, what do you think?" He readily agreed. "Mom, let's do the hypnosis therapy. As long as Qiao can get better, anything is fine." She finally gave her answer helplessly. "Doctor, we agree to the hypnosis therapy." Half a month later, one evening at the Fu family villa, Zishan gently turned the doorknob and opened Ruanqiao's room. He could only sneak in while she was fast asleep. Zishan came to the bedside, looked at his beloved, and silently apologized. "Qiao, this time it was my negligence. Don't worry, from now on I'll always be by your side and never let you get hurt again." He planted a kiss on Ruanqiao's cheek, secretly sending a bit of sweetness into her dreams. As soon as Zihan closed the door, Nian Qi asked from behind him, "Son, you've been handling work during the day and only daring to sneak in to see Qiao Qiao at night. How can your body take it?" He accepted it willingly and instructed her, "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Just don't let Qiao Qiao know I've been here. I don't want to make her uncomfortable." Half a month later, Xinjin came to help Ruanqiao move some heavy boxes. She would occasionally ask Xinjin, "Help me move that suitcase over." Xinjin asked curiously, "Oh, Qiao Qiao, why are you suddenly moving out?" She didn't answer, but handed her a neat piece of paper. "Xinjin, help me give this to Fu Zihan." Xinjin was surprised. Divorce papers? She suspected there was a misunderstanding between them. "Qiao Qiao, why do you really want to divorce Fu Zihan?" But Ruanqiao replied calmly, "The most important thing between a husband and wife is honesty. It doesn't matter what Fu Zihan's intentions were." Ruanqiao handed Xinjin a plate of pastries. "Oh, right, we just moved here. I made this box of pastries myself. Help me take it to our neighbor." She suddenly panicked. Oh no, shoot. Should I tell Qiao Qiao that the neighbor is actually Zihan? She flipped through a commemorative photo album. Every page, every photo evoked a sense of something missed. Although we only had a contract marriage, looking at these photos, maybe we were once very happy. Ruanqiao glanced at the glass door and noticed something familiar. She looked down from upstairs, half doubting. "This car, it looks like Fu Zihan's car. Am I seeing things?" Ruanqiao smiled and comforted herself. "Forget it, I must be seeing things. Divorce is the fairest decision for both of us." Xinjin pulled her to a lively place, weaving through the crowd. Ruanqiao had a hard time adjusting to entertainment venues. "Gosh, Xinjin, I'm really not used to places like this." She wanted her to have a new experience at the bar. "Hey, your life is just a straight line between home and the office every day. You should meet some new friends." A man, attracted to Ruanqiao, boldly greeted her. "Hello, can I buy you a drink?" She was about to raise her hand to refuse, but Xinjin beat her to it. "Can you buy one for both of us?" He responded happily, "Of course. I wouldn't refuse a request from a beautiful lady." Upstairs, Zihan watched the figures of Ruanqiao and a strange man walking together. Min Chun gently swirled the wine in his glass and raised an eyebrow. "Hey, can you really tolerate someone trying to steal your girl? That's your wife." He drained the wine in his glass, pretending not to care. "Qiao Qiao has already divorced me." He knew what Zihan was thinking. "Don't tell me I don't understand you. You haven't even signed the papers." He watched the three of them downstairs laughing and talking. How could his heart not be in turmoil? Zihan gripped the empty glass, his hand trembling. He couldn't bear to watch this scene any longer and bid an early farewell to Min Chun. "I have something to do. I'm leaving first." Outside the dance floor, a group of people sat chatting by the bar. Li Xinjin patted the man next to her on the shoulder. "Let me tell you, don't you get any ideas about her. Although she's divorced, she has a husband who loves her very much. He was willing to give up his life to save her. Because he doesn't want her to suffer, he only dares to watch her secretly at night. To protect her, he even bought the apartment next door. You're not good enough." Ruanqiao, who was beside her, quickly turned her face to look at her. "Hey, Xinjin, sober up. Is what you're saying true?" Li Xinjin leaned against her. "Qiao Qiao, Fu Zihan told me not to tell you, and it's been really hard for me. I'm your best friend. I don't want to make you sad, but I really want you to be happy." Looking up, Ruanqiao suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Fu Zihan. She quickly took out her phone and called Min Chun. "Hey, Brother Chun, where are you?" "Upstairs." "Then come down quickly and help me take care of Xinjin. She's had too much to drink. I have something to do." A moment later, Min Chun came down, looking puzzled at Ruanqiao's flustered state. "Where are you going?" Ruanqiao didn't answer him. She ran out quickly, searching for someone. "Fu Zihan, if what Xinjin said is true, why don't you dare to see me?" Later, she returned to the private room. As soon as Min Chun saw her, he asked, "How was it? You didn't find him?" Seeing that Ruanqiao didn't respond, he sighed. "It's normal. I've known him for over 20 years. He's been a fearless young master since he was a child. It was only after meeting you that he started to know fear." Min Chun sat down and took a sip from his glass. He said to Ruanqiao, "After your accident, he changed completely. Seeing you suffer, he started to hate himself, feeling that he was the one who put you in this situation and that you were right to leave him." So, Ruanqiao continued his sentence. "So he doesn't dare to see me, only daring to come see me secretly when I'm asleep, and even buying the apartment apartment next door to protect me, afraid that I'll get hurt again. Min Chun nodded. Yes. Hearing this confirmation, Ruanqiao felt a mix of emotions. But did he ever ask if I needed it? He's always like this, always making decisions on his own. He never asks if I need it. She looked up directly at Min Chun. Chun, I want to ask you to help me put on a show. A moment later, after hearing Ruanqiao's intention, Min Chun shook his head and refused. No, that won't work. Ruanqiao interrupted him. Don't you want to see the old, fearless young master of the Fu family again? Min Chun thought silently for a moment, then sighed. All right. So the next day, Fu Zihan was sitting in his office, playing with his cat. What's wrong, Jibao? Do you miss your mommy? He reached out and stroked its head. I miss your mommy too. Hearing the doorbell, Fu Zihan walked out holding the cat. As soon as he opened the door, a voice came through. Hello, neighbor. I'd like to ask you something. The person at the door was Ruanqiao. As soon as Jibao saw her, it pounced over and Ruanqiao caught it. Oh, what a cute little cat. This is the cat we used to have. Fu Zihan was surprised. You remember? Ruanqiao nodded at Fu Zihan. Yes, I'm much better now, but I don't know if it will hurt to touch you. After all, it's all in the past. I came to find you just to ask if you know what a Chun likes. His birthday is coming up, and I want to get him a birthday present. I want to pursue him. Fu Zihan's hand behind the door tightened. Are you serious? A few days later, Min Chun was waiting for Ruanqiao outside the apartment. Xiao, you're here. Fu Zihan glanced at his car, then said, You changed your car. Huh? Who was it that insisted this was the only memento of his first love? Min Chun looked at Ruanqiao blankly, then said, One has to look forward and cherish the person in front of them. Looking up at the sky, he said an out-of-place sentence, so frivolous. In the sky, a few birds were flying freely. Later, at a villa in the suburbs, Ruanqiao, Min Chun, and Li Zhenjin were gathered around a charcoal grill, while Fu Zihan sat to the side, watching them. Li Zhenjin lowered her voice and spoke to Ruanqiao and Min Chun. Do you two think this trick will work on young Master Fu? Min Chun nodded. It should. No man can stand seeing the woman he loves being close to another man. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruanqiao took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Fu Zihan's hand, which had been resting at his side, tightened as he forced himself to endure. Li Zhenjin walked over to him to probe. Hey, are you really not going to come out and help? Fu Zihan refused flatly. I'm not going. Li Zhenjin said, Oh, and he said that Xiao just asked me to call you out to help. In that case, I'll go tell her now that you refuse to help. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to see that Fu Zihan was already walking towards the other side. Li Zhenjin sighed. I wonder when young Master Fu will stop pretending. Fu Zihan came to where Ruanqiao and Min Chun were. He squeezed between the two of them and said, I'll help. Min Chun also knew what was going on and made an excuse to leave. I'll go check if the grill is hot. After he left, Ruanqiao said softly, Fu Zihan, I picked out a tie for a Chun and even made him a cake myself. Do you think a Chun will like it? Fu Zihan's motion of skewering the meat paused slightly. He suddenly remembered the first time Ruanqiao gave him a gift. She had smiled so brightly then, saying, Thank you for helping me out today. I want to give you this gift. Back in the present, he replied to her casually, Yeah, he'll be happy. Fu Zihan thought, You gave that tie to me. How can you give it to another man? Later, when the food was served, Min Chun sat down next to Fu Zihan and offered him a glass of wine. Want some? Fu Zihan shook his head and refused. I'm not drinking. Min Chun nodded and raised his glass to drink it himself. Then I'll drink it. This is wine that Xiao spent all afternoon brewing herself. Before he could finish, Fu Zihan turned and snatched the glass from his hand. He drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Min Chun's mouth twitched slightly. Have a good night. Fu Zihan's vision blurred. He watches retreating back. Min Chun, you dare to drub my wine. Just then, Ruanqiao came out to support Fu Zihan. What's wrong with you? Fu Zihan sniffed. This scent is Xiao's. Ruanqiao continued. I'll help you to rest. She helped him into the room and called out softly, Fu Zihan. Then Ruanqiao suddenly heard him muttering, Xiao, give me 2 more years. She helped him lie down flat on the bed. You've had too much to drink. Rest early. Fu Zihan suddenly grabbed Ruanqiao's hand. I'm afraid of implicating you. The Hunter organization has its eyes on me. I don't want you to go through something like what happened with Qi Ming again. Ruanqiao leaned closer and asked him, So you pushed me away, thinking that as long as I left you, I would be safe, right? Fu Zihan held her hand and rubbed it against his face. Yes. Ruanqiao's eyes filled with tears. Fu Zihan let me ask you, you knew long ago that I was taken by Qi Ming, so why did you still use me as bait? Fu Zihan avoided her gaze. To make the hunter organization give up on him completely, I needed enough leverage and evidence. Ruanqiao hesitated. But the fastest way was to use me as bait to force him to make a mistake, right? Fu Zihan lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's my fault. I thought my plan was flawless. I thought I could show up in time. But I underestimated how twisted Qi Ming was. I didn't expect him to." Before he could finish, Ruanqiao held his face. Fu Zihan, let me ask you, you never really thought about giving up on me, did you? Fu Zihan didn't answer immediately. He thought, my reason tells me, yes, to completely extinguish Xiao's feelings for me, to make her completely disappointed in me. But before he could decide how to answer, Ruanqiao held his face and kissed him. But the desire in my heart tells me. Fu Zihan closed his eyes, with only one thought left in his mind, I want her. He tightened his arms around Ruanqiao. I want more. Fu Zihan rolled over and switched places with Ruanqiao, her back touching the soft bed. Ruanqiao frowned slightly. My body is still a little unused to it, but I want to try. The two of them ignored everything outside, their minds now filled only with each other's breath. Night fell. The wind rustled past the eaves, and the light in the room cast their intertwined silhouettes on the window frame. The next morning, Fu Zihan woke up in a daze. My head hurt so much. I remember I drank the wine a Chun gave me, and then I dreamed that Xiao and I. Before he could finish, Ruanqiao's clear voice came from outside. Fu Zihan, come help me blow dry my hair. Fu Zihan responded reflexively. Okay, I'm coming. He got up, put on a bathrobe, and went to find Ruanqiao. Fu Zihan gently blow-dried her hair. Ruanqiao opened her eyes and looked at him in the mirror. What's wrong? Not going to admit it. Fu Zihan answered her seriously. Actually, I knew long ago that a Chun had drugged the wine. I could tell from just one sip. Ruanqiao turned to look at him. And you still drank it? Fu Zihan nodded. He said you made it yourself. Ruanqiao found it amusing. She reached out and hooked his belt. You drank it because I made it myself? Fu Zihan put down the hairdryer. He pressed her against the sink behind her. Yes. Ruanqiao wrapped her arms around his neck. Fu Zihan, I want you. Fu Zihan's eyes widened as he looked at her in disbelief. Zihan gently held Ruanqiao. Zihan spoke to himself sorrowfully. This feeling of losing and regaining something, I don't want to experience it again. Zihan shed silent tears. Suddenly, I don't want to perish together with them either. He gently kissed Ruanqiao's ear. Maybe there's a way to have the best of both worlds, to both protect Xiao from harm and eliminate the hunter organization. Let me think. The next day, in the office, Zihan was focused on his work, and she stood beside him, watching him. Ruanqiao looked at the mountain of documents on the desk and thought to herself, Fu Zihan, do you really have this much work to deal with at the branch company every day? Zihan took Ruanqiao's hand and answered gently. For the past 20 years, I've been irresponsible and idle, and I've fallen far behind. If I don't work harder, how can I ever catch up to you? He hugged her tightly, weakly. I want to be someone you can rely on, to be able to support all your decisions, to help you do anything you want without any worries. Zihan looked up at Ruanqiao, his gaze warm, and smiled gently. She leaned down and gently kissed his forehead. Fu Zihan, thank you. The romantic atmosphere was suddenly broken by the ringing of a phone. Zihan answered it, displeased. A message came from the other end. Young master, something has happened to the old madam. Come to the company quickly. He said grimly, okay, I understand. On the other side, in the conference room, Nianqi sat quietly as someone complained incessantly. Sister-in-law, last time your daughter-in-law was kidnapped, the Fu family did nothing. Now, public opinion has exploded. They're saying the chairwoman of the Fu group is cold and ruthless, disregarding her daughter-in-law's life. The Fu group stock has already dropped by 10 points. That person was Ping Xuan. He smiled with great interest. Luckily, the hunter organization is pushing all this from behind the scenes. Fu Zihan's second uncle, Fu Pingxuan, recalled his conversation with Lala. He had proposed, I know you're aware of Fu Zihan's identity, and I also know what you've always wanted. Cooperate with us. The position of chairman of the Fu group will be yours, and Fu Zihan's life will be ours. How about it? The shareholders were in a heated discussion, and someone chimed in. That's right. I propose the board of directors hold a vote to see if Mrs. Fu is still fit to continue as CEO. Another person followed. I agree. We can't just watch the Fu Group's stock plummet to bankruptcy because of a cold-blooded woman. He proposed. I propose that Fu Pingchuan take over as CEO. The man with glasses agreed. I agree. A man should be in charge. He accepted. I agree as well. Pingchuan stood up and bowed slightly. Sister-in-law, I was just momentarily confused. What mother doesn't think of her son? How about this? If everyone approves of me, Fu Pingchuan, then I will temporarily take over the position of CEO. Once sister-in-law is well rested, I will return the position at any time. Zixin appeared just in time. He said sarcastically, anyone who didn't know better would think second uncle was my father. He explained, Zixin, you misunderstand. Second uncle was also forced into this. He pushed the door open and walked in. Zixin demanded coldly, is that so? Then, second uncle, how about we compete fairly? The branch company is currently planning the Xinjiang commercial project. It seems second uncle also has the old residential area demolition and renovation project. Why don't we have a contest? He smiled provocatively. Within 1 week, we will each complete our project proposals and profit assessment reports. After a week, the board will vote. If I win, the position of chairman of the branch company is mine. If second uncle wins, second uncle will be the CEO of the Fu Group. Pingchuan accepted Zixin's terms. It's settled then. However, it wouldn't look good for an old man like me to compete with you. How about this? I'll have Z compete in my place. He answered confidently, I will definitely not disappoint my father. Zixin helped Nianxi to leave. Z reached out to stop them. Hey, business is done. We should talk about family matters now. The first rule of the Fu family is family harmony, brotherly love, and mutual respect. Annie showed no concern for her daughter-in-law's life or death. Doesn't that count as breaking the family rules? Shouldn't she be expelled from the Fu family? He asked, puzzled, what do you mean? He interrupted him. Fu Z, do you have any right to interrupt when your elders are speaking? Z was indignant. Isn't Fu Zixin also a junior? Pingchuan proposed to Nianxi. Sister-in-law, Zixin. In this matter, sister-in-law did indeed violate the family rules. However, I don't think expulsion from the family is necessary. How about temporarily going to the ancestral hall to reflect? He felt uneasy. Second uncle is going too far. She stopped Zixin. I'll go with mom to the ancestral hall. Nianxi comforted him. Don't worry. Just focus on the project. I'll be very safe in the ancestral hall. She left with him and Zixin clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress his anger. Back in the office, Ruanqiao said worriedly, it's so late and you're still so busy. The work is endless. You should get some rest. Zixin replied, I don't have much time left. She looked at the computer screen, the profit assessment report, and the Xinjiang commercial plan. He wearily explained everything again. Second uncle is using mom to threaten me. If the board votes against the Xinjiang commercial project in a week, he will become the executive director of the Fu Group's board. Ruanqiao took Zixin's hand. She smiled. Have you forgotten? I've researched this project before, too. He was stunned. You mean? Ruanqiao silently worked on the computer. Zixin was surprised. This is your complete project evaluation plan and report from before. She answered seriously, yes, and now it's yours. He was shocked, but this is the fruit of your hard work for several months. I can't. Ruanqiao interrupted Zixin. Annie Fu has been very good to me. If the power of the Fu Group falls into the hands of an outsider, who can I rely on to get my revenge? He was moved. She said with a faint smile, all right, I've already sent the file to your assistant. He'll handle the rest. You should drink your milk and go to sleep. Zixin obediently listened. Okay. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sky was getting dark. Z decided, no, this is a rare opportunity. I must make Dad look at me in a new light. No matter what, I have to beat Fu Zixin. Second young master, his assistant replied, I understand. That's why I bribed Fu Zixin's assistant long ago. The phone rang. He picked it up. Really? Okay, send it to me. Z's assistant handed him the phone. This is the profit assessment report for the Xinjiang commercial project that Fu Zixin's assistant just sent over. Z was puzzled. 12.1 billion. Our project assessment is 11.8 billion. We're short by 300 million. What should we do? He suggested, why don't we revise the project plan and see if there's anywhere we can make up for it. Z looked at the phone. There's no time. He ordered, go get the finance director and the product manager. Z's assistant hesitated. Are you thinking of embezzling public funds? Second young master, that's illegal. He smiled sinisterly. As long as we secretly cover it up with Fu Zishin's profit report afterward, I won't lose. The next day, at the Fu Group, a tall and luxurious building. Two projects were on the screen. One, the Xinjiang Commercial District Project, profit 12.1 billion, 27 votes. One, the Old Residential Area Demolition, Relocation, and Renovation Project, profit 12.1 billion, 27 votes. Everyone was astonished. The profits are the same, and the votes are the same. What should we do now? Z handed Zishin a glass of water. Cousin, have some water. No matter the outcome, we're still good brothers in the same family. He silently looked at the glass of water in front of him. He glanced at the assistant behind him, who signaled that everything had been taken care of. Early in the morning, Zishin had drunk a cup of coffee someone gave him. He remembered it and muttered to himself, something's wrong with my body. Turning into a werewolf in a place like this will definitely scare the directors. Zishin looked at Z suspiciously. Fu Z. He watched him smile. Someone suggested, don't we have one more director? He hasn't arrived yet. Should we call and ask who he's voting for? Ruanqiao's voice rang out. Haven't I already arrived? She walked in confidently. When I got married, Mrs. Fu gave me 10% of the Fu Group's shares. I am a rightful director of the Fu Group. In this vote, I cast for Fu Zishin. Z stood up, unconvinced. You're Fu Zishin's wife. Of course you'd vote for him. This is unfair. Ruanqiao retorted, then you're also my cousin. Is my cousin trying to stir up discord between brothers? I seem to recall, what was the first rule of the Fu family? He looked up at her, confused. What do you mean? Ruanqiao walked over and explained. Think about it. How could I have gotten the evidence of your embezzlement so quickly? It was all given to me by second uncle. He knew you were incapable, yet he has long coveted the position of heir. He wanted to use my hand to get rid of you. He sat down, stunned. No, impossible. I'm his biological son. She sneered. He only loves himself. In his eyes, a useless son is no different from trash. Z tried to escape reality. No, Dad, I'm not trash. I'm not. Zishin stood up and asked, Fu Z, your father has never valued you since you were a child. Don't you know that? Did you just naively think that, as long as you gained his approval, he would let you inherit everything from him in the future? He said in a low voice. But what you don't know is that your father is a businessman who calculates everything clearly. If he has to abandon his son to gain power, he will abandon you without hesitation. After speaking, Zishin and Ruanqiao turned to leave. Z stood up in disbelief. His chair fell backward, and Z tripped over it. He fell heavily to the ground and shouted, No, I don't believe it. You and Ruanqiao ganged up to deceive me. At this moment, Ping Chuan was leisurely playing chess. Z's assistant approached respectfully. Sir, the young master is crying and making a scene, wanting to ask you for a clear explanation. He said with a faint smile. That useless thing should have died with his mother. He said, but he is your son, after all. Ping Chuan was dismissive. That useless piece of trash is not worthy of being my son. All right, send the proposal over. Get Fu Zishin to sign off on the Old Residential Area Demolition Project. He replied, yes. Ruanqiao poured him water. You took all the credit. You let Fu Zishin take all the blame. Look at how badly he's being cursed by people. News came from the TV. The Old Residential Area Renovation Project has officially begun. Fu Group Director Fu Zishin led people to carry out a forced demolition, sparking the anger of old residents. Is this move by the Fu Group too heartless? Many people were holding signs. Drive out Fu Zishin. Boycott the Fu Group's forced demolition. Exactly. If it weren't for Chairman Fu Pingchuan's proposal to build affordable housing, we'd all be homeless on the streets now. Ruanqiao rushed in and asked, Fu Zishin, what's going on? How did the Old Residential Area Renovation Project end up in your hands? And what's this about a forced demolition? Zishin was startled. He thought to himself, I can't let Xiao Xiao know that second uncle is using mom as a hostage. I can't let her worry. Zishin hugged her tightly. Ouch. I've been tired all day, and as soon as you get home, you start asking all these questions. Why do I still have to work when I get home? I've been busy all day. Can't I get a little reward? He gently kissed Ruanqiao's lips. She shyly turned her face away. A reward? What reward? Zishin kissed Ruanqiao tenderly. He whispered in her ear, "Xiao Xiao, I want you." The two embraced tightly, lost in their passion. The next day, Ruanqiao woke up with a start. She muttered to herself. He went to the study to work so early. Ruanqiao slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I was so captivated by his charm last night that I forgot about Fu Zixin's old residential area renovation project." She hurriedly got out of bed. Meanwhile, Zixin was observing a box. Fu Pingchuan. Ruanqiao pushed the door open and walked in. "What's wrong?" He made a phone call. "Fu Pingchuan, I know what you want. I'll give you what you want, but you absolutely cannot touch my mother." He replied calmly, I know. She's your second uncle's sister-in-law, after all. But you also know the rules of the Hunter organization. They are neither light nor heavy, and show no mercy." Zixin saw her standing at the door. "Xiao Xiao, why are you here?" Ruanqiao said worriedly, "You didn't look well just now. What's wrong?" He hugged her wearily. "I've been so tired these past few days. There's so much work." "Xiao Xiao, help me." Ruanqiao asked, "Are you going on a business trip?" She gently stroked Zixin's head. Okay, leave the work to me." Ruanqiao turned to leave. He watched her and smiled. "I can't let Xiao Xiao get involved." Zixin quickly made a call. "Hey, Chun, help me put on a show." Min Chun said helplessly, "What's with you two? Am I part of your game?" He went to the black box. Zixin was holding a strange girl and dancing with her. The man sitting next to Min Chun was puzzled. "What's wrong with young Master Qin? Hasn't young Master Fu turned over a new leaf? Why is he out partying again? Did they have another fight?" He replied coldly, "Get lost." Our young Master Fu's thoughts, something you can guess. Lin Suo secretly made a call. "Hello, Chairman Fu. Young Master Fu has indeed been at the bar these past few days and has barely left." Pingchuan was excited. "Fu Zixin, you know what's good for you." He instructed, "Go and inform the directors that the board will reach a consensus tomorrow." The next morning, sunlight shone on the Fu group. Pingchuan said, "Zixin is in our family. Perhaps because his mother is suffering in the ancestral hall, his mind is always on her. This has led to a lack of focus at work." The shareholders were furious. He slammed the table and shouted, "Is that what you call a lack of focus at work? He can't bear to see his mother suffer, so he frequents entertainment venues with a woman on each arm all day." Another chimed in, "That's right. I don't think someone like him is fit to be the heir of the Fu family. I propose we revoke Fu Zixin's position as heir, and at the same time, formally appoint you, Fu Pingchuan, as the executive chairman of the Fu group." Other shareholders followed suit. I agree as well." He silently watched the scene before him and smiled with satisfaction. A car stopped in front of Zixin's villa. A bag was thrown out of the car, landing heavily on the ground. He rushed to sit down and checked the bag that was thrown at his doorstep. Zixin tremblingly opened the black bag to check. He cried out, "Mom." A man announced, "Young master, from today on, you will no longer have the right to continue living in the Fu family's old residence." A few days later, Ruanqiao was restless and worried. "What happened to Fu Zixin? He's only been on a business trip for a few days, and I can't reach him." She tried calling him. "Hello, Fu Zixin." The other end of the line replied, "Hello, what do you want with young Master Fu?" Ruanqiao shouted angrily, "Who are you? Where is Fu Zixin?" A moment later, Zixin was with two beautiful girls, having a great time. She found him and shouted, "Fu Zixin." Ruanqiao gently persuaded him, "Zixin, I know it's hard for you with Annie gone like that. Come on, let's go home, okay?" She reached out her hand to Zixin. "I will always be by your side." He silently looked at Ruanqiao without saying a word. Zixin gave a faint smile, then said mockingly, "Miss Lin, have you been acting for so long that you've even fooled yourself?" She was bewildered. Ruanqiao asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" He explained calmly, "What I mean is, we were a contract couple to begin with. I played along with you for so long, and I don't want to play anymore, okay?" Zixin lightly kissed the cheek of the girl next to him. He said provocatively, "Which woman here isn't more alluring than you?" Zixin said deliberately, "I admit, I found you interesting at first, but then I discovered that someone like you only knows work and revenge. It's really very boring, so I don't want to play anymore." Ruanqiao was hurt. "Are you saying everything you did with me before was an act?" He stood up, moved closer to her, and Zixin asked, "Didn't I act well? I think I could make it in the entertainment industry, don't you think?" Ruanqiao picked up a wine bottle from the table. She smashed the bottle hard on his head. Ruanqiao shouted angrily, "Fu Zixin, you bastard." She turned and left. The woman ran over and asked, "Who was that? She just hit someone and leaves? Quick, call security to stop her and send her to the police station." Zixin looked back at her. He threatened, "You dare touch her and see what happens." Min Chun stood up and said, "Go get a doctor to bandage young Master Fu. I'm stepping out for a bit." He hurried after Ruanqiao. She looked at Min Chun, tears streaming down her face. He proposed. Can we talk for a moment? The two went outside and sat down. Ruanqiao asked, so Fu Pingchuan used Anti-Fu to threaten Fu Zihan into giving up the Fu group, and in the end he killed the hostage? Min Chun replied, while drinking a beer. That's right, he proposed. Fu Zihan is actually very simple. He can act for a day or two. Do you think he would spend so much effort just to play with a woman? Think about it carefully yourself. I'm going to see how badly he's hurt. Min Chun left, and she sat quietly in thought. He walked in and asked, not acting anymore? Min Chun said irritably, act what? Min Chun sat down and questioned him. Let me ask you, is it that you felt you'd never met a woman like Miss Lin before? So you initially wanted to play around out of curiosity, but after getting married, you felt a sense of responsibility, so you kept trying to be good to her. At that moment, Ruanqiao had just reached the door. She heard the conversation and stopped. Zihan replied coldly, yes, but my mother has passed away. I'm in no mood to play along with her anymore. She heard his words and sadly turned away in silence. Min Chun said, Miss Lin must have heard all that just now. This time, she really won't bother you again. Zihan was shocked. He quickly stood up and ran out. It was already dark, in a tall building. Ruanqiao was carrying a suitcase. She gently placed a piece of paper on the table. Lin Ruanqiao, why do you still have illusions about men? Ruanqiao looked at the divorce papers and said to herself, what gave you the confidence to think that Fu Zihan would change for you? Ruanqiao dragged her suitcase and walked out of the house. Zihan was a step too late. He pushed the door open and walked in. She's already gone. Zihan sat in a chair and lit a cigarette. He held a necklace in his hand and reminisced. Zihan had once knelt down to confess. Xiao, I admit I signed a contract with you with an ulterior motive at first. But in the time we've spent together, it seems I can't live without you. Let's turn our act into reality. He thought to himself, Xiao, don't worry, I will help you get your revenge. But I also hope you live well. Min Chun turned on the light. He said worriedly, why didn't you answer your phone? I thought you might have done something rash. Min Chun sat next to Zihan. You actually love Lin Ruanqiao very much, don't you? If you love her, why push her away? Because you want to give her the best. But have you asked for her opinion? You made the decision for her without asking. That's too selfish. He was silent, then said, do you know what I was thinking when I saw my mother's body? Zihan stated, I was thinking, what if the next body lying in front of me was Xiao's? What would I do? He shed a tear. I found that I absolutely couldn't imagine that scene. Zihan said sadly, I just want her to live well. Completely cutting ties with me is the best protection for her. The next day, at the Lin group, people in the company were gossiping. Did you see the trending topics? Young Master Fu is indulging in entertainment. CEO Lin and young Master Fu got divorced. The woman sneered, I told you so. Someone like young Master Fu would get tired of playing and kick CEO Lin to the curb sooner or later. Without the Fu group as a backer, I'm afraid CEO Lin's position is about to be shaken. Lin Ji shouted loudly, don't you have work to do? Who allowed you to gossip about your superiors behind their backs? The woman muttered, wait until she gets fired. Let's see how arrogant she can be then. In the conference room, someone said CEO Lin and young Master Fu are divorced. The Fu group has also withdrawn its support for the Lin group. This is a huge scandal. Another chimed in, that's right. I don't think Lin Ruanqiao is fit to continue sitting in the CEO's seat. It's not good for the Lin group stock. Xiao pretended to be concerned. Dad, it's not sister's fault. Men, which one of them doesn't cheat? We should advise her to endure it. Ruanqiao made a decision. Xiao, considering the current public opinion about you, for the benefit of the Lin group, you should temporarily stay out of company affairs. Ruanqiao replied reluctantly, I understand. He shouted. Meeting adjourned. She received a phone call. Pingchuan proposed, Miss Lin, I heard you and Fu Zihan got divorced. Do you have time to come to the ancestral home for a meal? Ruanqiao was surprised. I remember Min Chun said that Fu Pingchuan was responsible for Anti-Fu's death. What is he planning now by looking for me? I might as well go and probe his intentions. She agreed to his suggestion. Lin Xiao secretly followed Ruanqiao today. At the board meeting, Ruanqiao so easily accepted being dismissed. She must have something up her sleeve. I need to follow her and see. Fu Pingchuan feigned affection. Xiao, have taste. These are all your favorite dishes. She became vigilant. Second uncle had the kitchen make these especially for me, deliberately inquiring about my preferences. Is he trying to win me over? Or is there some other conspiracy? Ruanqiao replied politely, thank you, second uncle. Just as she finished speaking, Fu Zihan rushed over from behind. He pulled Ruanqiao out of the restaurant. In Zihan's villa, she shouted angrily, Fu Zihan, what are you doing? Let go of me. He ordered from now on. You're not allowed to see Fu Pingxuan privately again, and you're certainly not allowed to go to the ancestral home alone. Ruanqiao smiled faintly. Young Master Fu, have you forgotten that we are already divorced? He asked sadly. I'm doing all this for your own good. Can't you just listen to me for once? She walked past Zihan coldly. No need for young Master Fu to trouble himself. He pondered, Xiao, how can I get you completely out of danger? Lin Xiao secretly watched from a distance, muttering to herself. After Fu Zihan is kicked out of the Fu family, the master of this ancestral home will definitely be Fu Pingxuan. Lin Xiao revealed a sinister smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She rang the doorbell. The person inside asked doubtfully, Hello, who is it? Lin Xiao replied, The second young lady of the Lin family, Lin Xiao. I'd like to discuss a partnership with Chairman Fu. The next day, Ruanqiao pushed the door open forcefully. Dad, why did you give the CEO position to Lin Xiao overnight? She feigned confusion. What are you talking about? Whether you're the CEO or I am, isn't it still someone from the Lin family? Do you think my abilities are inferior to yours? She said, Xiao, although your sister is younger than you, the education she's received since she was a child is in no way less than yours. As her older sister, how can you look down on your sister so much? She sneered. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will be crooked. With a homewrecker mother like you, who murdered her way to the top, why would you expect me to value her? Lin Yin angrily smashed something. Are you saying that I, the upper beam, am not straight either? Ruanqiao was fearless. She smiled faintly. As long as Dad knows. He slapped Ruanqiao across the face. Kneel. You can't even hold on to your own man, and you've disgraced yourself outside, bringing shame to our entire Lin family. You still have the nerve to come back and criticize your mother and sister? Lin Yin questioned angrily. Do you have any idea that if it weren't for your sister, the Fu family would have really pulled their investment from the Lin family? The Lin family stock would have plummeted to rock bottom. This is all your fault. Lin Xiao advised. Dad, sister didn't do it on purpose. After all, her mother died early, and she doesn't listen to me or Mom. It's inevitable that she lacks discipline. He roared. From today on, you are not welcome in the Lin family. Get out. It was raining heavily outside. Ruanqiao walked sorrowfully in the rain. She knelt before Nianxi's grave. Ruanqiao caressed the tombstone in anguish. Auntie, Xiao has no home to go back to. I remember the first time I met you. You said you liked me very much and wanted to treat me like a daughter. She shed sad tears. But I never got the chance to be filial to you. Ruanqiao confided, My mother died early, and now even my father doesn't want me. You, who love me most, have also left me. It seems no matter how many times I start over, my life is still nothing but failure. She asked wearily, Annie, what do you think I should do now? Suddenly, an umbrella shielded Ruanqiao from the rain from behind. Elder Nan walked over. You're Xiao, right? The head of the Nan family, Elder Nan. She was stunned. You are. He helped Ruanqiao up. Just call me Grandpa Nan. This child is still filial, knowing to come and see Nianxi. Elder Nan spoke of the past. He had known Nianxi for 40 years, and she rarely asked him for favors until last month. As he was sitting and drinking tea, the attendant announced, Sir, the lady of the Fu family has arrived. Elder Nan instructed happily. Quickly. Show her in, he said gently. Nianxi, ever since old Fu passed away 15 years ago, you've always refused my help, raising Zihan alone and shouldering the entire Fu group by yourself. This is the first time you've ever taken the initiative to see me. Nianxi replied, Brother Nan, I know you've always been very good to me and old Fu, but a widow's doorstep is a magnet for gossip. There are some things I should bear alone. Elder Nan sighed. You're always like this. She stated, This time, I'd like to ask for your help, Brother Nan. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment. Elder Nan recalled the past. He had once pleaded with her, Nianxi, I will wait for you with this entire garden of May roses. As long as you turn back and come to me, I will grant you any request you make. Elder Nan asked, Are you really willing to trade this entire garden of roses for half a lifetime of peace for someone you don't even know? Nianxi replied, That is what the Fu family owes that child, so I must repay her. A perfect life that should have been hers. He gently caressed her tombstone. Nianxi always felt very sorry for you, so she hoped that when you encountered difficulties, I could lend you a hand. Elder Nin made a suggestion. So, if you have nowhere to go now, are you willing to go abroad with me? I know what you want to do, but with your current abilities, you are not yet strong enough to achieve your goals. Young people must learn to be patient. Ruanqiao mused. Grandpa Nin is right. Perhaps I should go abroad for further studies for a while. Now, she pulled herself together and accepted. Grandpa Nan, I promise you. Zixin stood in the distance, secretly watching Qiao Qiao. This is the last time I can help you. Yu Weilin sat in a luxurious living room. On the television, news about Fu Pingchuan and Lin Xiaoqiao was being reported. Today, the Lin Group officially announced its participation in the Old City renovation project and will join forces with the Fu Group to build a new city in Yunqing. He murmured to himself, this little girl has some tricks up her sleeve. In just 2 days, she's gained Fu Pingchuan's approval and the support of the entire Lin family's board of directors. A report came in, Sir, young Master Fu is here. Yu Weilin was surprised. He immediately looked over. Fu Zihan, he must know that Fu Pingchuan is working with me. What's he doing here? A moment later, Yu Weilin warmly received his guest. Zixin, what brings you to Uncle Yu's place today? Zixin began. Uncle Yu must have seen the news. My second uncle's partnership with the Lin family. He certainly didn't report it to you in advance, did he? His hand, which was pouring tea, paused. He smiled faintly, muttering to himself, it seems I guessed right. Zixin deliberately sowed discord. I know you've worked with my second uncle before. The Fu family helped you on your meteoric rise, but he doesn't seem to be under your control. Is such a partner really trustworthy? Yu Weilin was puzzled. Zixin, what do you mean by that? Your second uncle and I are old friends. How could he deceive me? He made a proposal. I, Fu Zihan, am willing to trade my life for your meteoric rise. But the condition is that the Fu Group must go bankrupt and Fu Pingchuan must die. Zixin poured tea into his cup. I know you've never been content with just being a mayor, but you need an achievement. The renovation of the old city, plus eradicating the most sinister capitalist in Yunqing. Is that achievement big enough? Yu Weilin asked. But if the Fu Group collapses, your mother's years of hard work will be for nothing, and it might even implicate your own life. Are you really willing? He replied, trash like Fu Pingchuan doesn't deserve to live in this world. What he values most is nothing but power and fame. I will tear apart what he cherishes most and trample it underfoot, even if it costs me my life. He picked up the teacup and made his decision. I understand. Zixin and Yu Weilin clinked their cups. He went outside to make a call. Hello, Fu Pingchuan. Is what you said before still valid? Ruanqiao silently looked at her phone. Why isn't Fu Zihan here yet? Elder Nin asked, puzzled. Qiao, what's wrong? She smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, Grandpa Nan. Last night, Ruanqiao lay in bed waiting for a message. Fu Zihan, I'm leaving tomorrow. Can you come see me off? Just like how I usually see you off on your business trips. The flight attendant announced, Flight GM 2893 to Country G is about to take off. We ask all passengers to please board in an orderly manner. Elder Nin said, Qiao, let's go. She helped him up to leave. Ruanqiao glanced back one last time, muttering to herself, Fu Zihan, goodbye. Zixin slowly, gradually approached. He secretly appeared behind her. Zixin thought, Qiao, take care. He turned away. Don't worry, I will get your revenge for you. Half a month later, at Zixin and Lin Xiaoqiao's press conference, the reporters were chattering. Congratulations to the Fu Group and the Lin Group for reaching a cooperation agreement on the Old City renovation project. May I ask, Mr. Fu, why did you choose the Lin Group? He answered calmly, of course, it's because the Lin Group is very professional in construction, such as the past tourist village project, which, as far as I know, is still one of the Lin Group's main sources of income. A reporter asked, are you implying that you think Lin Ruanqiao is more suitable to be the general manager than Lin Xiaoqiao? Zixin smiled faintly. That's not what I meant. Ms. Lin is my ex-wife's sister. Of course, she wouldn't be any worse than my ex-wife. Someone in the audience praised. From what I know, since Lin Xiaoqiao took over, the Lin Group stock price has risen by 10 points. That is indeed a huge improvement. Lin Xiaoqiao said, the tourist village project was an idea my sister and I came up with together, but I had no experience at the time, so my sister was in charge of the whole project. I just didn't expect her to take all the credit for herself. The crowd below let out an, oh, I'm disgusted. So that's how it was. In that case, Lin Ruanqiao isn't that talented after all. Exactly. I heard from the paparazzi that she even cheated during her marriage, which is why young Master Fu divorced her. He tried to restrain his anger. The person in charge announced, today's press conference is now over. We ask all reporters to leave in an orderly manner. Zixin left the press conference. She smiled to herself. Fu Zihan, we're only just getting started, and you can't take it already? The real show has just begun. A man handed over a file. Mr. Fu, Chairman Fu said that this demolition document and this appropriation need your immediate signature. He said with a headache, I know. Zixin picked up the pen, signed, and stamped it. Min Chun came over and asked, "Why are you signing every document? If something goes wrong later, you'll be the first one to take responsibility." He smiled faintly and replied, "My letter of appointment has Fu Pingchuan's signature. As the CEO of the Fu Group, he can't escape responsibility for all my decisions and the documents I sign," he said worriedly. "But he can completely shift all the blame onto you. At most, he'll just pay a fine while you'll go to jail." Zixin said wearily, "From the day I agreed to his terms, I never thought I would get out of here alive." He recalled the phone call from a few days ago. "Hello, Fu Pingchuan. Is what you said before still valid?" He replied, "Of course. As long as you agree to be the CEO of the Fu Group, I won't touch Lin Ruanqiao." Zixin accepted the request. "Fine, I agree. But I need you to provide a letter of appointment. Otherwise, those old guys on the board will be hard to deal with. The old city renovation project is being pushed by Mayor Yu, right? We can't delay any longer." The attendant announced, "Boss, Mayor Yu really did call this afternoon." Ping Chuan held his prayer beads. "Fine, I promise you." Min Chun asked doubtfully, "Do you really think what you're doing is worth it? Have you thought about what Miss Lin will think when she comes back? Aren't you leaving any way out for the two of you?" Zixin fiddled with his wine glass. "I just hope she can live happily. As for revenge and dealing with these bad people, just let me do it." "All right, have we collected enough account books, recordings, and videos from the Lin family side?" He replied, "Don't worry. Ever since Lin Xiaoqiao took over, I've had people following her 24/7. We have all her movements, recordings, and videos. As for your mother's case," he reassured Min Chun, "don't worry. Our people have successfully infiltrated Fu Pingchuan's circle. The evidence of the murder will definitely be found." Zixin cried as he drank. "Xiao, I miss you so much." On Ruanqiao's side, she had already graduated. "In these few years, I've obtained a bachelor's degree in international finance." Ruanqiao mused, "I've made many new friends, and I get along well with the Nan family, Grandpa Nan. This seems to be the life I've dreamed of in 2 lifetimes." Qin Shun gently patted her shoulder. Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Come and eat." The eldest grandson of the Nan family, Nan Qin Shun. Ruanqiao listened obediently. "Okay, brother." The TV news reported, recently, the Yunqing Old City renovation project has experienced serious construction quality issues. Mayor Yu has quickly formed a special task force. Both the Fu Group and the Lin Group have been found to have irregularities. The news report made her stop. According to the investigation, Fu Zihan and Lin Xiaoqiao of the Lin Group conspired to profit from the funds of the Old City renovation project. At the same time, according to an anonymous tip, the evidence against Fu Group CEO Fu Pingchuan for intentional homicide is conclusive, and he has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Ruanqiao said in surprise, "No, it's impossible. He's not that kind of person." She tried to contact Zixin. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later." Ruanqiao panicked. "Right, fine Zixin. He must know what happened." She still couldn't reach him. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Qin asked, puzzled. Xiao. Ruanqiao sobbed. He's not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. You have to save him, brother." Elder Nan ordered. "Annie Han, book the earliest flight back to Yunqing. Qin, you go with her." He obeyed. "Yes, Grandpa." In Yunqing prison, she came to visit him, Fu Zihan. Seeing Ruanqiao, Zixin suddenly paused, feeling ashamed. He sat down. She tried to ask, "Fu Zihan, tell me what on earth happened. I don't believe you would do something like this." Zixin smiled faintly and replied, "Haven't the tabloids already reported it? That's the truth. If you don't believe it, you can only blame your own poor judgment in the past. Don't come looking for me again. I'm not interested in a stupid woman like you." He hung up the phone and went back to his spot. Ruanqiao didn't believe it. She muttered to herself, "No, he was avoiding my gaze. There must be a hidden story behind this." Qin asked, puzzled, "Fu Zihan, why don't you tell her the truth?" Zixin said sadly, "What's the use of telling her? I can't give her happiness now. It's better to let her misunderstand me like this." "Is everything taken care of?" He replied, "The acquisition documents have been approved. The Nan family's funds will be transferred tomorrow." He replied politely, "Thank you." Zixin watched Ruanqiao's departing figure. He stated, "She is very smart and talented. If the Lin family can accommodate her, then I will give her the Fu family." Qinshen stood up and bowed. "Take care." Zixin watched her figure, shedding tears. In another prison room, Lin Yin was surprised. "Why are you here?" Ruanqiao replied, "I'm here to see you, of course, Dad." He looked at Qinshen. "Isn't this the young master of the Nan family? Has my good daughter hooked up with the Nan family?" Lin Yin was shocked and distraught. He sat down. Lin Yin said happily, "Qiao, you've come to save Dad. I knew you were the most filial. Quick, have them unlock Dad's handcuffs." Ruanqiao took out a contract and handed it to the police officer. She demanded, "Sign here, and I'll get Dad out." He happily took the contract. Lin Yin suddenly shouted, "Severing our father-daughter relationship? You girl, are you crazy?" Ruanqiao replied coldly, "Dad can choose not to sign, but the Lin family has been sealed, and Lin Xiaoqiao is already in prison. If Dad still wants the Lin group to make a comeback, you have no other choice but me." She persuaded. "What Dad cares about most is the Lin family's face and glory, right? As long as Dad signs, I can give you that." He looked at the contract in his hand, too angry to speak. A moment later, Ruanqiao instructed Qinshen, "Brother, I have to go back to the Lin family to handle some things. Could you please get the document notarized?" He suggested. "Okay, I'll go with you." Grandpa said. She covered Qinshen's mouth. "Oh, if you don't say anything, Grandpa won't know. Besides, I still want to handle my business with the Lin family myself." He smiled faintly. "All right, but you have to promise me you'll call me immediately if anything happens." Ruanqiao replied, "I know." She recalled a childhood memory. "Mom, I miss you. Ever since Dad remarried, this house hasn't felt like a home." Suddenly, something blocked Ruanqiao's path. Butler Lin said provocatively, Well, why are you back again? I didn't even know there was still a place for you in this house." She felt uncomfortable. "I really didn't expect that in the 2 years I was away, even the servants would dare to talk back to the master." Ruanqiao beckoned to a maid in the distance. She smashed the vase on the ground. Butler Lin broke the flower pot. A compensation of 10,000 deducted from his salary. Ruanqiao praised, "You did very well. A 5,000 increase in your base salary." She saw that I was right. She lowered her head and replied, "The eldest young lady is right." I also saw Butler Lin break the flower pot. She shouted angrily, "You can't do this to me. What right do you have?" She turned to leave. The Lin family should get a new butler, one who knows how to listen and understands plain language. At this moment, she was sitting and making a call. "Mrs. Li Dague, it's me. If you have time, would you like to come to my house for tea?" "Oh, you're not free? All right then. You must come next time." Ruanqiao walked in. She unplugged the phone cord. "Do you really believe Annie Li isn't free? With the Lin family in this state, everyone is avoiding us." She angrily pushed Ruanqiao away. "It's all because of you. If Fu Zihan hadn't heard that the Old City project was good, Xiao wouldn't have signed that contract, and then Old Lin and Xiao wouldn't have been locked up." She questioned, "You're always like this. It's always someone else's fault. You never reflect on yourself. If Lin Xiao hadn't been greedy and replaced the building materials, would there have been a shoddy construction site? All for a paltry sum." She burst out laughing. "Haha, paltry sum. Yes, Xiao and I are just country bumpkins who have never seen so much money. As for you, with your broad horizons, why didn't you help your sister at the critical moment?" At the critical moment, she stood up and sneered. "You're exactly like your mother, always so high and mighty, looking down on others. Do you know why your father had an affair? No man likes to be overshadowed by his wife. What men like are gentle, obedient, and submissive women." Ruanqiao slapped her across the face. "Enough. You're not worthy of mentioning my mother." She laughed excitedly. "Your father only feels comfortable and happy when he's with me. Do you really think your mother died of anger?" She shouted, "You killed my mother, didn't you? Say it." She didn't answer, just laughed with great amusement. "Huh." Ruanqiao angrily raised her hand, ready to strike her. She suddenly stopped her hand. Ruanqiao clapped her hands and smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. My mother is already dead anyway, but your daughter is still alive. I don't know how she's doing in prison. I hear anything can happen in prison." Hearing this, she knelt and begged, "I'm begging you, please save my sister and old Lin. After all, you have the Lin family's blood in you." She answered flatly, "No, I have completely severed ties with the Lin family. Before coming here, I just went to the prison and signed an agreement with him to sever our father-daughter relationship." She asked worriedly, "How could this be? What should I do now? Nothing can happen to my Xiao." "Xiao." Ruanqiao sneered. "In that case, Mrs. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you a speedy reunion with your husband and daughter. She turned to leave. Ruanqiao paused. Oh, right, I almost forgot to ask you just now. I took the liberty of tidying up your internal affairs and also fired Butler Lin. You're welcome. Qinshan was preparing food. You're back. Go wash your hands and eat. She rushed over and hugged him. Brother, Qinshan asked worriedly, what's wrong? Were you bullied at the Lin family's house today? Ruanqiao sat down at the dining table. No, it's just that I feel some things are a bit strange. He paused his chopsticks. She asked, puzzled, what's wrong, brother? Oh, right, I got a call from Grandpa today, saying I'm going to work at the Fu group tomorrow. What does that mean? Are you guys hiding something from me? Qinshan stands up and takes off his apron. How could that be? How could Grandpa and I keep things from you? The TV news reports that Lin, the former mayor of Yunzhong City, was outstanding in his efforts to punish corrupt and greedy capitalists, and always had the people's best interests at heart. Ruanqiao, who is eating, pauses. She recalls what Ruan Yin said in prison. You're just like your mother. You never see how much the people who love you have sacrificed. You only see the results. Someone else had mocked Lin Ruanqiao. What's the difference between you and your mother? You think you're so noble, but didn't you get to where you are today by relying on men? Ruanqiao asked suspiciously. Brother, was the acquisition of the Fu Corporation something Grandpa planned all along? Qinshan replies, yes, but Grandpa also hopes you can start your own business. Although the Fu Corporation has gone bankrupt and fallen, it is, after all, a listed company with a lot of talented people, if it can be managed well. She proposes, can I have a part in this? Seeing his troubled expression, Ruanqiao retracts her suggestion. If you won't say, then I won't ask. Qinshan says with concern, Qiao, it's so late. Where are you going? She says to herself, Min Chun must know something. Meanwhile, Min Chun is kicked hard by a red-haired man. You think you're still the young master of the Qin family like before? Without the Fu family, your Qin family is no different from an unwanted dog. Ruanqiao helps him up. Don't push him too far. He approaches and scoffs. Yo, couldn't make it as Fu Zixin's dog. So now you're starting to be a pretty boy? He reaches out to touch her. Min Chun quickly shoves him away. Get lost. I'll pay back the money. If you dare touch her, I'll have your lives. Ruanqiao asks, how much do you owe them? He replies, 8 million. She writes the amount on a cashier's check. Ruanqiao hands it to him. 10 million, principal plus interest. From now on, this bar belongs to me. If you have any problems, come directly to me. He leaves happily. It's good to be good-looking. You can get kept by a rich woman. Let's go, brothers. She sighs wearily. Ruanqiao pulls Min Chun inside. Come on, let's go in and talk. She asks, all right, where's Deng Zhen? Why didn't she come with you? He hesitates. I made her angry and she left. Ruanqiao takes out a first aid kit, thinking to herself, it's because you didn't want her to get involved in this, right? Ruanqiao says helplessly, you and Fu Zihan really are brothers who grew up wearing the same pair of pants. She deliberately presses the bandage hard on Min Chun's face, making him cry out in pain. Ouch. Min Chun says in surprise, You knew all along? Zihan just wanted what's best for you. So Ruanqiao replies, as I thought, I guessed right. He slaps his forehead. You tricked me into talking. She replies, you walked right into it yourself. Or should I have kept guessing? Min Chun sighs and tells her everything. Actually, from the very beginning, everything was arranged by Zihan. From the day he received Mrs. Fu's body, he knew that if Fu Pingchuan could kill Mrs. Fu for power, his next target would be you. So he entrusted you to Grandpa, Nan in Mrs. Fu's name, and asked Grandpa Nan not to say it was his idea. Then he pretended to agree to be Fu Pingchuan's puppet, but secretly worked with Mayor Yu. In Yunchuan prison, he used his own reputation and life in exchange for the Fu family's bankruptcy to send Fu Pingchuan to hell. Ruanqiao thinks to herself, why didn't he tell me? So when he said he was tired and wanted a divorce, that was also... Min Chun interrupts her. He did it on purpose. Ruanqiao sheds sad tears. Fu Zihan, from beginning to end, why didn't you trust me just once, trust that I could help you? Min Chun speaks up for Zihan. He's just that kind of person, a bit domineering, a bit stubborn, only knowing how to protect the people he loves in his own way, without knowing if the other person can accept the truth afterward. She wipes her tears. Accept it, why wouldn't I? He even gave me the Fu group. This is the gift he gave me with all his might, and I will use it to save Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao turns her face away. Without my permission, he could forget about settling things with me in this lifetime. He mutters, Zixin, maybe from the very beginning, we underestimated Miss Lin. She says to herself, Fu Zihan, you think everything you did was for my own good, but you never asked if I agreed. Why are you always like this? Ruanqiao's eyes are swollen from crying. She remembers Zixin's instructions. This is a list of problematic employees within the Fu family. Zixin had said he would entrust the Fu family to her, that he was relieved, and that the remaining employees could have a stable future. Ruanqiao wipes away her tears. Fu Zihan, you thought of everything, arranged a way out for everyone, but what about yourself? She looks at the list on the table. In that case, let me be your way out. A week later, at the Fu Group, sunlight shines on the group's building. Ruanqiao puts on her sunglasses and walks in arrogantly. People start gossiping. Did you hear? The new boss who acquired the Fu Corporation is coming to take over today. I wonder if she's an approachable person. I heard it's a woman. Don't tell me she's a mistress who made her way up. How come I remember the chairman of the Nan Corporation is an old man? They see Ruanqiao and are ashamed. Boss, sorry, we're sorry. She orders displeasedly. Go to the finance department to collect your salary. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Ruanqiao hands the list to Lin Ruanqiao. Fire everyone on this list. She replies, yes. She turns around coldly. The Nan family doesn't support idlers. Kenshin hurries to catch up. Xiao, firing people so forcefully right after taking over. Won't it affect your reputation? Ruanqiao sits down. The old Lin Ruanqiao was too considerate and let people bully her. Now, I won't make that mistake again. She says to herself, I can't let Zixin's hard work go to waste. Suddenly, Lin she runs in shouting, Sister Qiao, something's wrong. The vice president. The vice president is missing. Ruanqiao looks at the news. Last night, the incident of Fu Group's president Fu Zihan escaping from prison is of unconfirmed authenticity. If there are any clues, citizens are urged to provide them to the police. She doesn't believe it. Impossible. He has no reason to do this. Ruanqiao quickly makes a call. Hello, Ah Chun, did you see the news? I suspect Zixin was taken away by someone. Min Chun says in surprise. The Hunter organization? She asks. I remember he told me that in M country, he has a brother he's on good terms with, right? He replies, Wei-san. Right, I'll go ask him. Ruanqiao says firmly, no, I want to talk to him directly. You help me. Min Chun says with difficulty, he's a gangster. Those people are not as easy to deal with as you think. He might not accept you the way he accepted Zixin. If something happens to a young girl like you, how will I answer for it? She cuts him off. But if something happens to him, he'll see me on the road to the underworld in less than half an hour. Min Chun gives up. All right, I'll try to contact him. Wait for my news. Kenshin questions. Xiao, for his sake, you'd even give up your life. What about me? What about Grandpa? Ruanqiao opens her arms, wanting a hug and comfort. He hugs her helplessly. Ruanqiao says weakly, as expected, it's still more reassuring in my brother's arms. But brother, I can't always stay in your arms. I have to learn to face everything myself, including death. At this moment, Zixin is tied to a wall. Lala walks over. Fu Zihan, you've finally fallen into my hands. He forcibly pours medicine into his mouth. Zixin screams in pain, then begins to transform, his ears turning into wolf ears. Ruanqiao is surrounded by many reporters. Miss Lin, Fu Zihan is reported to have escaped from prison, but there are rumors that he might have been taken away by someone else. What are your thoughts? She pushes up her glasses and smiles faintly. How do you think I should see my ex-husband? In my dictionary, an ex-husband should disappear like a dead person. Lala is watching Ruanqiao on his phone. He pauses the video where she answers. He says sarcastically to Zixin, it seems the woman you gambled everything to love doesn't love you anymore. He says with contempt, how would someone like you understand what love is? A plane takes off in the night sky. Ruanqiao and Kenshin walk into a casino. He informs the person at the door. The lady of the Fu family has an appointment with Brother Wei-san. He instructs, Brother Wei-san has given orders. Only Miss Lin is allowed inside. Min Chun says in surprise, but she squeezes his hand tightly to signal him. Ruanqiao walks in alone. Min Chun says with concern, Qiao, if anything happens, just shout. I'll be right outside the door. As soon as she enters, he is suddenly grabbed tightly by two guards. Brother Qin. Brother Wei, San wants to see you. In the room, Ruanqiao thinks to herself, who are you? She asks cautiously, hello, are you Wei-san? Ruanqiao becomes vigilant. Impossible. Could this brother Wei San be a masochist? Suddenly, the man sitting on the floor approaches Ruanqiao, causing her to scream in fright. Ruanqiao falls to the ground in terror. Who are you? Jiming pushes his hair aside and sneers. What's wrong? Xiao, don't you recognize me? She says in shock. Jiming, you, how did you end up here? And looking like this? He replies, of course, it's all thanks to your husband. Jiming grabs Ruanqiao's leg. He pulls hard. Wanna know what I've been through? Why don't you experience it too? Ruanqiao screams in terror. Jiming shows an excited expression. It's been a long time since I've smelled blood. He bares his teeth, preparing to bite her neck. Ruanqiao closes her eyes in panic. Wei San sits in a monitoring room, observing. So this is the woman Fu Zihan would risk his life to protect? Behind him, Min Chun is struggling. Damn it, what are you trying to do? She's Fu Zihan's life. He replies, I just want to know what my little brother Fu likes so much about her. Ruanqiao struggles, kicking hard at Jiming's vitals. She quickly dodges him. He shouts, don't even think about running. I became like this because of you. I want you to taste a life worse than death. Jiming reaches for Ruanqiao's heel, and her tension reaches its peak. Ruanqiao cowers in a corner, trembling. What do I do? What do I do? He shouts, Lin Ruanqiao, I won't let you go. I'll drink your blood. I'll turn you into an unkillable monster. This light, I want Fu Zihan to see with his own eyes, the woman he loves most, become his mortal enemy. The chains gradually loosen. She says to herself, it's been 2 lifetimes, and I still can't escape Jiming's clutches. If I can't change the ending, then what's the point of heaven giving me another chance? What is it all for? A voice calls out, Xiao. Ruanqiao turns around and sees a phantom of Zihan. He waves, Xiao, do whatever you want to do. Remember, no matter what, I will always be your strongest support. She murmurs, Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao gradually calms down. The chains break, and Jiming escapes. He quickly closes in on Ruanqiao. She stands up and takes off her high heels. Ruanqiao smashes her high heel viciously into Jiming's head. Fu Zihan is still waiting for me to save him. She says firmly, I won't be tripped up here by trash like you. He sneers, is that so? My strength and speed now are not something a human like you can compare to. Jiming leaps high into the air. He pounces on Ruanqiao. She shouts, is Brother Wei San trying to negotiate with a corpse? Suddenly, Jiming is trapped by an iron cage that falls from the ceiling. He shouts angrily, Lin Ruanqiao, you bitch, I'm going to kill you. Ruanqiao shoves the shoe into Jiming's mouth. She says with contempt, kill me? Are you worthy? You could just stay here and enjoy the pleasure of being disemboweled every day. Ruanqiao turns her face away. If you like that bit of flesh on you, I hope the few strong men I brought can satisfy you. He shakes his head in terror. She reveals a satisfied smile. Ruanqiao turns and leaves the room. Wei San applauds enthusiastically. Truly the woman my little brother Fu has his eye on. Vicious enough. Min Chun runs over and asks, are you okay? You scared me to death. If something had happened to you, Zihan would have killed me. She replies, I'm fine. Ruanqiao asks, Brother Wei San, does this count as me passing your test? So can we start talking about cooperation now? He replies, of course. Wei San thinks to himself, when on earth did this woman figure it out? It seems I underestimated her. On Zihan's side, a doctor is drawing his blood. What are you trying to do? Lala says excitedly, did you know the Hunter organization has been dependent on vampires for many years? So take a guess. What am I drawing your blood for? Zihan says in surprise, to research an antibiotic against werewolves? You're helping the vampires? He pats his face lightly. You're not that stupid. It's just a pity you reacted too slowly. Lala finishes drawing the blood and turns to leave. Zihan shouts, do you know the consequences of vampires running rampant? Have you forgotten the disaster from hundreds of years ago? He replies, this world is about the survival of the fittest, the elimination of the weak. Those stupid and ignorant humans living in the world are just a waste of resources. I'm merely speeding up the process. Meanwhile, Wei San asks meaningfully, Miss Lin is truly a smart person. Do you think the Hunter organization, being so far away in M country, how could they know little brother's every move? Ruanqiao says sharply, are you saying there's a mole around me? She smiles faintly and makes a suggestion. Perhaps I know who that person is. As long as Brother Wei San helps me get through Zixin's animal control, from now on, all international trade for the Fu, Nan, and Lin families will be handled by your gang. He pauses slightly. Wei San thinks to himself, as far as I know, you're just someone little brother entrusted to old man Nan's care. The Lin family is already bankrupt. As for the Fu family, little brother already promised to give me the international trade rights. Are you trying to get something for nothing here? Ruanqiao replies confidently. Perhaps Brother Wei San doesn't know. The Nan family has already acquired the Fu Group, and I'm the CEO of the Fu Group. Old man, Nan has also transferred 10% of the Nan Group's shares to me. I'm not without a say. As for the Lin family, she smiles faintly. If I wanted to go bankrupt, it goes bankrupt. If I want it to be reborn, it can be reborn immediately. He becomes interested. So adorable. If you weren't little brother Fu's wife, maybe I'd want to pursue you too. Min Chun cuts in to stop him. You're joking, Brother Wei San. Ruanqiao pats his shoulder lightly. Then it's settled. Within a week, I'll give you the business contract. Ah-Chun, let's go. Min Chun nods and says goodbye. She requests, Ah-Chun, I'm still a little worried. You stay here and help me handle that little company Zixin left behind. He says with concern, will you really be okay returning to the country alone? Ruanqiao smiles brightly. I can even handle Fu Zixin's affairs. What else is there that I can't manage? The plane takes off under a starry sky. The next morning, she returns home. Ruanqiao sighs wearily. She pushes the door open. Your conspiracy succeeded. Zixin was taken back to the hunter base. She laughs with amusement. Now you've gotten your retribution. Serves you right. Ruanqiao asks, what about your daughter? What about the Lin Group? She says confused. What do you mean? She tempts her with benefits. As long as you help me contact the hunter organization and let me infiltrate successfully, I'll agree to inject capital into the Lin family and make Lin Xiaoxiao the CEO. She's suspicious. Why should I believe you'll help me? Ruanqiao threatens. You guessed right. I really can't not care about Fu Zixin. But don't forget, your daughter is still in prison, and that place is full of notorious villains. Or do you want to save that useless father of mine? I'm running out of patience. She becomes scared. Save Xiaoxiao. I beg you. Please save Xiaoxiao. I promise you, as long as Xiaoxiao is released and becomes the CEO of the Lin Group, I'll help you infiltrate the organization. She covers her face and weeps. Having achieved her goal, she leaves happily. A week later, she grows impatient. It's been a week. How come there's still no news about Xiaoxiao? Don't tell me that bitch didn't keep her word. The TV news reports. Today, the Fu Lin Group announced its investment in the Lin Group and appointed exchange student Heisi to serve as CEO. She sees Xiaoxiao on the screen. Xiaoxiao, my Xiaoxiao. She remembers Ruanqiao's warning. I will give her a new identity to take over as CEO, but I will always have a hold over her. If she makes any rash moves, as high as I can lift her, I can make her fall just as hard. She kneels down, stroking the TV screen. Xiaoxiao, this is the last time Mom can help you. From now on, you have to live well on your own. She takes out a device and presses the button. Lala appears in front of the house. She actually used the one-time only signal. Just as well, I also wanted to ask her about Lin Xiaoxiao's situation. What's wrong? He asks curiously, what's wrong with you? She coughs nonstop. Cough, cough. I was forcibly injected with virus-carrying vampire blood. I need the antidote. Take me back to the base. Lala checks her pulse, thinking to herself, don't tell me you want to be infected too? He turns around coldly and says, let's go. In another building, night has fallen. Lala orders, give her the antidote. Remember to wear a protective suit. The doctor obeys. Yes. He covers his mouth, saying with disgust, I'll wait for you outside. Don't infect me. What bad luck. She quickly stuns the doctor with a taser. He collapses onto the floor. She searches. What secret are they researching? What on earth are they researching? They captured Fu Zixin just to study these things? I'll take pictures first, then take them back to an expert to have a look. She walks to her room. It's me. The merciful Heavenly Father redeems his people, awaiting the salvation of the lost lamb. She is allowed to enter. The room is empty. She says in shock, how can this be? She grabs the guard's shoulder. Where is he? He replies, I don't know. Father Laura brought a woman and then took the person away. She says angrily, then why didn't you say so earlier? He replies, I couldn't send any messages out. I could only wait for someone to come, and the code had to match exactly before I dare to speak. Hurry and go. If Father Laura finds out you stunned someone in the research lab, you won't be able to escape. She is exhausted. Do you know what that woman looked like? He hands her something. she left this behind. Maybe you can start your investigation from here. She takes it. Thanks. She leaves quickly. A day earlier, in the dungeon, Zixin screams in pain from the torture. Lala smiles grimly. We're out of time. To speed up the research, we need more of your blood. He stabs the knife directly into his stomach. Zixin screams in agony. Suddenly, a shout is heard. Stop! Stop! Lala turns around in shock. He bows his head respectfully. Honorable Miss Jessica, why have you come? It's dirty and smelly here, not suitable for you. Meng Wanqing replies, I'm here to take him away. Lala says in surprise, what? But he's a werewolf, and she says, displeased, I know what he is better than you do. I told you to release him, so release him immediately. Or could it be? Meng Wanqing threatens, you want to challenge the authority of the Dracula family? He replies, trembling, this subordinate wouldn't dare. Please do as you wish. Lala is terrified. Such terrifying pressure. She's just a human who was recently turned. If it were a pure-blood vampire from the Dracula family, how strong would they be? She rushes over to hug Zixin. Meng Wanqing leaves with him, leaving Lala still kneeling on the ground. On Ruanqiao's side, she is extremely anxious. Are there any clues? Who on earth took Zixin? Is he in danger now? Wei Sin replies calmly, do you know of the Dracula family? They are the oldest and purest family of vampires. She says with concern, then isn't Zixin in great danger? Can you contact that family? Whatever the price, as long as Zixin is safe, I'll accept it. A subordinate reports, we've hacked into the Hunter base's surveillance system and found a video with this woman. Min Chun watches the video. This is Meng Wanqing. Ruanqiao asks curiously, who is she? He replies, Zixin's childhood sweetheart and neighbor he grew up with. In their childhood, Meng Wanqing had comforted Zixin. Don't be sad. If they won't play with you, I'll play with you. He asked, do you want to defeat them with me and win first place? Min Chun narrates, at that time, I hadn't been brought into the Fu family yet. Zixin was a bit chubby as a child and was often teased by kids his age. Only Meng Wanqing was willing to play with him. She coaxed Zixin, don't be unhappy anymore. I'll give you this medal. Don't listen to them when they say you won't lose weight even when you grow up. He said sadly, will I be so fat in the future that no one will want me? Wanqing comforted him. It's okay if they don't want you. I want you. He said that if Meng Wanqing hadn't always encouraged him, he might have started to close himself off from that time on. When she was sick, Zixin went to visit her. Wanqing patted him, little fatty, stop crying. I won't be able to go out anymore. From now on, come and tell me about the interesting things you encounter every day. Okay. Zixin listened obediently. MHM, okay. I'll come every day from now on. Later, when Meng Wanqing became seriously ill and bedridden, Zixin came to visit every day, telling her about the happy things he encountered, until the Meng family moved away overnight without any warning. From then on, they completely lost contact, and Zixin was dejected for a long time. Annie Fu was worried something would happen to him, so she brought me to keep him company. Ruanqiao was stunned. Why have I never heard him mention this? Min Chuan replied, after so many years with no news, he was probably afraid mentioning it now would cause you to misunderstand. She thought to herself, a promise from long ago, a childhood sweetheart after years of separation, and me, the rumored cold and heartless ex-wife who used the Fu family. Zixin, who will you choose? For the first time, she lost confidence in herself. He asked worriedly, Qiang, are you all right? The people outside were busy cleaning up. Zixin murmured, Qiang. He opened his eyes to the sight of Wanqing's figure before him. Zixin exclaimed in alarm, where am I? Who are you? Where is this? What are you trying to do? She replied gently, little fatty, it's me, Wanqing. He recalled old memories. It's you. Zixin happily hugged Wanqing. How are you here? Why did you leave without saying goodbye back then? Why haven't you contacted me all these years? Are you doing well now? She smiled happily. Little fatty, you've asked so many questions. Which one should I answer first? She asked, I can't believe you've been through so much. Is your illness stable now? Wanqing hesitated for a moment. Yes, it's just, Zixin interrupted. It's just that you become a vampire, right? It's just that our species are different. As long as the heart doesn't change, what difference is there between us and humans? We are not monsters. Ching. She leaned against him. All right, just rest and recuperate here for a while. I've already sent someone to let our friends on the other side know you're safe. Zixin said gratefully, thank you. Wanqing walked outside and closed the door. Ruanqiao paced back and forth anxiously. Still can't get in touch with Meng Wanqing. I wonder how Zixin is doing now. She was taking care of Zixin, feeding him medicine. In the evening, he and Wanqing went to the courtyard to cool off. She lost her footing and almost fell. Zixin quickly steadied Wanqing. A month later, he was unexpectedly sitting and watching the news. Without me, a Chun can still manage the company so well. She walked over and asked, still can't let go of the company. Zixin replied, well, after all, I built this branch from scratch with my own hands. Wanqing suggested, then let's start a new company. We'll start our business over. Little fatty, whatever you want to do, no matter what it is, I will support you. He gently touched her hand. Zixin was very grateful. Thank you. Outside the main gate, an old couple was chatting. Oh, look at that young couple that just moved in. Aren't they so loving? Ha, just like we were when we were young. She said shyly. Who's like you? You shameless old man. He chased after her. Wife, wait for me. Wanqing thought to herself, little fatty, do you still remember the promise we made to each other as children? Back then, she held out her hand to make a pinky promise with Zixin. Little fatty, if you can't find a wife when you grow up, I'll be your wife. He smiled happily. It's a deal. Wanqing reminisced about the past. She looked at Zixin expectantly. Little fatty, are you thinking the same thing as me? Meanwhile, Ruanqiao held a package in her hands. Did Zixin really have someone send these things? Wei-san replied, that's right. The photo was a picture of him and Wanqing. The two were looking at each other, smiling and chatting cheerfully. Her tears dripped onto the photo of the two of them. Ruanqiao cried sadly. Here, it feels like I'm about to lose something. Minchuan asked with concern, Xiang, are you all right? She pushed him away and ran off. Ruanqiao walked along the beach, her mind in a mess. Fu Zihan, if you are truly happy now, I will wish you well. She saw something in the distance. That's... Ruanqiao saw the scene of Zixin kneeling before Wanqing. She said in surprise, Fu Zihan. Ruanqiao recalled Zixin's previous promise. Xiang, I admit I signed a contract with you for my own purposes at first, but after spending so much time together, it seems I can't leave you anymore. Let's turn this act into reality. She cursed sadly, Fu Zihan, you liar. Wanqing saw Ruanqiao and secretly sized her up. So that woman is the one little fatty loves. Then she took his arm and helped Zixin to his feet. Wanqing hugged him affectionately. Little fatty, thank you. I'm so happy to see you again. She witnessed the scene, standing frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Wanqing also revealed a triumphant smile. As for Ruanqiao, she quickly turned and left. Zixin warily pushed her away. What are you doing? We should keep our distance. As a girl, you should be mindful of your reputation. Wanqing returned to her normal demeanor. You're right. I was just too excited to see you again. A shiny object fell on the sand, catching his attention. Zixin bent down to pick up the object. When he saw it was a familiar earring, he immediately recognized it. Xiang. Zixin shouted in the direction. She ran off. Xiang. However, Wanqing deliberately tripped to get his attention. Zixin looked back in the direction Ruanqiao had left, but her figure was long gone. In the end, he decided to stay and help her. Wanqing, are you all right? I'll take you back first. Zixin carried Wanqing back. She thought smugly to herself, I won't let anyone take little fatty away from me. Absolutely not. After returning to the room, he asked about her condition considerately. Doctor, how is she? He turned to Zixin and replied with a gentle smile, it's not serious. She just needs to rest. After the doctor left, his attitude changed. He said sternly, speak. Why did you lie to me? Wanqing was confused by the question. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zixin exposed her lie directly. You weren't actually hurt at all, were you? You just wanted to stop me from going after Ruanqiao. Despite being exposed, Wanqing maintained a calm expression. You are no longer an ordinary human and possess the purest bloodline of the Dracula family. How could you get hurt so easily? She calmly admitted everything. That's right, I was pretending. But little fatty, you were the one who abandoned me first. Wanqing questioned Zixin. Do you remember our childhood promise? As a child, she had promised him, little fatty, if you can't find a wife when you grow up, I'll be your wife. He had agreed back then. It's a deal. But Zixin's thoughts were different now. But that was just a childish joke. Besides, you left without a word back then, and I have met the person I'm destined to be with. Must it be like this? Wanqing set a limit for herself sadly. That's right. I came too late. There's no place for me in your life now. I'm just a passerby, right? He sighed helplessly at her stubbornness. Wanqing, I've said it before, we will always be friends. That will never change, no matter what. It's just, Zixin drew a clear line seriously. It's just that I can't see you as that special person. My injuries are almost completely healed. I'll leave tomorrow. If you need anything, you can always contact me. Wanqing sadly wiped away her tears and said goodbye. All right, little fatty. Good night. Zixin replied good night. But after Zixin left, her expression changed instantly. You forced me to do this. The next morning, when he went downstairs to the kitchen, Wanqing greeted him with a bright smile. You're up. Let's have breakfast. Zixin was surprised by the enthusiastic reaction. She persuaded him. Are you leaving just like that? You won't even have one last breakfast with me. Zixin didn't say much, simply replying, all right. He walked to the table and sat down gently. Wanqing waited expectantly to hear Zixin's feelings. How is it? Is it good? He took a sip of water and replied, it's still. Suddenly, something caught in Zixin's throat. He clutched his neck in discomfort and turned to look at her. Wanqing soothed him gently. Don't worry, I only added 2 drops of my blood to the coffee. Zixin struggled to his feet, but couldn't stand steady. Zixin trembled all over, confused by this action. Why is this happening? She caressed his ear and answered with satisfaction. Because you promised to marry me. Are you going to break your promise? Wanqing looked directly into Zixin's face. Of course I know my blood can only affect you for a while. Once you recover, you'll still run away. She threatened him with Ruanqiao's safety. But I don't mind turning her into a monster like me. That way, you and she will become mortal enemies. He struggled to speak to stop her. Don't touch her. At this time, Ruanqiao was on the beach, searching for her lost earring. I remember it should be right here last night. How come I can't find it? Could someone have picked it up? When she saw a building, Ruanqiao guessed, maybe someone has already sent it to the management office. I'll go ask. She approached the management office. Ruanqiao showed the remaining earring to the manager. Hello, did you happen to see this earring last night? He observed the earring closely. I did see it sparkling on the beach last night, but a man picked it up later. I'm not sure if it's yours. She happily asked the manager for help. Then can you help me contact that man? This earring is very important to me. But he looked troubled. Just then, Ruanqiao's phone rang. It was Min Chuan's voice on the other end. Xiang, I got a call from Zixin this morning. He said he's coming to Brother Wei San's place and will meet us later. She confirmed. Really? In the hotel, he paced back and forth anxiously. How could this be? It's been half the night. Why isn't Zixin here yet? Could something have happened? Min Chuan decided to pick up his phone. I'll call and ask. Wanqing's gentle voice came through. Hello, are you little fatty's friend? Realizing it was her who answered, she took the initiative. Give me the phone. I'll talk to her. He was a bit dazed, not yet understanding the situation. Then he immediately handed the phone to Ruanqiao. She took the phone and greeted Wanqing. Hello, this is Lin Ruanqiao, Fu Zixin's ex-wife. In her heart, Ruanqiao was curious. I wonder what the person Fu Zixin loves is like. She didn't answer immediately, instead looking at Zixin resting on the bed. Little fatty, is this the person you'd risk your life to love? Then I'll help you see clearly who truly loves you the most. Wanqing began the conversation in a friendly tone. So it's Xiang. I've often heard little fatty mention you, saying you've helped him a lot. I haven't had the chance to thank you on his behalf yet. Ruanqiao immediately got to the point. Fu Zixin is still with you, right? She replied. He was originally planning to go find you all today. Wanqing started to lie to test her. But who knew that this morning, the maid mistakenly put ketchup in his breakfast? As she narrated, she approached him with a pen. Little fatty has been allergic to tomatoes since he was a child, so now he's unconscious. Wanqing dotted red spots on Zixin's face. Ruanqiao also wanted to confirm warily. Can I see him? Her movements paused after her proposal. Wanqing smugly threw the pen behind her and accepted. Sure, I'll start video call. She started the video call and caressed his hair with her other hand. As Ruanqiao checked the video, an anxious voice spoke. Zixin has been allergic to tomatoes since he was a child. The maid was so careless today. Now we don't know when he'll recover. Something unusual made her pause. That's Ruanqiao looked closely at the red dots on Zixin's face through the phone screen. She sneered, recognizing Wanqing's trick. So that's how it is. Afterwards, Ruanqiao played along with her act. Seeing that you're taking such good care of Zixin, I feel relieved. When he wakes up, we will definitely come to thank you in person. Wanqing didn't realize her trick had been seen through. Of course, I look forward to Miss Lin's visit. As soon as she hung up, she told everyone the truth. She's lying. Zixin isn't allergic at all, and she just said to him as if talking to herself. herself. See, little fatty, she doesn't love you. She doesn't even know you're not allergic. Min Chuan was incredulous after hearing Ruanqiao. But he's been allergic to tomatoes since he was a child. He has a rash on his face. She proved the reason to everyone. As a woman, I know all too well what those 2 red ink marks on the pillow are. It's a deep red eyeliner pencil. He quickly understood the problem. So you're saying the rash on Zixin's face is actually just a makeup effect, but he is unconscious. Previously, Ruanqiao had stopped Zixin. Fu Zihan, if you don't like to eat it, then don't. You don't have to eat it. At that time, he had said firmly, no, you love tomatoes the most. What does it matter if I'm allergic? She narrated this with a happy expression. Because of me, Zixin knew I liked to eat tomatoes, so he asked the doctor to help him with allergy desensitization treatment. Ruanqiao asserted with certainty. So, besides me, no one knows that Zixin's allergy was cured long ago. She continued to voice her suspicions. I suspect Zixin's allergic reaction is because, during the video call just now, Wanqing's nails were very sharp. It's obvious she just returned from her vampire state. So, he keenly understood Ruanqiao's thoughts. You suspect Zixin's allergic reaction is actually caused by vampire blood. Wei San, who had been silent all along, praised. I didn't expect sister-in-law to discover so many details in such a short time. She asked for his help. Brother Wei San, I need you to do something for me. I want to go find him tonight. Wei San immediately ordered the group of subordinates. Go and find out Meng Wanqing's current residence immediately. She's definitely not at the family villa. Check her recent movements to find out where she's staying. The 2 accepted the order. Understood. Ruanqiao also turned and left quickly. I'll go prepare first. Send me the address later. Min Chuan chased after her. Hey, I have to go with you. I have to protect you. But Ruanqiao gently stopped him. Don't underestimate a woman's methods. You'll only get in the way if you follow. You team up with Brother Wei San and the others. Then she quickly left the room. He said while leisurely smoking a cigar, I told you long ago, that woman is not simple. Outside, Ruanqiao skillfully climbed over a wall and entered a house. She landed on the ground smoothly and lightly. Ruanqiao tiptoed to the main door and knocked. A maid came out to open the door. Hello, it's so late. Who are you looking for? She didn't answer, quickly taking out a handkerchief to cover her mouth. I didn't expect the things from the bar to be so useful. After knocking out the maid, Ruanqiao dragged her outside. She changed into the maid's clothes. After successfully sneaking in, Ruanqiao closed the door. She disguised herself as a maid and pushed a food cart to deliver meals. When she arrived in front of her room, Ruanqiao knocked on the door. Excuse me, would you like a late-night snack? Seeing no response, she sighed in frustration. Not here. Ruanqiao didn't give up and continued knocking on every room's door. A young man opened the door. Wow, a beauty. What's for the late-night snack tonight? He was the second son of the Dracula family, Count Johnston. She handed Johnston a glass of warm milk. Hello, it's milk. At the same time, she quickly glanced around his room. Not here either. Johnston wrapped his arm around Ruanqiao's waist and pulled her closer. He leaned in and whispered sweet nothings. But the late-night snack I want is you, my sweet, mysterious beauty. Hearing Johnston say this, she was panicked and worried. Could my identity have been exposed? He opened his mouth, intending to bite Ruanqiao's neck. Just then, a hand gently grabbed hers from behind. Zixin pulled Ruanqiao towards him. She is my handmaiden. Johnston quietly observed the 2 of them. Then he shrugged and feigned concern. So that's how it is. But you're so intimate with your handmaiden. Does Sister Qing know about this? He left unhappily, only reminding Johnston, this matter is none of the Count's concern. He watched the 2 leave, carefully considering. To be safe, it's better to go ask Sister Qing. Zixin brought Ruanqiao back to the room and slammed the door shut. He pushed her onto the bed. Zixin gently hugged her and asked with tender concern, Xiang, have you been well lately? Ruanqiao let go of all her defenses and cried while blaming him. Why do you always hide things from me? Why do you always push me away, thinking it's for my own good? But have you ever asked if I needed it? Zixin wiped away her tears and comforted her gently. Being with me is bound to be dangerous. I don't want to see you get hurt because of me. Ruanqiao still didn't accept it. Then what about Meng Wanqing? Isn't it dangerous to be with her? He was taken aback by her question. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with her? She and I are just childhood friends. Ruanqiao spoke her mind. But that night on the beach, I saw you proposing to her, just like when you proposed to me. Zixin patiently explained to her. That's because her shoelace was untied. I was just helping her tie it. Ruanqiao's expression softened, but she continued to press. What about that photo of you and Meng Wanqing that was sent to Brother Wei San's place? Ruanqiao listed all the things that had happened before, and you also said that you were really happy with her. The more he listened, the more confused he became. I only woke up 2 days ago. I just figured out what happened while I was unconscious and was about to go find everyone when I was tricked by Meng Wanqing, forced to drink her blood, and have been unconscious ever since. The realization dawned on both of them, and they said in unison, so it was Meng Wanqing's doing. Zixin smiled and caressed Ruanqiao's face. You disguised yourself and snuck in here just to see if I had really changed my mind. She blushed with embarrassment and retorted, I was afraid that if you died, there would be no one to collect your body. He gently moved closer to Ruanqiao. All right, whatever my wife says is right. A voice interrupted the atmosphere between the two. Little fatty, what are you doing? Wanqing stood at the doorway, questioning her. Miss Lin, why are you wearing our maid's uniform? Zixin stood in front of Ruanqiao. She came to see me. What do you want? She brought in a serving of food and placed it on the table. Wanqing handed him a glass of milk. Here, little fatty, drink all the milk and go to sleep. Let me entertain Miss Lin. Zixin refused unhappily. I'm not drinking it. I know you've added your blood again. She trembled and dropped the milk. She tells you to go with her, and you go immediately, but when I ask you to drink milk, you refuse. He still stood protectively. Meng Wanqing, I've made it very clear. That was just a childish joke between us. I don't have any romantic feelings for you. Wanqing tore off her bandage, revealing an injured arm, and questioned loudly, you say it's a joke, and it becomes a joke? Then what was the point of me fighting to stay alive, becoming this half-human, half-monster? Ruanqiao bluntly exposed her. Miss Meng seems a bit too selfish. You became a vampire just because you were afraid of death. There's no need to frame it as for Fu Zihan's sake to move yourself. You were only 6 years old then. What did you know about love? Wanqing grew angrier. Shut up. What right do you have to speak? A person who meddles in others' relationships. She suddenly lunged forward with her sharp claws. As long as you're dead, little fatty will come back to me. Wanqing grabbed Zixin's collar tightly. Then she threw him aside with a flick of her hand. She cried out in alarm, Fu Zihan. She choked Ruanqiao and lifted her high into the air. Ruanqiao reminded her, even if you kill me, you won't have a place in his heart. Even though her feet dangled tremblingly in the air, she still spoke toughly. Meng Wanqing, you've lost. You've lost miserably. Wanqing opened her mouth to attack. Suddenly, a foot kicked her shoulder. Wanqing angrily rebuked, Johnston, why are you stopping me? He informed her of the situation. News that you've been holding Fu Zihan captive has leaked. The clan elders are on their way. If you don't leave now, do you want to be punished according to clan law? Wanqing was extremely shocked by this. How is that possible? Who leaked the news? She pointed at Ruanqiao. Was it this woman? Johnston didn't answer, simply pulling Wanqing away. Let's go. Have you forgotten how terrible the Blood Clan's punishments are? Wanqing remembered the scene after she was captured, begging desperately, give me blood, I need blood. That scene made her freeze on the spot, unable to argue. In the end, Wanqing had no choice but to give in and leave with him. Zixin quickly ran over to hug her, comforting her. Qiao, are you okay? Ruanqiao was also worried about him. I'm fine. What about you? Kicking the door open, Min Chun walked into the room, concerned for the two of them. Neither of you are hurt, right? You scare me to death. At that moment, in Ruanqiao's hotel, Ruanqiao informed Chun of her decision. I want to take Zixin back to the country. She earnestly asked for Zixin's opinion. Zixin, are you willing to go back to the country with me? He was a little flustered by the question. Before he could continue, Ruanqiao went on. I know you're going to use it for my own good as an excuse to push me away again, but Fu Zihan, this time, I will absolutely never let go of your hand again. I admit, at first, I wasn't sure what my feelings for you were, but after going through so much, I've realized that I can't imagine how I would face a world without you. Zixin was convinced by her words and gently kissed Ruanqiao's hand. All right, since I can't let go, then I'll hold on tight. Min Chun shivered as he watched from the side. My God, that's so sappy. Can you two stop torturing a single guy like me? Although he had already agreed in his heart, he still had many worries. As long as the Hunter organization and the vampires aren't eliminated, Qiao will always be in danger with me. It's time to wipe them all out. Her phone rang. It was Yangyu. Ruanqiao answered the phone. Yangyu, what did you need me for? Hearing the name, Zixin was startled and looked up. He anxiously tried to interrupt the call. What does he want? Tell him he doesn't have a chance. On the other end of the line, Yangyu said, Ruanqiao, on behalf of the Yang group, I am formally inviting the Fulin group to collaborate. She patted Zixin's head to soothe him. then replied, "But Mrs. Yang always refused to work with us before. Why this sudden?" Standing in his office, he explained to Ruanqiao, "Because the Yang group is under my control now, so I've adjusted the strategy." "When are you returning to the country?" Yang Yu also wondered to himself, was that just Fu Zixin's voice? She told him her travel plans in the next couple of days. "Congratulations. We can discuss the collaboration after I get back." Yang Yu answered briefly, "Okay." Then Ruanqiao turned around and gently confirmed with him, "So, are you going back to the country, or am I going back to handle work while you and Chun stay here?" Zixin clung to her arm coquettishly. "I'll go back with you." He thought to himself, otherwise, what if Yang Yu steals you away? The more Min Chun looked at him, the angrier he got. "Bro, you were the one who stole her from Yang Yu in the first place, okay?" 2 days later, in the Fulin Group conference room, on the television, a news anchor was reporting the latest news. The Old City District renovation project has been found to have substandard construction quality, suspected to be at the instruction of former Mayor Yulin. Yulin has been arrested and will stand trial soon. Fu Group's CEO, Fu Zihan, has been declared innocent. Based on the information from the news, Ruanqiao questioned the shareholders. President Fu was the former CEO of the group. Now that he has been acquitted, why can't he join the board of directors? An old shareholder voiced his thoughts. "President Lin, he was involved in a scandal. After all, it would be embarrassing for us to let him join the board." Another chimed in, "Exactly. In just these few minutes, I've already received several calls from partners wanting to cancel their contracts." Their words made her furious, but Zixin reached out to stop her. He quickly thought of a way to solve the problem. "I understand the concerns of all the seniors here. I will submit an application and go through the company's interview and hiring process. Whether I'm hired or not, everything will follow company procedure. I'll start as a rank-and-file employee. Do any of the directors have any other opinions?" The crowd fell silent, unable to refute his words. After the meeting ended and they were walking out, Ruanqiao was still unhappy. "Zixin, with your abilities, it's not difficult to get on the board, and besides, this company was originally." Kenshin interrupted her. "He's doing this for you. If you insist on getting him onto the board, you could definitely achieve it, but what would the people below say about you? How would you establish your authority in the company in the future?" Zixin also looked gently into Ruanqiao's eyes. "Do you not trust my abilities? Or do you not trust the fairness of the company's procedures?" In the end, she accepted, replying, "All right." Ruanqiao watched his departing figure. She turned to Kenshin, handing him a USB drive. "Brother, this is the data I photographed in the Hunter Base's research lab. Help me look into it." Ruanqiao stated her prediction. "I suspect they captured Zixin to research something." Kenshin took it. "Okay." 8 days later, at the Fulin Group, a female employee gossiped behind Zixin's back. "The former CEO of the Fu Group is now just an ordinary employee on the same level as us." "Really?" Another said sarcastically. "How long do you think he'll last here? It's just for show. It's all your fault for not being pretty enough." Lin Ruanqiao walked over and scolded her. "Is your report finished? Have you revised the proposal? Gossiping here. Aren't you afraid President Lin will fire you?" Zixin gently tried to placate her. "It's all right. Gossiping helps improve work efficiency. Are these the documents that need to be processed? Give them to me." Lin Ruanqiao admired his composure. Indeed, Sister Qiao was right. President Fu's mindset is really stable. A voice came from a distance. "Ruanqiao, are you free tonight? My mom is hosting a family dinner and wants to invite you and Kenshin." Ruanqiao was on the phone with Yang Yu. "Sure, since I'm invited, it wouldn't be right to refuse. I haven't seen Annie Yang in a long time. It would be good to pay a visit. He made plans with her. Then I'll come pick you guys up after work." The female employees continued to gossip with envious eyes. "Look, there's such a perfect match. I'm on team President Yang. Only children make choices. I think President Xiao can have them both." Zixin was extremely annoyed, but couldn't say anything. "Damn it, I should have just let Lin Ruanqiao fire those two gossips." Ruanqiao didn't leave immediately, but turned back to look at him. She walked up to Zixin and immediately explained, "Zixin, don't misunderstand. I was just..." He raised a hand, signaling for Ruanqiao not to say more. "It's fine. A business dinner. It's very normal. I'm not that petty." Zixin's attitude disappointed her a little. Is he really not jealous at all? That evening, at the Yang residence, the banquet was ready, and everyone had arrived. Yang Yu's mother began to greet her. "Niece Lin, I've heard so much about you and have been wanting to meet you, so I had little Yu invite you over for a meal." Ruanqiao politely stood up to offer a toast. "Auntie Yang, you're too kind. You're my elder. It's my fault for not visiting for so long. I hope you can forgive my thoughtlessness. She beckoned her over warmly. Little Yu has excellent taste. Come, sit next to me. Ruanqiao walked closer. Yang Yu's mother began to play matchmaker for him. Little Yu has also reached the age to marry. I heard you divorced that boy from the Fu family, right? She pulled their hands together. I'm not that old-fashioned. There's nothing wrong with remarrying after a divorce. She flusteredly waved her hands in refusal. Auntie Yang, that's not. But Yang Yu's mother cut her off. It just so happens your brother is here today, too, the eldest young master of the Nan family. Xiao Xiao has now been adopted by Grandpa, Nan, as his honorary granddaughter. She skillfully sought Kenshin's opinion. Then you've also become this girl's older brother. You can make the decision on this matter too, right? He stood up and replied, this matter still depends on Xiao Xiao's opinion, and I also need to ask for Grandpa's opinion. Yang Yu's mother still didn't give up, calling over the family butler. Go and ask Grandpa Nan to come over. Just say that his little sister from a Yang family misses him. The butler went to receive him, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes. Even Yang Yu was stunned by the awkward situation. He stood up to help Ruanqiao out. Mom, you chat with Brother Kenshin first. I'll take Ruanqiao for a walk in the garden. She happily agreed. All right, you young people go and cultivate your relationship. Then Yang Yu pulled her away from the dining table. Outside in the garden, Ruanqiao clarified the issue with him. Yang Yu, I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. I never thought about marrying you. He calmly stated her previous plan. The day you ran away, you struck up a conversation with me at the bar. You were actually trying to get close to me to form a marriage alliance with the Yang family, right? Yang Yu's direct words left Ruanqiao speechless. He recalled her saying firmly back then, but if I don't even dare to resist myself, then who can help me change my destiny? Yang Yu expressed his thoughts. Your words back then moved me greatly. From that moment on, the hope of changing my own destiny began to sprout in my heart. He suddenly knelt on one knee, holding out his hand. And now, I have broken free from the destiny my mother arranged for me, and have also grown into your best safe harbor, haven't I? Ruanqiao helplessly stopped Yang Yu. Get up first. She helped him up and revealed her original motive. Yang Yu, actually, when I first approached you, it was to use the Yang family's power to get revenge on the Lin family, so? But Yang Yu interrupted her. I know. He knew all of Ruanqiao's plans. From the moment you came to talk to me, I already knew. But I can't deny that what you said deeply moved me. Yang Yu still asked her resolutely again, so, do you agree? Ruanqiao decisively turned her face away. I don't agree. She explained her inner thoughts. Yang Yu, you are a rare, like-minded partner to me. I hope we can always be friends. After speaking, Ruanqiao left immediately. He watched her figure, unable to say a word. Yang Yu clenched his fists, muttering to himself with determination. Friends? But I don't want to be just friends. When he returned to the house, Yang Yu's mother was leisurely sipping tea. How did it go? Did that girl agree? In a few days, I'll have Annie Lu pick a date to go to your family and propose marriage. He shook his head dejectedly and replied, there's no need. She didn't even let me finish before saying she only sees me as a friend. She was incredulous. How is that possible? Our Yang family is a prestigious family with a 100-year history. Countless socialites want to marry into this family. On what grounds does she refuse? Yang Yu explained, Mom, you always look at others with such arrogance. Not everyone values these things. His words did not quell her anger. Yang Yu's mother slammed her teacup down. The Lin family is just a minor family. If that girl hadn't been adopted by the Nan family, I wouldn't have even given her a second glance. He coldly said what had been hidden in his heart for a long time. If you weren't my mother, I wouldn't value you either. That sentence made her extremely flustered. You? Yang Yu turned around, only showing half his face to her from behind. I've long had enough of so-called well-matched social statuses and your high and mighty attitude. Mom, don't forget the Yang family is under my control now. Don't let me hear you speak ill of Ruanqiao again in the future, or I won't mind letting you retire early. His mother was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. How did it turn out like this? Where did my smart, obedient, and sensible son go? She began to shift the blame to Ruanqiao. It's Lin Ruanqiao. She's the one who ruined the son I worked so hard to raise. The next day at the Feline group, she stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. I didn't expect Yang Yu to develop feelings for me. In that case, I'm afraid the collaboration will have to be canceled too. A knock on the door interrupted Ruanqiao's thoughts. But when she saw Yang Yu standing at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers, her expression darkened. Yang Yu, what are you trying to do? Ruanqiao stood up uncomfortably and said, I made myself very clear yesterday. I didn't. He immediately explained, I came to apologize. Yang Yu handed her the bouquet. I was too emotional last night. I thought about it all night and realized you were right. There doesn't have to be love between people. Sometimes, a soulmate is more precious than a partner. Hearing him say this, Ruanqiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I was being too narrow-minded. Yang Yu reassured her, don't worry, the collaboration will continue. You are still my most important friend. Ruanqiao relaxed and reached out to take the bouquet from his hands. Outside, Zixin saw the whole thing. What is Yang Yu doing? Signing a contract is one thing, but why send flowers and roses at that? A few days later, the news was quickly released. Congratulations to the Fulin Group and the Yang Group for successfully signing the 5-8 grade commercial complex project. Ruanqiao happily raised her glass to invite Yang Yu to a happy collaboration. He replied politely, working with you will certainly be a pleasure. The people around them also raised their glasses to congratulate the two. Congratulations, President Lin. Congratulations, President Yang. Not only do you two think alike, but you're also a perfect match. If you two were a couple, the rest of us wouldn't stand a chance. Yang Yu raised a hand to his lips as a reminder. It's an honor for me that you say that, but it's a bother for President Lin. Making a lady uncomfortable is not a gentlemanly thing to do. She looked at him gratefully. Thank goodness he helped smooth things over so quickly. A friendly hand rested on Ruanqiao's shoulder. Excuse me, Zixin had her lean against him. This outstanding lady is Fu Zixin's wife. Yang Yu smiled in response to his words. That's right. I, Yang Yu, am not so fortunate. Zixin continued to praise Ruanqiao. An outstanding wife is a husband's pride. She looked at him gently and stopped him. Zixin, that's enough. You've had too much to drink. Go upstairs and rest. The two left, supporting each other intimately. The figure of a girl sitting alone caught Yang Yu's attention. He walked up to greet her assistant Lin. She replied, President Yang, is there something I can help you with? Yang Yu began to execute his plan. The legal department just called me and said there's a clause in the contract that's unclear. They want me to confirm it with President Lin, but she just helped Fu Zixin upstairs, and it's not convenient for an outsider to disturb them. So I'd like to ask you to help me arrange a meeting with President Lin in the back garden to discuss it. I'll have the legal department bring the contract over. Assistant Lin smiled, not suspecting a thing. No problem. President Yang is the most professional partner I've ever seen, keeping business and private matters separate. He played along. It's what I should do. Ruanqiao arrived at the place Yang Yu had arranged. Yang Yu, he was extremely happy to see her. You're here. Ruanqiao was a bit wary. Why not talk inside? It's so dark out here. Not a good place to review a contract. Yang Yu no longer concealed it and told the truth. That's right. Nothing gets past you. I didn't actually come to discuss the contract. He opened his heart to confess to her. I came to confide in you, to let you clearly understand the real me. Didn't you say we were friends? Ruanqiao was a little flustered, but Before she could agree, Yang Yu began to tell his story. The Yang family is a century-old aristocratic family, a prestigious clan. From the moment I was born, my life was planned out for me. He recalled his mother being very strict. Little you, don't learn from those bad kids. You must study hard to be worthy of a Yang family's name. Yang Yu recalled, sadly, since I was little, while other kids could play, I could only study. My mother forbade me from having contact with the outside world. He had expressed his wishes many times. Mom, I want to apply to a music conservatory. I don't want to study finance. But she coldly refused. No, graduates of music conservatories are just a bunch of performers. How can they be worthy of the Yang family name? Yang Yu complained that his mother never listened to his wishes, even for his college entrance exams, only caring about whether he would bring shame to the family. In the past, he had endured his mother's canings many times. Yang Yu told Ruanqiao everything. Everyone around me said my mother was doing it for my own good, that I shouldn't argue with her. Over time, I didn't want to express my thoughts anymore, because I knew I couldn't change her. I resigned myself to my fate. He began to express his feelings for her, until you appeared. What you said in the bar that day might have just been a casual remark, but it stirred my once-dead soul. From that moment on, it was as if I had broken free from the cage that had imprisoned me for years. I wanted to live for myself for once too. Yang Yu gently took Ruanqiao's hand. I did it, Xiao Xiao. I seized control of the company and stripped my mother of her power. She can no longer manipulate my life. So to me, you are the lighthouse that illuminates my life. Without a lighthouse, a ship cannot continue its voyage. At this moment, Zishin walked over from a distance. Lighthouse my ass. Watch me knock you so senseless that even a compass won't help. Min Chun suddenly stopped him. Wait. Zishin unhappily scolded him. Why are you stopping me? Are you even my brother? Min Chun nodded, pointing at his phone. Yes, I am, but take the call first. He answered the phone, and Wan Qing's voice came from the other end. Hello, Zishin, it's Wan Qing. I'm back in the country. A white car slowly approached a luxurious building. Johnston, who was driving, suddenly turned to look at her smoking beside him. Jessica, you deceived the entire clan to come back for him. If you're discovered, even I won't be able to save you. Is it really worth it? Wan Qing, with a cigarette in her mouth, retorted, If heaven hadn't let me meet him again, I wouldn't have done this. The cigarette, but was quickly flicked out of the car. But once we've reunited, don't think anyone can snatch him away from me. A few seconds later, she had already taken the papers from Johnston's hand, along with the information he was relaying. To get Fu Zihan, you have to deal with Lin Ruanqiao first. According to the investigation, she hates her stepmother and that illegitimate sister, as well as her own father. Wan Qing asked doubtfully. The reason? She quickly locked her eyes on the stack of papers, listening intently. I heard the stepmother poisoned her biological mother to secure her position. Her father didn't care, only concerned with the family's reputation. And that sister was afraid her status as a rich young lady would be snatched away by her. Wan Qing smiled slightly. Looking at the photo she had stopped at, jealousy is a woman's instinct, and also the easiest weapon to exploit. Her slender, fair hand gradually rested on the car window, opening it. It reflected her fiery red lips as she applied lipstick, accompanied by her request. Let's go, brother. Let's start with her. A slender hand suddenly pulled back, leaving the other's hand frozen in midair. Wan Xiao dodged, quickly backing away. Yang Yu, it's not like that. You're mistaken. Immediately, she was grabbed by Yang Yu and pulled closer. Mistaken? Where am I mistaken? Xiao, I'm a 27-year-old adult man. I'm very clear about my own feelings. I can see. Hiding behind, Zishin angrily punched a tree trunk, muttering through gritted teeth. What's with all the talk? Just go for it. Linjie had just reported that she saw Meng Wanqing and Lin Xiao talking during the banquet. He gradually regained a serious expression, thinking silently. What does Meng Wanqing really want by coming back? No, I have to go and see. Min Chun's question suddenly came from behind. You're not going? He retorted angrily. I trust Xiao, and I'm worried Meng Wanqing will collude with Lin Xiao to harm people. The two quickly turned and left, leaving her behind. She had already backed away and refused. Yang Yu, I'm glad that I could be the light that pulled you out of the abyss, and I'm happy that you've taken back control of your own life. Yang Yu began to speak calmly. What you mean is, watching her carefully as she explained, but Yang Yu, this isn't love. Wan Xiao's words also came out, making him lower his eyes sadly after hearing them. This might sound cruel, but Yang Yu, you don't know me. What you think you know is actually just based on your imagination of me. Rather than saying you like me, it's more like you like the version of me that you created. She looked at Yang Yu indifferently and softly spoke her feelings. I am very willing to continue being the guiding light in your life, to help you answer questions and clear up confusion when you are lost, as long as you are willing. But beyond that, I cannot take a further step with someone who doesn't understand me at all. He lowered his head and said softly, but I want to understand the real you. Upon hearing this, Ruanqiao replied sternly, It's too late, Yang Yu. Some moments, once missed, are missed forever. From a moment Fu Zihan appeared at the bar, we were destined to miss each other. After speaking, she quickly ran away from Yang Yu's side. She walked away leisurely, leaving Yang Yu to collapse on the ground in sorrow. Over at the party, Ruanqiao unintentionally turned her head to look at Meng Wanqing, who was clinking glasses and laughing. She furrowed her brows, her heart filled with surprise and many questions. Meng Wanqing, why is she here? She's returned to the country. Her slender fingers began to cup her chin as Ruanqiao started to ponder. There's only one reason the Dracula family would allow her to go abroad, and that is to hunt down Zihan. But why is she with Lin Xiao? After racking her brains, a thought quickly flashed through her mind. Could it be that she wants to use Lin Xiao to deal with me? With the Fu family's current power, as long as I'm eliminated, capturing Zihan will no longer be difficult. Ruanqiao was startled and turned to look at the person who had bumped into her. You. She saw Yang Yu smiling brightly, reassuring her, Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore. She turned around and smiled warmly at him. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Yu from now on. Yang Yu replied, okay, and the two happily clinked their glasses swiftly. Zihan, over here, saw this scene, and his jar of vinegar was knocked over as he began to mutter. He's back and still drinking so happily. A strange question suddenly rang out. Who said to believe in Kale-Kales? This made him quickly dodge and stammer a denial. I'm not jealous, absolutely not. A hand also suddenly reached out in front of Zihan. Meng Wanqing stood nearby, smiling as she made a request to him. President Fu, may I have the honor of inviting you for a dance? Zihan ignored the whispers behind him and asked her softly, what are you trying to do? His eyes simultaneously glanced towards those two. He then placed his hand on Meng Wanqing's, signaling his agreement, of course. His hand quickly rested on her waist, and amidst the crowd's discussion, the two began to dance skillfully, but he still looked toward her, his heart filled with annoyance. Let you have a taste of jealousy, too. Over here, Ruanqiao covered her mouth and laughed, saying to Min Chun, why is he so childish? Can't he see that I've only ever treated Yang Yu as a partner from beginning to end? He sighed and explained he knows everything. It's just his childishness acting up. A little coaxing will do. A strange thought flashed through her mind, and her eyes suddenly widened. She turned and whispered in Min Chun's ear. This made Zihan, over here, prick up his ears and listen with a heart full of suspicion. What on earth did Min Chun say to Qiao Qiao? Why does it feel completely different from the script I envisioned? She looked at him unexpectedly and reminded him, Zihan, can you be a little more serious? Zihan obediently closed his eyes and earnestly held her hand. A few seconds later, he couldn't help but look at Ruanqiao, who was dancing intently with Min Chun. Under the lights, he unexpectedly smiled faintly, opened his eyes, and began to signal. A sudden push caused the two girls to collide painfully. Ruanqiao smiled brightly, looked at the person who had steadied her, and made a request, disregarding Meng Wanqing, who was gradually falling to the side. President Fu, I wonder if I might have the honor of sharing the second half of this dance with you. Excitement gradually built in his heart. He smirked and replied, well then, this young master will reluctantly accept. She shouted angrily from the side, Lin Ruanqiao, aren't you going too far? Zihan was clearly dancing with me first. Lin Xiaoqiao appeared unexpectedly, grabbed her hand, and quickly interjected. They are husband and wife, so of course you're the one interfering. Are you trying to be a homewrecker? If so, our Ling Corporation might need to reconsider our cooperation with you. A few seconds later, she was angrily pushed away by Meng Wanqing. Anyone has the right to say these things, except you. Wasn't your mother also a homewrecker? She even caused the death of the original wife to get ahead. You, the illegitimate daughter of a third party. What right do you have to talk about me? A flustered look quickly appeared on her face as she stammered in retort. You investigated me? This was met with Meng Wanqing's mockery and ridicule. The only way to keep a secret is not to do it in the first place. Do you really think you and your mother could keep it a secret? In fact, the entire high society despises you. This sent a chill down Lin Xiaoqiao's spine, her heart filled with fear. I don't want to I know I was wrong. My mother's already dead. A conciliatory voice suddenly rang out. Miss Meng, your words are a bit out of line. She turned her head and stared daggers at him. Yang Yu, the young master of the Yang family, dare to defy your own mother for Lin Ruanqiao. The Yang family will be ruined by you sooner or later. This made Yang Yu appear guilty and flustered. Miss Meng, don't take your words too far. This was followed by a question. Miss Meng, since when did my family's affairs require your intervention? Ruanqiao supported her shoulder and sternly retorted, no matter how wrong Lin Xiaoqiao's mother was, she is still my half-sister. The Lin family's affairs are not for you, or rather, a non-human, to interfere in. This left Meng Wanqing speechless. Meng, this was followed by questions from the socialites behind her. What does non-human mean? The three of them stood in the middle of the crowd, raised their hands to point at her, and spoke decisively. Everyone, in fact, she is not human at all, but an immortal. This made her grit her teeth in annoyance and shout, Shut up. Johnston rushed into the crowd in time. He quickly embraced the body close to him. Ching, are you all right? She trembled beneath him, holding her head and starting to repeat, I'm not one of them. I'm not. At the same time, a hand from above grabbed the corner of her clothes, and the clothes were taken off. A coat was draped over her, and Johnston held Meng Wanqing. His eyes were full of threat. "Miss Lin, I advise you to leave yourself a way out." After speaking, he supported her body and left in front of everyone. Lin Xiaoqiao stood up at the same time, smiling brightly as she pushed her hair back and looked at her. "Thank you for standing up for me just now." She forced a smile, tried to evade the topic. "Well, it wasn't entirely for you." She lowered her eyes, as if very sad, and began to speak. "I understand. Then I'll be leaving first." Her voice rang out in time. "Lin Xiaoqiao, can we talk?" Lin Xiaoqiao's enthusiasm gradually returned, and she responded quickly, "Okay." In a flash, the two were standing in front of a large, deserted mirror. Ruanqiao suddenly turned to look at her. "You know, I've actually hated you all these years, always feeling that it was you and your mother who stole my father." Lin Xiaoqiao frowned, as if she understood. "I know." The next moment, seeing her sad face, Ruanqiao's words pierced her heart. "I felt like I was the only extra person in the family, but I didn't understand. Everything was fine before. Why did it suddenly change?" She turned around and sighed in frustration. "Actually, I've never told you. I was very jealous of you." This was followed by images of her childhood being isolated by friends. Isn't that child the illegitimate daughter of the person who stole Lin Ruanqiao's father? How can a mistress's daughter have the heir of a noble lady? Poor Lin Xiaoqiao. Her classmates always mocked her behind her back, saying she was inferior to you. Back home, she was again disciplined and compared by her strict father. "You're so stupid. Children from poor families have narrow horizons. In this aspect, you can't compare to Xiaoqiao. Even Dad always compared me to you." Even her own mother earnestly instilled bad ideas. "Xiaoqiao, you must learn to compete. Otherwise, everything in this family will belong to Lin Ruanqiao. Not you, understand?" So from a young age, my mother taught me that I had to fight for what I wanted, otherwise I would be a useless child. And the Lin family doesn't need useless children. You'll be abandoned. This made Lin Xiaoqiao cry as she poured out her grievances. "I didn't want to compete with you either, but I had no choice. I was desperate. No one helped me. I also longed for a sister who loved me. But do you think there's any real family affection in the Lin family?" This made her pause in confusion. Then she quickly hugged Lin Xiaoqiao's body, as if she understood. "That's right. That father of ours has always put face and family interests first. He has never truly loved anyone." Ruanqiao gently wiped the tears from her face and softly comforted her. "Lin Xiaoqiao, I don't hate you anymore. It's just that you've never had a good father or a good mother." But she quickly brushed past her and said decisively, "I can never forgive your mother for causing my mother's death, so I cannot accept the daughter of my mother's killer. But I don't hate you anymore either." Her departing figure was resolute, leaving behind a tear-streaked face and Lin Xiaoqiao's thanks. "Thank you." At the same time, Min Chun's chiding voice suddenly came through the phone. "Are you really not going to discuss it with Lin Ruanqiao? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" He stood up straight and stammered, "But I don't dare to bet. I'm scared." The next moment, he was shocked to hear the door open. He turned to look at her, surprised that she had opened the door. "Xiaoqiao, Fu Zihan." But he was interrupted by Ruanqiao. "Are you trying to abandon me again?" Zihan's body quickly collapsed onto the bed. I'm sorry." Seeing this, she sighed in frustration. Ruanqiao quickly held him like a mother. He suddenly poured out his heart. "Xiaoqiao, I'm really scared. I'm afraid that one careless move will make me lose you forever. I can't bear for you to leave me." This was followed by an image of Zihan's small body being gradually swallowed by darkness. "Xiaoqiao, Mom has something to do with the company. You be a good boy and stay home alone." His mother supported the company alone and had little time for him. Her promises were never kept, to the point that he once thought he didn't have a mother. Like a small puppy, he gradually moved closer to her. "So I'm very scared. I'm afraid that the people I love will leave me. If I could, I wish the one who died was me, not my mother." Ruanqiao frowned and looked down. He was crying. She gently stroked his head. I know everything. But Zihan's mother, Fu's mother, loved you very much. So much that she was willing to trade her own life for your freedom. She knew that as long as she died, no one would ever threaten you again. She didn't want to be your burden. Do you understand?" This made Zihan happy, but he still looked at her sadly with moist eyes. "If you were the one who was caught, would you do the same?" She gently soothed him. Yes, without hesitation, willingly. At the same time, she reached out and lifted Zihan's face. Her eyes quickly closed tightly. Their lips began to lock together tightly, filled with sweetness. Zihan quickly seized the opportunity and began to place his hands on her waist. Accompanied by a firm promise in his heart, Qiao, I won't let this happen again. A skilled hand followed, slowly pulling down the zipper of her dress, revealing her fair shoulders. Ruanqiao held Zihan and whispered, Fu Zihan, do you believe that I can be your strongest support? He buried his face in her chest, I believe. The next morning, the ringing of the phone broke the still hazy atmosphere in the building. Zihan squinted one eye, annoyed at being woken from his sleep. Who is it disturbing my sweet dream so early in the morning? Ruanqiao sat up at the start. Today's first message was from Yang. Qiao. I'm worried Meng Wanqing will make a move against you, so I wanted to come over and discuss countermeasures. I'm already at your door. Ruanqiao quickly threw off the covers and kicked him out of bed. Yang is here. Quick, you go hide. Don't come out. I have something to discuss with him. Zihan cursed under his breath. That annoying guy again. A moment later, she opened the door to welcome the uninvited guest. Zihan's expression was not good. He looked at him sideways. President Yang is really too idle, not resting on the weekend, but running over to ruin someone's good time. Yang pretended to enjoy getting in his way. My apologies then. Young Master Fu should still take care of his health. Ruanqiao shouted from inside. Yang, come in quickly. He walked past slowly, intentionally or unintentionally bumping Zihan, provoking him. She urged eagerly, Yang, let's go to the study. Then Ruanqiao instructed him, Zihan, you eat first, don't mind me. He looked back at Zihan with a triumphant glance, pouting his lips arrogantly. So what? In the face of work, no matter how seductively you're dressed, you're not worth mentioning. He was provoked but could do nothing, only able to vent his anger by scratching and kicking wildly. He's provoking me. I'm so mad. On the other side, the Dracula siblings returned to the living room. Johnston advised Meng Wanqing, Ching, why don't we stop bothering with Fu Zihan and Lin Ruanqiao? Find a place where no one is around and live a peaceful life. Wouldn't that be nice? But her jealousy wouldn't allow it. No, Lin Ruanqiao. She almost made me lose all my face in front of everyone. How can I let her go? He began to feel scared. What are you trying to do? Meng Wanqing clenched her hands, burning with anger, her poisonous schemes all aimed at Ruanqiao. Of course I'm going to use powerful people to destroy her. Those in power all crave immortality, and I can help them achieve it. Johnston shook her shoulders violently, pulling Meng Wanqing back to reality. Are you crazy? If Dad finds out, you're dead. You'll wish you were dead. Her mind was made up, and she smiled nonchalantly. I don't care. Besides, if you don't tell, I don't tell, and we're behind the scenes, who will know? Meng Wanqing suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, closing the distance between them. She brought her lips close to Johnston's, using a gentle approach. Good brother, help me. I know you've always doted on me the most since we were little. He sighed. He nodded in default agreement to a tacit deal. Meanwhile, contrasting with that sweet scene was a serious study, where Yang stood next to Ruanqiao, earnestly instructing her, look at this. A soft knock came from outside. She said crisply, come in. Zihan was carrying a plate of fruit, feeling like he had gone from host to guest, and with Yang having a legitimate work reason to be close to Ruanqiao, he couldn't help but frown. That damn brat. Zihan walked past the desk and threw a piece of fruit, which hit him right on the forehead, saying blatantly, sorry, President Yang, my hand slipped. Yang was annoyed by Zihan's behavior and immediately retorted, you're so childish. He sat in the chair with his legs crossed, leisurely biting an apple. Anyway, I'll just sit here and wait. Ruanqiao's mind was all on the project. She had just calculated the next step. There's no problem with my plan. I'll call the engineering department later to discuss it with the Yang Corporation. Yang became nervous, his voice quite urgent. I'm always worried Meng Wanqing will be unfavorable to you. To be safe, we should speed up the project's progress. Ruanqiao's eyes were fixed on the computer screen. I think so too. Zihan lowered his eyes, feeling a bit sad. It seems I should do something too. A few days later, at the Fulin Group Administrative Building, the sky was high and the air was crisp, the sun was bright. Lin Qiao breathlessly reported an astonishing matter to Ruanqiao. Sister Qiao, it's bad. Our project was just called to a halt right after it started. The engineering department sent a document saying we violated regulations. She shot up from her seat, her face bewildered. What? Ruanqiao suddenly thought of a name. Could be Meng Wanqing, but she just arrived. How could she have connections at the government level? On a certain island, the moonlight was bright and the breeze was gentle. A group of people gathered in the front yard of a mansion. A blonde girl was curled up in a basket, hugging a pillow, her arms covered in needle marks. Engineering Minister Xu Ming, holding a wine glass in one hand and a beauty in the other, asked Shuang, "Are you sure the secret to your youthfulness is all thanks to this little girl?" She poked Xu Ming, teasing him of course. "I've been with you for so many years. Don't you know if I serve you comfortably or not? This tight figure and smooth skin of mine are all thanks to the goddess's elixir of immortality." Xu Ming touched Shuang's chest. "Let me pinch it to see if it's silicone." She blushed with embarrassment. "You're so annoying, you bad old man." The people waiting for them gradually grew impatient. "Are you going to do it or not? If not, hurry up and get out of the way. We're still waiting to inspect the goods." Shuang took out a needle and handed it to him. Xu Haiming took the needle and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, walked towards the basket. He showed no mercy, directly piercing the sharp needle into the blonde girl's arm. The girl couldn't resist and could only scream helplessly, tears streaming down her face. A long time later, in the bedroom, Xu Ming woke up. Shuang smiled at him gently. "Old Xu, you're awake." Xu Ming felt strange. What happened to me?" She held up a mirror for him to see his youthful face. Look at this." Xu Ming held the mirror, admiring his rejuvenated appearance. He jumped up, touching his face in disbelief. "The wrinkles on my face have faded. Oh my God, it's amazing. How can it be so magical?" Xu Ming was ecstatic, wrapping his arms around Shuang. Shuang. Finally, I don't have to worry about getting old and frail anymore. Xu Ming will surely enjoy the pinnacle of power for generations. She also benefited, so she was overjoyed. "Congratulations, old Xu. I will definitely be by your side forever." As soon as he regained this appearance, he eagerly pushed Shuang down, wanting to experiment. "Let me feel it first, see if my physical strength has also been rejuvenated." Xu Ming caressed her thigh from bottom to top, pleasure spreading with every touch. He removed all the excess fabric from Shuang's body and went straight to the point without hesitation. She let out some wild sounds. "Slow down, old Xu. If the lamp on the bedside table had consciousness, it would have been a living witness." Xu Ming and Shuang walked out of the room happily, only to be stopped at the door by Meng Wanqing. "Minister Xu, how was the experience?" He was stunned. "Who are you?" Johnston introduced her beside him. "This is the goddess." The two bowed respectfully. "May the goddess be well." Xu Ming suddenly had lecherous thoughts. The goddess is so beautiful. Compared to her, Shuang is simply tasteless. She handed out a piece of paper. "Minister Xu, you should know that this is a priceless treasure, not something everyone can have. You're not planning to use it for free, are you?" His face turned ashen. "But the boat ticket to the island wasn't cheap either. Doesn't that cover part of it?" Xu Ming was straightforward, hoping the goddess could give him a quick price. Meng Wanqing replied, "I'm not interested in money." She made her request directly. "I want you to use your power to help me accomplish one thing." He looked around hesitantly. Meng Wanqing created favorable conditions to persuade Xu Ming. "Rest assured, I will never let you risk losing your job. After all, I still need the power in your hands to do things for me." Sure enough, he cooperated easily. "Okay, I promise." Xu Ming took the paper from Meng Wanqing's hand, taking the opportunity to feel her soft skin. She instinctively pulled her hand back, and Johnston stepped forward, blocking Meng Wanqing, and rebuked him. "What are you trying to do?" Xu Ming bowed respectfully, but his filthy thoughts still lingered. "Damn it, this goddess's hand is so soft. If only I could have her just once." He roared, "Get out." The offender scurried away with his tail between his legs. Johnston hurriedly asked her, "How are you? Did he touch you just now?" Meng Wanqing was carefully wiping every crevice of her hand with a towel. "So disgusting. Brother, take me for a bath." He immediately picked her up. "Okay." Meng Wanqing had already planned the perfect course of action. This way, Lin Xiao's project will be put on indefinite hold. The loss is immeasurable. Let's see how long she can last. That night, at the Yang family villa, Yang Yu paced back and forth in his room, guessing wildly. Why was the project suddenly halted by the engineering department? And it was a document personally signed by the engineering minister. Our procedures were clearly not a problem. Could it be the building materials that have a problem? Ruanqiao rubbed her forehead in pain, unable to think of any useful clues. I've rechecked everything, not a single mistake. I also asked my brother for help, but he doesn't know either. He only knows that Minister Shu has been very fond of going out to sea recently, and often comes home very late. Hearing this, his steps suddenly stopped. Yang Yu frowned, catching a hint of suspicion. Out to sea, returning late? She sighed. Various factions are at play, each with their own agenda. This is the information I managed to get through Uncle Nan's connections. There's nothing more. Even when I tried to schedule a meeting with Minister Shu, I was rejected. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and mentioned another thing. It seems his mother had met the minister once before, but now that the project has been halted and the company's stock is in a continuous freefall, she holds a huge prejudice against him and even wants to revoke the shareholder rights he holds. Ruanqiao was stunned. Her pupils contracted, as if she had thought of something. She saw her chance and comforted Yang Yu. It's okay. You handle Mrs. Yang's matter first. I'll figure out the rest. Mrs. Yang, holding a plate of pastries, was eavesdropping outside the door. Returning late from the sea, could it be the minister? Around 5:30 this afternoon, she had received a text from an unknown number. Do you enjoy the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of power? Do you enjoy the sense of superiority over others? Are you worried that you'll have to relinquish your power sooner or later as you grow old and your beauty fades? Are you unwilling? Are you reluctant? Do you long for eternal life? This island can help you realize that dream. Mrs. Yang didn't listen any further and turned back to the kitchen. She mulled over the text message. Could it be that Minister Shu's late return from the sea was because he went to that mysterious island, the place rumored to grant eternal life? In the end, Mrs. Yang decided to compose a reply, typing with both hands. Late at night, at Fully Group, a few offices were brightly lit. It was Ruanqiao's office. She, Jin Shun, and Yang Yu were repeatedly dialing Shu Ming's number. Thoroughly disappointed, she had no choice but to hang up. And no luck on your end either. Jin Shun stared at the screen, which showed a waiting status. Minister Shu refuses to see us. We can't even get an appointment. Ruanqiao didn't sound like she was joking that if there are no other options, I'll go block the door at his workplace. He has to go to work eventually, right? He shot her an annoyed glance, having already given up on that idea. You think I haven't thought of that? He's been working from home these past 2 days and isn't going to the office at all. He's clearly avoiding us on purpose. Why? I really can't figure out. Yang Yu stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Perhaps someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Who would at least want Fully Group and Yang's group to cooperate? Even without a hint, Ruanqiao could blurt it out immediately. Through the door, Zihan also had a faint idea. Meng Wanqing. Disregarding the non-working hours, he called Min Shun for help. Hey, Shun, help me look up Shu Ming's information. That night, Zihan found him at a bar he frequented. A table full of empty bottles naturally became the focus. He gently kicked Min Shun's thigh. Stop pretending to be some melancholic pretty boy. He seemed genuinely melancholic. Zhan is ignoring me. After I return to the country, she won't reply to my texts or answer my calls. I can't find her even when I go looking for her. Zihan patted Min Shun's shoulder, taking some of the blame. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my business, you wouldn't have secretly left the country. Zhan must be angry. How about I go and explain things to her for you? He pulled him down a sit. There's probably no need for that. Let her be. Bro, you should worry about yourself. Min Shun, having just been asked for a favor, already had news. He showed his phone to Zhan.by the way. I've got a lead on that thing you asked me to check. As he swiped through the screen, he asked Shuang, who's that? Min Shun answered fluently, Shu Ming's mistress. She's been with him for many years. Recently, the two have become more and more flagrant. Shu Ming is almost never home, spending all his time with her on a yacht. Zihan gave a faint, cold smile, and oh wonder Ruanqiao can't find him. But what does this woman have to do with that matter? He deduced a point. The strange thing is she was originally just a non-celebrity that not many people knew, but recently she's gone viral online for regaining her youth overnight. Do you think Shu Ming is blind, promoting a non-celebrity like this? He suddenly had a new discovery and quickly asked Min Shun, "Do you have before and after comparison photos of her?" He swiped to 2 photos of the same person. "Here. Has she really gotten younger?" While Zihan was lost in thought, Min Shun was pitifully optimistic. "But what kind of medicine is this effective? Or was it plastic surgery? If it's this effective, I should go get my wrinkles removed too. Maybe then Jun would be willing to talk to me again." He remembered Wanqing's face and, with about 90% certainty, figured it out. This matter is most likely related to Meng Wanqing. He had a sudden realization about her. That's a real eye-opener. How is she involved in everything? Zihan returned the phone to Min Shun and made a deal. "Tomorrow, I'll ask Meng Wanqing out for a meal to sound her out. You follow her and that man who's always with her." The next day, at a restaurant, Wanqing's joy was written all over her face. "I didn't expect you to ask me out on your own initiative. I'm so happy." Zihan moved his entire plate of grilled meat over to Wanqing's side and said softly, "Here, eat up." She happily accepted it with both hands. "Little fatty, is there anything you're not used to after returning to the country? You can tell me. I'll definitely help if I can." He didn't waste words, but his words had a hidden meaning. "But there's one thing. Your life right now is truly very happy. Don't destroy it with your own hands." Wanqing played dumb along with him. "How could I?" She guessed, "You came to see me because of Lin Ruanqiao, didn't you?" Wanqing clinked glasses with Zihan and told him a few things. "After that banquet, fewer and fewer people in the country are willing to cooperate with me. Zhuang Shidong proposed to me, and I've thought it through. It's probably much better to be with him than with you." She calculated it over and over, still praising Zhuang Shidong, that he and I are the same kind of people. We don't have to worry that if one of us dies, the other will live out their days alone, nor do we have to fear being criticized by our families for being with a different race. He's very good to me, and he's also pure-blooded. Zihan was at a loss for words for a second. He quickly recovered his polite smile and raised his glass formally to, "Yes, that's so? Congratulations." After that meal, Min Shun felt that Zihan was acting strange and asked about the situation, though what's wrong? Did it not go well? He felt that Wanqing was strange, that I just feel that she's not right. But seeing her again this time, she seems to have returned to normal, no longer having that manic obsession from before. His gaze shifted to the window, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that she's let go and started over? "I did as you said and followed Zhuang Shidong. He stuck to Meng Wanqing every day. The movements of the two are completely normal." Zihan frowned. "The key is, there's an indescribable strangeness. Could it be that I was wrong? But besides her, who else could it be?" Returning to the familiar Yang family villa, Yang Yu was in a state of extreme confusion. "Mom, why did you suddenly kick me off the board of directors?" Mrs. Yang looked at him sternly and chided. "Of course it's because during your time in charge of Yang's group, the stock plummeted and projects were halted, causing dissatisfaction on the board. It seems you're still too green." Yang Yu called Director Liu for help. "Hello, is this Director Liu? Regarding the board meeting, He interrupted, "Sorry, young Master Yang. You're just a junior, after all. Now that President Yang has recovered, we of course will follow President Yang's orders." He laughed self-deprecatingly, blaming himself for fantasizing for too long. "So, I thought I had control of Yang's group, but in reality, those people still only listen to my mom. No wonder it was so difficult for me to push the project forward. No wonder my mom knew my every move in the company. She was just planning everything for Yang Yu and couldn't help but explain, 'I'm doing all this for your own good. Yang's group will be yours sooner or later.'" He noticed the teacup in Mrs. Yang's hand and asked strangely, "Mom, what are you drinking?" She drank it all in one gulp. Mrs. Yang, with a guilty conscience, made an excuse that I recently met a physician who prescribed a beauty-enhancing floral tea. It's just women's stuff. Why are you asking in such detail? Are you thinking of using it to please Lin Ruanqiao? She stood up and placed the teacup on the table. "Let me tell you, I agreed to your marriage with her back then because my health was poor. Now that I've recovered, she is naturally no longer worthy of you." Yang Yu watched Mrs. Yang's retreating back and grew suspicious. Mom has been very strange lately. What kind of doctor is so capable? He curiously looked down from upstairs. It's the middle of the night. Where is Mom planning to go? The next morning, at Fully Group, there was pressure from external powers and heavy internal stress. Ruanqiao slammed her hand on the table. The news that reached her ears was too absurd. What? A longevity elixir really exists in this world? Regaining youth, reversing age? Impossible. She scanned the air with a sharp gaze that, "I'm going to follow Mrs. Yang and see who this miracle doctor is. This matter might be related to Minister Shu." Jin Shun and Yang Yu stood up quickly in unison. "No. Each of them grabbed one of Ruanqiao's hands, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Speechless. Meanwhile, over at Xiao's, she was flattering Shuang with sweet words that it's truly an honor to have Miss Shuang as the spokesperson for our brand. She admired the divine beauty before her and probed. Miss Shuang, you take such good care of yourself. I wonder if you could share some secrets. Shuang tilted her head, leaning her face closer. Oh, you really want to know? She whispered in Xiao's ear. I'll tell you. You know Minister Shu from the Ministry of Public Works, right? Xiao's expression changed. She widened her eyes in surprise. Really? Shuang waved her sunglasses and turned away. Fine, don't believe me. Can we sign a contract now? I have another appointment to get to. Xiao's memory replayed Ruanqiao's firm affirmation. I can never forgive your mother for killing my mother, so I can't accept the daughter of my mother's killer. But I won't hate you anymore either. She was silent for a long time. Sister, just consider this me paying you back. Xiao grabbed Shuang's wrist just in time and pleaded earnestly, Miss Shuang, when would it be convenient to take me to that place? I'd like to try it once too. Mrs. Yang looked around, giving one last observation before getting into the car. She slipped into the back seat of the car and immediately shut the door, afraid of being seen. Ruanqiao, sitting in the driver's seat, watched the red taillights of the unfamiliar vehicle. But it's so late. Why would Mrs. Yang get into a stranger's car? She secretly followed it. Arriving at the port, she hid behind a large rock to watch. Mrs. Yang, completely unaware, boarded a boat heading out to sea. On the small island, a large ship cut through the waves and docked. Everyone got off the boat, but Ruanqiao carefully used a tree for cover. She saw Mrs. Yang pass through with ease and raised an eyebrow in confusion. What kind of debauched party is this? Ruanqiao had difficulty getting through and was stopped by two tall security guards. Hello, please show your invitation. She put on a convincing act that I forgot to bring it. Don't you have my client information? Just check it. One of the guards said, sorry, no entry without an invitation. She was speechless. You people. The two guards worked together to drag her away. Ruanqiao panicked and begged for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, spare me. The two let go, pushing her onto the cold ground. Ruanqiao stood up, dusted off her skirt, and complained that hurts. You don't know how to treat a lady at all. She circled around to the back. Following the high walls and fences, she couldn't get in through the front, so she'd see if she could get in through the back. Ruanqiao found a staff uniform to change into, carrying a tray of drinks for better credibility. She glanced at the women around her. It was either bikinis or backless silk dresses. What are these scantily clad people doing gathered around the pool? But it doesn't look like a debauched party either. Ruanqiao caught a glimpse of Xiao's familiar figure. She was shocked. Lin Xiao? How'd she get mixed up with these people? Could it be? Ruanqiao frowned, a flash of anger in her expression, but it's true that it's easier to change rivers and mountains than a person's nature. She switched her target from Mrs. Yang to her and quietly followed. Ruanqiao pressed her ear to the door to eavesdrop. Inside, Shuang was reporting, Saintess, I brought the person. She's a newcomer who also wants to try the goods. The Dracula siblings were both present. Wanqing arrogantly crossed her legs. She should be well aware that not just anyone is qualified to try the goods here. What's so special about her? Shuang quietly told her Xiao's identity, that she's the president of Lin's group, and also Lin Ruanqiao's half-sister. Wanqing pictured Xiao's image in her memory. I remember her. It's her. To quickly build rapport, she claimed her situation was similar to Wanqing's, that I heard that Lin Ruanqiao once offended the Saintess. What a coincidence. I've hated that sister since I was little. We have a common enemy. Helping me is no different from helping yourself, right? Even if Ruanqiao closed one eye, she couldn't hear a word. This room's soundproofing is too good. She can't hear anything. She looked at the window at the end of the row and suddenly had a great idea. This is only the second floor. If she climbs from the window to the balcony of the next room, she should be able to hear clearly. Ruanqiao's heels landed safely. She steadied herself on the brick railing, breathing a sigh of relief that she was okay. From this angle, Ruanqiao had a full view of the front yard, where a group of people was gathered around a basket. What is this? Needles pierced the bruised limbs of children. A little girl cried out in pain incessantly. The masked men and women all craved fresh blood. As long as you bring the child's flesh and blood to the Saintess to be blessed with magic, you can achieve eternal life. She sat down heavily, trembling with disgust. She hadn't expected the secret to Mrs. Yang's rejuvenation to be this. But at least Wanqing's voice was cleared. I hope our cooperation is pleasant, and we can make that little bitch Lin Ruanqiao disappear completely. Ruanqiao unconsciously came back to her senses. The main issue was still not clear. She walked over, pressing her ear closer. Wanqing was compromising, or more accurately, she was bestowing a favor upon Xiao Xiao. Zhuang Shidong took out a syringe full of blood. She looked at the needle in her hand. This is the divine medicine that grants eternal life? Why does it look like blood? He habitually grabbed Xiao Xiao's throat forcefully. Miss Lin, it's best not to say things the saintess doesn't like to hear. Zhuang Shidong's throat was suddenly choked by saliva. He let go, and she coughed several times. Yes, I'm sorry. Shuang pulled Xiao Xiao to her knees. You almost lost your life. It's my fault. I should have taught her the rules beforehand. It won't happen again. Wanqing lost all interest and glanced at Xiao Xiao through her mask. If it weren't for your connection to that woman, I would never have let you try the goods. If there's a next time, get out immediately. The Dracula siblings left, taking their anger out on the innocent door with a loud bang. Xiao Xiao didn't understand. What rules? Shuang instructed her seriously. The saintess has a strong taboo against calling the divine medicine blood. She seems to hate it intensely. Several people have already let it slip and were thrown directly into the sea to feed the sharks. She hesitated a little. Then I'll do it myself. I'd also like to take a shower first. Xiao Xiao eagerly asked Shuang to find a handsome man to bring to her room. She understood and naturally agreed, and no problem. Then Shuang opened the door and left. Xiao Xiao sat alone on the bed, thinking, what's so special about this blood that it can grant eternal life? The sound of high heels came from behind the curtain. She was a bit startled. Who's there? Just as she pulled open the door to check the balcony. Xiao Xiao was surprised. Sister, what are you doing here? After talking with her for a while, Ruanqiao understood. You wanted to use yourself as bait to investigate the secret of longevity on this island? Who told you to do this? What if something happens to you? Xiao Xiao lowered her head in admission of her mistake. I just felt that I owed you too much in the past, so I wanted to. Suddenly, footsteps grew clearer. She immediately pushed Ruanqiao back onto the balcony. Xiao Xiao drew the curtains, returning the scene to its original state. She saw Wanqing and feigned, Saintess, why are you back so suddenly? She looked around, secretly assessing that I thought I smelled that woman's scent just now. Zihan appeared out of nowhere and asked considerately, why did you suddenly come back? The people over there are still waiting for you. Wanqing's suspicions were dispelled, and she happily linked arms with him. Brother Zihan, let's go. Ruanqiao peeked at Zihan's retreating back. She was stunned. Things were getting more and more bizarre. That's Fu Zihan. Xiao Xiao handed Ruanqiao some water. She asked with concern, Sister, are you okay? Xiao Xiao sat down. Sister, men can't be trusted. I understand you. How much did I trust Li Suiling in the past? And what was the result? She didn't believe Fu Zihan is not like him. She said, but you saw just now, Fu Zihan, Ruanqiao insisted, interrupting Xiao Xiao. I don't believe you would betray me. Ruanqiao placed a water glass on the table. Right, what are you doing here? I heard you talking to them just now, and I thought. She continued, you thought I was up to my old tricks again, trying to team up with them to harm you. Xiao Xiao smiled faintly. I just want to know what they plan to do to you. I don't expect you or my mom to forgive me, but I don't want to owe you anything more either. This is all my own choice. She regretted having said too much by accident. Sister, I'm sorry, but actually I don't have to do this. She picked up the syringe and stood up. But right now, can you find a more suitable person than me? Right. According to my investigation, Xiao Xiao said in a low voice, the so-called Island of Bliss is actually a mysterious ritual where elderly people over 70 have bone marrow extracted from children. The children have their blood drawn, no matter how scared they are. She laid out the plan. They give that bone marrow to the saintess, who refines it into a special kind of blood. Afterwards, it can extend their lifespan. This blood is then injected back into the elderly. In return, they must use their power to serve the saintess. After pondering, Ruanqiao asked, so your cooperation project with the Yang family was suddenly halted by the Ministry of Public Works on the Saintess's orders. Xiao Xiao replied, that's right, but I still don't know why the Saintess is targeting you. She had a sudden realization. Perhaps I know who that saintess is. Ruanqiao thought to herself. Besides Meng Wanqing, I can't think of anyone else who both hates me and can manipulate those in power with the promise of eternal life. She took a necklace out of her pocket. Since I can't persuade you, and I'm not one to be stubborn, I hope you'll protect yourself well. Ruanqiao put the necklace around her neck. The pendant of this necklace is equipped with a micro camera. If you feel you can't hold on, don't force yourself. Try to record as much evidence as possible. I'll handle the rest. Ciao ciao. Happily accepting, she obediently listened to her She instructed, all right, remember to be careful with everything. Now I have to seize the opportunity and use my identity as a waitress to find Fu Zihan and clear things up. Xiao Xiao was a little unhappy. Ruanqiao, disguised as a waitress, didn't know which room Fu Zihan was in when suddenly a shout was heard. Brother Zihan, wait a minute. Hearing this, she looked towards the room the shout came from. Ruanqiao knocked on the door with a fake voice. Hello, Mr. Fu, the wine you order has arrived. Zihan opened the door. She froze in surprise. What kind of clothes is he wearing? He froze in shock. Why is Xiao Xiao here? Zihan deliberately revealed the lipstick mark on his chest. He said cheerfully, thanks for your hard work. Just give it to me. Ruanqiao struggled to suppress her anger. She replied through gritted teeth, I'd better do it. Ruanqiao pushed past Zihan and walked in. I'd like to see which vixen it is. Wanqing was lying seductively on the bed. Brother Zihan, why did you order more wine? He replied casually, it's all to spice things up. She gently caressed Zihan's chin. He moved closer to Wanqing's neck. You smell so good. She hugged Zihan tightly. As long as you please me, I will definitely give you the elixir of immortality. He was secretly delighted. Then I thank you, holy maiden. Wanqing thought to herself, you want Lin Ruanqiao to be immortal? Do you want the two of you to be together for all eternity? In your dreams. Ruanqiao spoke up, sirs, the wine is ready. She deliberately bumped into Zihan, spilling the wine on him. Zihan yelled, how do you do your job? Ruanqiao lowered her head, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. Holy maiden, please spare me. I didn't do it on purpose. I'll have someone change the sheets right away. Sir, please follow me to the changing room. I'll help you wipe it clean. He thought to himself, if I don't go, I'm afraid Xiao Xiao won't leave. Zihan replied in a low voice, all right. He lightly kissed Wanqing's forehead, that I'll be right back. Zihan followed Ruanqiao out. In the changing room, she grabbed his hand. Ruanqiao slammed Zihan against the wall with a punch. He winced in pain. Xiao Xiao, are you trying to murder your own husband? You hit so hard. Zihan explained, Xiao Xiao, it's not what you think. She cut him off. Are you going to say you're doing this for my own good, right? I heard everything. You want me to be immortal too, so we can be together forever. But Fu Zihan, Ruanqiao grabbed him by the collar. I'm a human, a living, breathing person. You want me to stand by and watch you be intimate with another woman? Besides, I don't need any immortality. Do you know who that holy maiden is? She's. Zihan covered her mouth. Thought someone's coming. He lightly kissed Ruanqiao's forehead and said in a low voice, you just need to know that I will never betray you. Leave this place. She thought to herself, Fu Zihan, how did you become like this? The sound of a door opening came from outside. Zihan quickly slapped Ruanqiao across the face. He cursed, don't you look in the mirror to see what you are? How dare you try to seduce me? Wanqing sized up the woman. Why do her eyes look so much like Lin Ruanqiao's? Zihan grabbed her by the neck and lifted her high off the ground. Ruanqiao struggled. Let go of me. She stepped forward to stop him. All right, don't be angry anymore. He threw her violently to the ground. For the holy maiden's sake, I'll spare you this time. Get out. Don't let me see you on this island again. Wanqing spoke up. Wait. She said sinisterly, I never said I'd spare her. It's just that I've thought of a more interesting punishment. Wanqiao's heart tightened. Could it be that she's already discovered my true identity? Wanqing felt her clothes. She undid the buttons on Ruanqiao's clothes. Zihan forced a smile. Holy maiden, what are you planning to do? Am I not enough to satisfy you? Wanqing replied, how could that be? It's just that her skin and figure are too beautiful. It would be a shame to just send her away. She clapped her hands to signal the servants. Strip her naked, put makeup on her, and make her look stunningly beautiful. I'm going to sell her for a high price. The crowd responded in unison, understood. He and Ruanqiao were both stunned in horror. The people outside were buzzing with discussion. Why is the holy maiden suddenly holding an auction? What is she planning to sell? It must be because the holy maiden is pleased. Whatever she's selling must be top grade. That's right, we have to get it. Zihan was frantic. In my current position, I can't even participate in the auction. What will happen to Cao Cao? He wrapped his arm around Wanqing's waist. Zihan smiled gently. She's just a servant. Why must the holy maiden go to the trouble of holding an auction? It seems like making a mountain out of a molehill. A moment of pleasure is priceless. Why waste it on such trivial matters? She chuckled lightly. There's plenty of time. Besides, you don't get to see something this interesting every day. Wanqing thought to herself. Her figure is too similar to Lin Ruanqiao's. Whether it's her or not, I can't let her live peacefully in this world. The host began. Apologies for keeping all our distinguished guests waiting. To thank everyone for your years of support, the Holy Maiden has decided to hold an auction. The item for sale is an exquisite mermaid that can prolong life. Someone, surprised and intrigued, asked, a mermaid? The kind I'm thinking of? Can you eat it? The host explained. The Holy Maiden happened to discover a young woman whose flesh and blood are top-grade elixirs for preserving youth. Moreover, she possesses unparalleled beauty. With such a beauty by your side, I believe you will all experience the pleasure of King Zhou. Zihan sat below, extremely anxious. He clenched his fists. Meng Wanqing, you've gone too far. I can't take it anymore. When the time comes, I'll have to disregard my status and just snatch her away if I have to. A servant pushed out a huge glass case with Ruanqiao locked inside. The crowd gasped, my God, such a beautiful person exists in this world. This skin, this figure. That's right. If we win her, we'll have to enjoy her thoroughly. Besides, the Holy Maiden said her blood is top grade. If we get tired of playing with her, we can still keep her as a blood slave. Zihan couldn't help but stand up in anger. Wanqing asked, puzzled, what's wrong? He paused. Nothing. Zihan sat down and asked, is her blood really that magical? She replied, of course not. It's just a gimmick. At most, it will turn her into one of us. If she can withstand it. He was shocked. She wants to turn Cao Cao into a vampire. The host announced the auction begins. The starting bid is 50 million. The crowd eagerly competed. 70 million. 200 million. Yang Yu, wearing a mask, raised his paddle. 500 million. He thought to himself, I absolutely cannot show any expression or people might suspect Cao Cao's identity. Yang Yu's mother sat behind him, surprised. Xiao Yu, what is he doing here? Did he follow me? No, I can't let him find me. But why is he spending so much money on a woman? The crowd was still bidding. 700 million. He raised his paddle to increase the bid. 800 million. The other party wouldn't back down. 900 million. Yang Yu raised a finger and shouted 1 billion. The host said, all right, this gentleman has lit the sky lantern. Are there any other bids? The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The auction is over. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the item. She cursed under her breath. What a spendthrift. Cao Cao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Brother Yu. I'm saved. He walked in. The female guest looked at Yang Yu with jealousy. He let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness Cao Cao didn't fall into someone else's hands. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened. Yang Yu loosened his tie. That Fu Zihan can't take care of Cao Cao and is still fooling around outside. Then he can't blame me. He sat down next to Ruanqiao. Yang Yu gently caressed her face. Cao Cao. He tried hard to restrain himself. She looked absolutely captivating. Yang Yu moved closer and closer to Ruanqiao. Cao Cao slipped a letter under the door. Perhaps, for her, Yang Yu is the one who can bring true happiness. She muttered to herself, I've already left messages for my sister and Yang Yu. The evidence I just recorded should be enough to give to Nanjing Shen. Cao Cao ran into Zihan. He asked, Lin Xiaoqiao, do you know which room your sister is in? She rubbed her head, replying uncomfortably. What are you doing here? Cao Cao recalled the scene of Wanqing and Zihan walking together, where she happily linked her arm with his. Brother Zihan, let's go. She recalled her conversation with Ruanqiao. No, Fu Zihan isn't that kind of person. Cao Cao had tried to convince her. But you just saw it yourself. Fu Zihan, she said angrily, how dare a heartbreaker like you show up here? Zihan suddenly clutched his head in pain. He said hurriedly, I really have my reasons, but there's no time to explain now. Do you know which room your sister is in? Cao Cao coldly pushed Zihan away. Your reasons? That's right. You men are all like this, always finding reasons for your affairs, as if having a legitimate excuse means we have to forgive all your betrayals. He was stunned. Zihan frowned in pain. Cao Cao said in a low voice, you say you love her, but what's the reality? You're using the excuse of having your reasons to flirt with other women. Have you ever thought about my sister's feelings? How heartbroken she was when she saw you being intimate with the Holy Maiden. It dawned on Zihan, and he panicked at I'm here. Zihan said regretfully, I'm sorry. I should have told her beforehand. It's my fault. I didn't consider her feelings. She questioned, stop being hypocritical. There's someone more suitable for my sister, and that person is definitely not you. Xiao left. I advise you not to disturb their good time. She sneered, it's not fair that you, young Master Fu, are allowed to be intimate with a holy maiden, but my sister isn't allowed to get close to a better man, right? He stood frozen, unable to retort. Zihan imagined the scene of Ruanqiao and Yang Yu being intimate. In Zihan's imagination, Ruanqiao said, Fu Zihan, since you can be ambiguous with others, I can also have fun with other men. He recalled Xiao's words, compared to you, Yang Yu is the one who can bring my sister happiness. Zihan fell silent. I've endured for so long. Try not to care, but a single sentence made it all collapse. All that's left is endless darkness and an inescapable sense of inferiority. He collapsed to the ground. Zihan was immersed in regret for what he had done to Ruanqiao. Yang Yu opened the door and came out. He was stunned. Fu Zihan. Yang Yu asked, puzzled, what are you doing here? He laughed sarcastically. Oh, you think I shouldn't be here. Zihan rushed over and punched him in the face. You bastard, what'd you do to Xiao? Yang Yu leaned against the wall. But I'm a bastard? Then what about you? Where were you when Xiao was put on the auction block? He kicked Zihan hard in the holy maiden's arms, licking her boots. Yang Yu punched him in the face again and again. Oh, you have any idea how heartbroken Xiao was when she saw you being intimate with another woman? He was filled with rage. Oh, you know how Xiao struggled to hold on by herself when you were kidnapped and missing? Do you know how she propped up both of your family's companies and the pressure she was under? Yang Yu looked down on him. I've had enough of you. You take advantage of Xiao's love, doing things that make you feel good under the guise of helping her, without realizing you're hurting her. He stood up and turned to leave. Fu Zihan, I despise you. Your love for Xiao is utterly worthless. If you really care about her, then take your love that can't see the light of day and get out of her world. Yang Yu walked into the room. Zihan spoke up. Yang Yu. He staggered to his feet. Take her away. Take good care of her. What she wants, I'll help her get. Whoever stands in her way, I'll clear them out for her. After saying this, Zihan turned and left. He thought to himself, Fu Zihan, I hope you can do as you say. Yang Yu walked into the room and closed the door. He picked up the note from the floor. It was left by Lin Ruanqiao. The note read, with brother you here, I can rest assured. I've already obtained the evidence and will give it to Nanjinshin. Ruanqiao woke up. What's going on? Where am I? Yang Yu looked over. Xiao, you're awake. She asked coldly, Yang Yu, what are you doing here? Ruanqiao looked around. He said mockingly, who are you looking for? Or rather, who did you hope to see when you woke up? Fu Zihan. She said, disappointed, no one. But why am I dressed like this? What happened? Yang Yu handed a check to Ruanqiao. By the time I arrived, you had already been dressed up as a mermaid and put on the auction block. I spent a fortune to buy you back. Otherwise, you might be in some dignitary's bed right now. She remembered. It was that holy maiden, also named Meng Wanqing. But why didn't Fu Zihan stop her? Ruanqiao was still shaken. She looked at the check and sighed. As long as you're okay. Ruanqiao smiled gratefully. Thank you for tonight. I'll definitely pay you back for the auction money. Yang Yu replied, you don't have to. It's okay. There's no rush. Go change your clothes and we'll leave this place. She replied, okay, but I can't leave just yet. I already know the holy maiden's true identity. I need to get the list of relevant officials. Otherwise, all our future project could be affected. He stood up. I'll handle this matter. Yang Yu gently pushed up his glasses. The most important thing right now is to get you out of here before the holy maiden discovers your identity. Otherwise, while we're still on this island, we'll be completely powerless to fight back. Ruanqiao took the clothes he handed her. You're right. I'll listen to you. She changed her clothes. Ruanqiao asked shyly, how do I look? Can you still recognize me? Yang Yu stared, stunned. He said, flustered, no, I can't recognize you. I mean, this style suits you very well too. Ruanqiao smiled happily. She linked her arm with Yang Yu's. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for the compliment. Yang Yu thought to himself, if only this moment were real. Meanwhile, Zihan was kneeling before Wanqing. She asked, puzzled, what happened to your face? He replied, I just fell accidentally. Wanqing asked suspiciously, is that so? A knock came from the door. She said loudly, come in. Wanqing was surprised at Mr. Yang Yu bowed and kissed her foot. Yang Yu chuckled lightly. I came to say goodbye and to thank the holy maiden for giving me such a lovely gift. He lightly kissed Ruanqiao's cheek. Wanqing sized her up. Her scent is very similar to Lin Ruanqiao's. But if it really were her, why didn't she react when she saw Fu Zihan treating me like this? She smiled. Wanqing pulled Zihan back. And he kissed. Wanqing secretly observed Ruanqiao's expression. She was completely unfazed. Yang Yu said in a low voice, "Don't be impatient. I'll satisfy you later." She thought to herself, "Perhaps I was mistaken." He bowed. "Then I'll take my leave and not disturb the holy maiden any longer." Ruanqiao made up her mind. "Fu Zihan, I will never forgive you." Zihan watched her go. "Chow Chow, I will definitely get that list for you. My love is not something that has to hide from the light." She and Yang Yu got in the car and left the party. He said with concern, "Chow Chow." Ruanqiao came back to her senses. She chuckled lightly. "Oh, you're here. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner some other time." Yang Yu hesitated, then said sadly, "Chow Chow, when will you ever turn around and look at me?" Yang Yu was lost in thought. If only everything that happened on the island was real. He truly wished the act could become reality. Jinshin and Xiao Xiao were sitting and waiting. He asked anxiously, "Chow Chow, you're back. Are you hurt?" "Let me see." Ruanqiao replied, "I'm fine. Yang Yu brought me back. I'm a little tired. I'm going to my room first." She turned and went to her room. Jinshin was anxiously at a loss. He asked what on earth happened on the island. "Something is on Chow Chow's mind." She shrugged. Who else could it be but Fu Zihan? Jinshin slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Fu Zihan, he's gone too far." Chow Chow said uncomfortably, "This is the necklace my sister gave me. It recorded the transactions on the island. I'll leave the rest to you." He said angrily, "Once I've investigated this thoroughly, I'll make Fu Zihan and that holy maiden disappear together." Meanwhile, in the island villa, the party was over. Zihan looked at Wanqing. While she was fast asleep, he searched for the list. He secretly opened the cabinet, looking for the list. Zihan searched with difficulty. He focused on checking the computer. Zihan's heart skipped a beat. "Damn it." Johnston opened the door and walked in. He asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" He raised his hands. "The holy maiden instructed me earlier to help her check some documents. Since you're here, I'll leave it to you." Johnston ordered, "You can go out first." Wanqing stretched that you're here. Zihan quietly slipped out. He said gently, "I've come to take you home." She kissed Johnston's cheek. "I knew my dear brother dotes on me the most." He removed Wanqing's blindfold. By the way, when I came in just now, I saw Fu Zihan looking at your computer. I'm afraid he has other motives. It's best not to keep someone like him around." She shrugged calmly. "I know. But I enjoy the way he, who used to ignore me, now has to grovel at my feet." Wanqing reassured Johnston, "Don't worry, I always keep the most important thing with me." She said sadly, "He won't actually touch me, so it's safe." He asked, "Do you love him that much?" Wanqing fell silent. Johnston sat quietly beside her, not asking any more questions. He pulled her into his arms. Johnston picked Wanqing up. "All right, I'll take you home." He ran swiftly through the night, carrying her. Zihan was eavesdropping outside the door. So she carries it with her. In that case, the next evening, Zihan was drinking alone. He thought to himself, as long as I can get the list tonight, I can go and explain everything to Chow Chow. Wanqing sat down next to Zihan. "Why did you ask me here today?" "There are no guests." He replied, "It's because there are no guests that we can enjoy the night view together without being disturbed. I've also prepared a surprise for you." She asked, "Surprise? What surprise?" Zihan dropped a pill in her wine glass. Wanqing was stunned. He confessed, "It's to express my loyalty, of course, to offer my body and soul to the holy maiden." Zihan drank all of the wine he had just drugged. He kissed Wanqing's foot. "This way. Can you believe me now, my holy maiden?" She was shocked. He actually went this far. Could it be that he really... Wanqing asked, puzzled, "Is this the surprise you were talking about?" Zihan pressed down on her. "Holy maiden, would you like to experience some underwater excitement?" Wanqing was frozen in disbelief. She laughed happily. "Since you're so obedient and sensible, how could I spoil the fun?" Wanqing and Zihan kissed. He suggested, "Why don't you indulge a little more tonight? Holy maiden, take the pill, and we'll sink into the water together. What do you think?" She complied, "I'll listen to you." Zihan put the pill in his mouth. He passed the pill to Wanqing with his mouth. The two of them were entangled. Zihan gently pulled open her clothes. He took a USB drive from Wanqing's clothes. Found it. Zihan sat up. "Holy maiden, you're almost there. I hope you can accept the gift I'm giving you." He quickly jumped into the lake. She shouted, "Where are you going?" Johnston ran over worriedly. "Ching, what's wrong?" He took off her blindfold. "Did he drug you?" "How dare he?" She panted, "I took it myself." Wanqing pleaded with Johnston, "Brother, I feel awful. Help me, can you?" She kissed him. Johnston did not refuse. He gazed at Wanqing. Johnston gently picked her up. He carried Wanqing into the house. At this time, Zihan had swum some distance and climbed ashore. Panting heavily, Zihan smiled happily. As long as I give this to Cao Cao, she will definitely understand me. He left the place. Zihan stood at Ruanqiao's door, holding a bouquet of flowers. This is the most suitable outfit I could find at night. Jinshin opened the door. He said uncomfortably, "Why are you here?" He was stunned. Where's Cao Cao? I have something important to tell her. Jinshin stepped out and closed the door. He demanded, "Come downstairs with me first. I have something to say to you." Zihan obediently followed Jinshin downstairs. He punched him hard in the face. Zihan said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Jinshin shouted, "I'm crazy?" "Yes, I must be crazy to have let you get close to Cao Cao." He punched him in the face again. "Ever since Grandpa brought her back, I've always treated her like my own sister and doted on her. And you? I treated you like a brother, and you treated her like that." Zihan confided, "Nan Jinshin, do you still remember? Back when we were studying abroad, I was cornered in an alley by a group of thugs." Jinshin was stunned to hear this. He calmed down. "I remember. You were still young back then, a bit skinny. They were all tall and burly. You were no match for them, but you still tried to hold your ground." Zihan took out a cigarette and lit it. He lit one for Jinshin as well. "You have the nerve to talk about me? You were much taller than me, all pale and skinny, and you still ran over to help me." The two sat down to catch up. He teased, "After all these years, you still like to rely on brute force, just like before." "Not to be outdone," Zihan retorted, "and you still love meddling in other people's business, just like before." Jinyin lightly punched his shoulder. "When it comes to my sister, how can I not meddle? You of all people. You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke my sister. Do you know how sad she was?" Zihan said sorrowfully, "Yes, it's all my fault. If you want to vent your anger, it's fine if you hit me a few times. I won't fight back." But he insisted, "I will never let go of Cao Cao." Jin Yin was shaken by Zihan's determination. He stated, "Whether you two love each other or not has nothing to do with me, but you have to change that temper of yours. You need to tell her things clearly. Don't make her sad. She's barely had any peaceful days since she was a child. She's always been on edge." Jin Yin looked up towards the second floor. "I don't want my Cao Cao to live the same kind of life she did before." Zihan chuckled. "From now on, she'll be mine." He shouted, "Shut up." He smiled happily, "I know. For now, she's yours." Jin Yin blushed. "What's this, yours and mine? We're classmates." Zihan teased, "Oh, you." He handed him a USB drive. Jin Yin was puzzled. "What's this?" Zihan replied, "A list of the officials involved on that island." He was surprised. "You were with that woman just for this?" He replied, "That's right. It was a terrible method, but it was the best I could think of." Jin Yin hurriedly got up to leave. "It's better if you give this to Cao Cao yourself." Ruanqiao walked down the stairs. "Why are you here?" Zihan turned and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry for making you sad again." She was hurt. Ruanqiao's eyes reddened. He handed her the USB drive. "This is for you." Ruanqiao hugged Zihan tightly. "My brother told me everything." "Why didn't you tell me?" He explained. "Actually, I wanted to explain at the time, but you didn't let me speak." She was bewildered when Zihan had previously said, "Cao Cao, it's not what you think." But was cut off by Ruanqiao. "You were going to say it was because of me, right? I heard everything just now. You want me to be immortal too, so we could be together forever, right, Fu Zihan?" She said awkwardly, I was too angry at the time." He took Ruanqiao's hand. Zihan pulled her into his arms. "I know. That's why I rushed over to explain to you as soon as I got it." Ruanqiao gently caressed his face. "What happened to you?" "My brother hit you too hard." Zihan kissed her hand. "I'm fine." It's good that he could vent his anger. He pressed the USB drive into Ruanqiao's hand. "This is what I can do for you. The rest is up to you." She nodded. "Don't worry. I won't let the sacrifice of your honey trap be in vain." Zihan pushed Ruanqiao into the house. "All right, that's enough. Hurry upstairs. Don't catch a cold. Rest early. We'll see each other at the company tomorrow." She waved. "Then remember to apply medicine when you get back. You'd better find someone to stay with you. Otherwise, I'll worry." He obediently listened. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Zihan walked away happily, humming a song. He noticed a car parked on the side of the road. Zihan knocked on the car window. "What are you doing here?" Yang Yu rolled down the window, and the two looked at each other. He answered, "I was worried about Cao Cao, so I've been waiting downstairs." He sneered. "You saw everything just now, didn't you? From beginning to end, you were never in her heart. You lost from the very start, Yang Yu." Yang Yu ignored Zihan and pressed the button to roll up the window. He put his hands in his pockets, sneered, and turned to leave. He stood there silently, waiting for that foul mood to completely disappear. Burning with rage, Yang Yu slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Why? It was clearly Cao Cao who wanted to be with me first, but this kid stole her away. He stared blankly at the building. Qiao Qiao, I won't give up. As long as I can stay by your side, I'll accept any status. The light turned green, and Yang Yu immediately stepped on the gas, the car speeding off like the wind. Night enveloped the cold and desolate Yang family villa. He sat in the living room smoking, venting his frustration. Mrs. Yang happened to come home and saw Yang Yu awake and sitting there. It's so late. Why are you still here? Holding a cigarette, he asked sharply, Where did you go, mother? Coming back so late, was it that island? How many young girls' blood was injected this time? She guiltily averted her gaze. Son, I don't know what you're talking about. Mrs. Yang belatedly realized, so at that auction last time, he was looking for me. She ignored Yang Yu's questioning and planned to go upstairs to rest. He threw the ashtray towards the stairs, nearly hitting Mrs. Yang's feet. The ashtray bounced and fell back onto the steps, startling her. Mrs. Yang, all you know is to use the word mother to threaten me. Yang Yu, are you crazy? I'm your mother. Yang Yu stood up, pulling at and straightening his tie. You still remember you're my mother? When have you ever treated me like a son? He approached, slamming one hand against the wall, and looked at her coldly, as if she were a stranger. Ever since I was little, you forced me to live the life you expected of me. Now you're obsessed with the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of power and refuse to let go. So you want to stay young forever, even to become immortal. Yang Yu said all this coldly, wishing the sun would disappear from the world. Mrs. Yang's expression became twisted and ugly. He took out his phone, his gaze towards her so cold it was devoid of any family affection. This is all what you owe me. You owe me. Yang Yu immediately called the HR department. Hello, convene a board meeting immediately. Issue a notice to dismiss my mother from her director position. The person on the other end answered with difficulty. But CEO Yang, those old-timers are all with the old madam. His pupils were as sharp as the glint of a knife's edge. Whoever objects, buy back all the company shares in their hands and kick them out of the Yang group directly. Mrs. Yang fell from her high perch, collapsing onto the floor in terror. How did it come to this? How? Finally, after losing the status and power she had held for so long, she cried, a pitiful sight. Without a backward glance, Yang Yu went straight upstairs. The next day, Feline Group, the same familiar workplace. Ruanqiao was focused on a breaking news report, following an anonymous tip from a concerned citizen. The police today successfully busted a pyramid scheme. The organization, under the guise of eternal youth, lured and kidnapped multiple young girls. The case is still under investigation, with several officials implicated. She gave Jean Yin a thumbs up. This result is so satisfying. You're quite efficient. You didn't mind the hard work? Anyway, this concerns you. Grandpa was so worried he was hospitalized. How could I dare to delay? Hearing this, Ruanqiao asked worriedly, Is Grandpa okay? Jean Yin patted her head to comfort her. Go see him after you're done with this busy period. He really misses you. Ruanqiao said softly. Through the window, she keenly noticed Zihan sneaking around in the hallway. He pressed his ear as close as he could, looking very flustered. TSK, why is this door so soundproof? I wonder what those two are talking about in there. Don't tell me Jean Yin is convincing Qiao Qiao to break up with me. Ruanqiao couldn't watch anymore and had to open the door for Zihan. He was caught red-handed and stammered, CEO Lin. She put her arm around Zihan's shoulder and decided to lead him away. Arriving at the subordinate's office, Ruanqiao spoke, attracting the employee's attention. Everyone, please stop what you're doing for a moment and listen to me. In front of everyone, she directly praised Zihan. This time, the company overcame its crisis and salvaged the collaborative project with the Yang Group, all thanks to Fu Zihan obtaining crucial evidence and assisting the police in taking down that organization. The company has decided to promote Fu Zihan to business director. Let's congratulate him. The room erupted in admiring applause. An employee exclaimed, I never expected this. Young Master Fu is not only handsome with a good family background, but his workability is also truly exceptional. Another voice quickly interrupted, who said young Master Fu was just... He clearly felt the warmth of Ruanqiao's favoritism and couldn't help but smile happily. Seeing Zihan being recognized and praised like this, Ruanqiao felt proud of him. Yang Yu stood in the shadows, his fists trembling. He hid his defeated expression and turned decisively to leave. Zihan eagerly wanted to know, Qiao Qiao, were you going to make our relationship official? As soon as this was mentioned, she changed the subject. Fu Zihan, can you be serious? We're already divorced. Zihan, like a little tail, clung to Ruanqiao, but I just want to make it official. standing on the boat. Wanqing looked towards the distant island. What a pity this round was. Fuling Group was on the verge of collapse. Johnston encouraged her. There will be other chances. A figure leaped onto the boat with the speed of lightning. Wanqing and he gritted their teeth and took a defensive stance. Both of them suddenly froze. Johnston and Wanqing simultaneously bowed with their hands clasped, feeling uneasy. Uncle, why are you here? Johnston's uncle grabbed his neck, wishing he could strangle him to vent his anger. What kind of mess have you made? You've even alerted the patriarch. Didn't you say it was a sure thing? The research at the base over there has been stalled for a long time, just waiting for the werewolf gene. Wanqing hurriedly grabbed Johnston's uncle's arm and spoke up. Uncle, you can't blame us for this. If anyone's to blame, it's that Lin Ruanqiao for being too vigilant. If she hadn't interfered, we would have long since made Fu Zihan come with us willingly. He slammed Johnston hard onto the boat's cabin and also kicked her to the ground. I told you long ago that you're a jinx who would sooner or later ruin Johnston's important matters. Johnston's uncle's face darkened, his anger turning into wild ambition. I might as well just get rid of you both now. He struggled to his feet. Uncle, don't, uncle. Wanqing cleverly protected her stomach and said something astonishing. I'm carrying his child, Johnston. His expression was identical to his, both filled with surprise. She held a small glass vial in her hand, a wicked smile on her face, and I already took the opportunity to get Fu Zihan's werewolf gene. Wanqing respectfully handed the vial of werewolf gene to Johnston's uncle. He took it, and only then did his expression soften. Good, very good. Johnston gently helped her to her feet. Are you okay? Johnston's uncle put the vial inside his clothes. For now, we'll consider this as you making up for your mistake. I'll spare you this time. But remember, you must bring that wolf cub back to the base as soon as possible, or else. Wanqing bowed slightly yes. He vanished in a flash. She had finally saved her life and breathed a sigh of relief. Johnston caressed Wanqing's belly, letting her lean into his embrace. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Wanqing replied wearily, what's there to tell? He painfully grabbed her shoulders and questioned, you don't want this child at all, do you? It was just an excuse you used to save your life just now. Wanqing closed her eyes tightly and didn't answer. Johnston fell silent, then took a deep breath. He held her, pleading patiently. Ching, let's leave, okay? Let's find a place where no one knows us and live a good life. Wouldn't that be nice? Wanqing immediately pushed Johnston away, insisting. No, the hatred in her heart was already too deep-rooted to stop. I must make that damn couple, Lin Ruanqiao and Fu Zihan, pay a painful price. Near the familiar construction site, the wind was strong on the sidewalk at night. The phone in Zihan's pocket suddenly vibrated, alerting him to a message. The screen displayed a warning message from Wei-sun. The hunter base has suddenly gone silent recently, and the vampires have been unusually quiet. Something's fishy when things are out of the ordinary. You must be careful. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Why so quiet all of a sudden? They've always wanted to get my gene to create a special medicine against werewolves. Could it be? Ruanqiao asked naively, what's wrong? Zihan hid the matter, not wanting to worry her. No, it's nothing. He put his phone back in his pocket. How could Ruanqiao not understand Zihan's mood? But she couldn't guess what had happened. Fu Zihan, how many times has it been? You still refuse to. Tell me. She turned her face away and walked quickly in a huff. I'm here. You can go back. He grabbed Ruanqiao's hand to stop her from leaving. Wait. Zihan decided to tell Ruanqiao everything. His tone was serious. I have something I want to discuss with you. Everything was silent, with only one floor still lit. Ruanqiao listened to him from beginning to end, stroking her chin as she summarized. So you suspect that Meng Wanqing has already gotten the gene needed to research the special medicine from you. Zihan had to admit he was really stupid. It was all his fault for being too careless. She ordered with a blank expression, take off your clothes. He was completely unprepared for that sentence and froze. Huh. Ruanqiao unbuttoned Zihan's shirt. Are you still shy? No. Isn't this great? But there's no need to be in such a hurry. Let's take care of business first. She stopped her hands, still holding on to Zihan's shirt. Ruanqiao tilted her head, showing his superior's coquettish pout. Young Master Fu, this matter cannot be delayed. He leaned his face closer, waiting to enjoy it. Then, as you wish. She took off Zihan's shirt, only to check his body. Sure enough, there was a needle mark on the back of his neck. If she had discovered it any later, it would have already healed. Ruanqiao couldn't help but tease him. Young Master Fu and the Saintess really play rough. Zihan knelt on the floor to prove his innocence. I. She revealed sincerely. But I'm very happy. Ruanqiao poured out all the thoughts in her heart. I'm happy because, finally, after so long, you're willing to take the initiative to discuss things with me. He was extremely relaxed. You said before that I always make all the decisions for you. So this time, I'm giving the choice to you. Zihan knelt on one knee, holding up her hand. Lin Ruanqiao, are you willing to face the upcoming unknown with me? Ruanqiao was filled with happiness. I am. The next day was hot. Zihan and she walked into a bamboo forest to visit someone. Ruanqiao was exhausted from walking, the senior you've never mentioned before. He was also sweating profusely. He has been living in seclusion for a long time, so unless it's a matter of life and death for the family, it's not good to disturb him. The two stopped in front of a large mansion. Zihan knocked politely on the door and called out, "Old ancestor, it's me, Zihan." He lowered his eyes slightly, saying nothing. Zihan suddenly took a step back. He bowed respectfully before the door and pleaded, "Your unfilial descendant has failed to protect the family. I asked the old ancestor to open the door and offer some guidance." The werewolf clan elder, Ji Yuan, opened the door to welcome them. He stroked his beard and smiled kindly. It's little accent. What brings you here? I'm old, and my hearing isn't good. I didn't hear you knock. Zihan glanced at Ruanqiao, thinking, this old man is clearly teasing me on purpose. Ji Yuan sat calmly. He began, "Why do those old monsters still want to fight to the death? Actually, it's not that there's no solution." Zihan happily grabbed Ji Yuan's hand. "Old ancestor, tell me quickly. They took my gene to research a special medicine. So can I just evolve into a stronger gene?" He knocked him hard on the head. Ji Yuan explained, "You wolf cub, you have good talent, but how is your brain so slow? But gene evolution is extremely difficult. You'd have to replace all the blood in your body. During this process, if your body can't withstand the blood of the ancient wolf king, the light consequence is elimination. The severe one is your body exploding and you dying." Zihan trembled, clutching his head in agony. He secretly looked at Ruanqiao. Ji Yuan lowered his voice. "Have you thought this through?" Hearing this, he immediately turned to look at her. Ruanqiao suddenly grabbed Zihan's hand. She said gently, "I believe in you. I will always be with you." Hearing this, he was deeply moved. It was getting late. In a high-end, luxurious residential area, Ruanqiao sat on the bed, on the phone. She thought, Fu Zihan seems so preoccupied during the day. Is he hesitating again? Thinking of leaving me again? Ruanqiao asked sadly, "Fu Zihan, why didn't you immediately agree to the old ancestor today?" Zihan answered hesitantly, I need to think about it more." She shouted angrily, "Fu Zihan, what else is there for you to consider? Are you trying to figure out a way to leave me?" Ruanqiao froze in panic. He was busy with work, but still tried to explain, "What are you thinking? Or do you actually have a new lover? So you want me to let go sooner?" She was very uncomfortable. Ruanqiao said in a low voice, "Fu Zihan, can you be serious?" Zihan changed the subject. "All right, it's getting late. Hurry up and get some rest, so you'll be ready for work tomorrow." A wave of disappointment washed over her. Ruanqiao ended the call. Good night. The next day at the company, she sat and looked toward his office. Ruanqiao was preoccupied. Why hasn't he come to work yet? Is he late, or did he take the day off? Suddenly, a hand waved in front of her, startling her. Ruanqiao was puzzled. What's wrong? Yang Yu asked. What were you staring at so intently? Did you hear my report just now? She frantically opened the project proposal to look. Oh, I heard it. I'm looking at it right here. He silently looked towards Zihan's office and saw the seat was empty, with no one there. At lunchtime, Ruanqiao asked Lin Shi, "Did Fu Zihan not come to work today?" She replied, "It seems young Master Fu took a leave of absence." During work hours, she sat blankly, with no heart for work. Yang Yu comforted her, "Don't worry. He's a grown man. He should be fine. He's probably busy if he's not answering his phone." In the evening, he took Ruanqiao home. Yang Yu, looking up at the floor above and seeing the room was dark. He's probably not back yet. Ruanqiao felt disappointed. She forced a smile. Thank you for comforting me all day. You're right. He'll definitely message me back when he's done. Yang was about to raise his hand to pat Ruanqiao's head in comfort, but suddenly stopped. He lowered his hand. Yang said awkwardly, hurry upstairs. Don't overthink it. Get some rest. See you at the company tomorrow. Ruanqiao waved. See you at the company tomorrow. He silently watched her back. Yang took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Jinyan. Do you know where Fu Zihan went? I want to talk to him. He replied from the other end of the line. You still haven't given up? Yang was stunned. He opened the car door. No, I already said. I'm just worried about Xiao, even as a friend. Jinyan paused when he heard this. He warned, you can fool me with those words, but don't fool yourself. If you're just friends, then friends should have boundaries. Hearing this, Yang was stunned, unable to refute. He hung up the phone and sat quietly in the car. Yang observed that the light in Ruanqiao's room was off. Only then did he drive home, relieved. She had a nightmare while sleeping. Ruanqiao was covered in sweat. No, not like that. In the dream, when she tried to reach out her hand, Zihan shook it off. He proposed, let's break up. Ruanqiao was so scared she started talking in her sleep. I don't want to. In the dream, Wanqing was holding Zihan's arm. Only I have the ability to help him through this ordeal of the blood transfusion. You and he are not on the same path at all. Ji Yuan also turned his back coldly. You can't help him at all. It's better to just let go. In that nightmare, she knelt on the ground, crying and screaming in pain. No, don't go, don't. Ruanqiao's eyes suddenly flew open. She gasped in terror. Ruanqiao sat up and shouted no. She frantically replayed last night's conversation. What on earth is he considering? Considering whether to choose me or to choose Meng Wanqing who can help him. Ruanqiao made up her mind. If I tell you that I'm not as strong as I look, that I've actually liked you for a long time, if that can make you more determined in choosing me, I'm willing to say it all. Ruanqiao stepped heavily off the bed. She hurriedly grabbed her jacket and ran out at top speed. Ruanqiao kept knocking on his door. She was distraught. Fu Zihan, are you home? Ruanqiao drove off to find Zihan. She rushed into the bar in her pajamas. Ruanqiao tried to contact him. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. She pushed open the door and rushed in. Zihan was stunned. Xiao, what are you doing here? What's wrong? Ruanqiao immediately threw herself into his arms. Zihan poured her a glass of water. So you rushed over here in the middle of the night in your pajamas, just to see what I was doing? Ruanqiao felt a little guilty. She said sullenly, it's your fault for ignoring me. He chuckled lightly. I wasn't ignoring you. After what the old ancestor said yesterday, I started thinking. I vaguely remember my grandfather mentioning a place that's good for blood replenishment. So I wanted to discuss making a trip with A-chan. Ruanqiao asked, then why was your phone off? Zihan answered hesitantly, my phone ran out of battery. I didn't notice. She was very disappointed. Then what were you reconsidering last night when you said you would? Is it because I can't help you at all, so you want to abandon me and find Meng Wanqing to help you? You know perfectly well that if you just ask, she would help you even if it means betraying her clan. Zihan comforted Ruanqiao. I'm really not. I was considering how to find the most foolproof plan and then tell you, so you could be with me through this blood exchange process. Without you, I really don't know if I can make it through. She took a deep breath. Ruanqiao mustered all her courage. She asked worriedly, Fu Zihan, are you especially disappointed in me? I'm not as strong and selfless as I seem at all. He replied, I'm also afraid that you won't need me anymore, afraid that I'll be useless to you, afraid of losing you. Ruanqiao looked up, smiling gently. Actually, I like you even before you confessed. Earlier than you liked me. She thought to herself, if telling him everything will make him choose me more firmly, I'm willing to say it all, to let him see me at my most pathetic. Just then, Zihan knelt on one knee. His actions startled Ruanqiao. He said gently, what silly things are you saying? If the Hunter organization wasn't still a problem, I want to drag you to register our marriage right now. Zihan said sadly, back then, you left the divorce papers, didn't even show your face, and had Li Jinjin get the divorce certificate for you. Do you know how heartbroken I was? She looked away guiltily. That's because you wouldn't tell me anything, so I. He took Ruanqiao's hand, caressing her face. All right, it's my fault. So, when are we going to change the color of that booklet? Green is just too ugly. She tapped him lightly. Young Master Fu, you haven't forgotten that ours was a contract. Marriage, have you? Zihan smiled helplessly. All right, I'll listen to you. Anyway, you will always be in my future plans. Minshun got goosebumps all over. He shivered. My God, I'm covering goosebumps. I just want to go home, find a deserted corner, and listen to some love songs. Ruanqiao coughed awkwardly. So what did you two figure out after studying all day? He pointed to a circled location on the map. I want to make a trip to this place. She looked. Lin Yuan Village. What kind of name is that? It sounds so scary. Ruanqiao asked. When are we leaving? I'll arrange my work and pack my bags first. Zihan replied. Xiao, I can't take you with me. She was extremely surprised. Ruanqiao froze. He panicked and hurriedly explained, it's not that I don't want to take you, No, it's not that I'm abandoning you, and it's definitely not. Zihan sighed wearily. He said seriously, Xiao, I've never been to that place. I don't know what might happen. I'm really not hiding it from you on purpose. It's just that I have something more important to ask for your help with. Meng Wanqing took my jeans. The Hunter organization must be accelerating their research. I want you to help me monitor their research progress, find a way to obstruct them, and buy me as much time as possible. Ruanqiao thought for a moment, then patted Zihan's shoulder lightly. Don't worry. When it comes to stalling for time, I'm the best at it. He smiled, relieved. Then I'll leave everything to Mrs. Lin. He said sternly, oh, but you are not allowed to take this opportunity to ask Yangyu for help. If anything comes up, find in Linshi or Li Junjun, or at the very least, your reformed sister. In short, no asking Yangyu. Ruanqiao smiled happily. Got it, young Master Fu. The next day, the office, a beautiful morning. She walked into the conference room, humming a cheerful tune. Ruanqiao walked in. You're here. Perfect. I have something to tell you after the meeting. Yangyu froze. It seems she and that man have reconciled. He struggled to control his expression. Yangyu frowned, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Nan Jingshan was right. It seems my place in her heart is crystal clear. Even though he knew her emotions always revolved around Fu Zihan. Even though he knew his status in her heart couldn't even compare to an assistant's. But I still can't bear to leave. As long as I can watch her be happy from a distance, quietly, that's enough. It was already dark. Ruanqiao turned off the office lights, ready to leave for the day. Seeing Yangyu still sitting in the office, she asked strangely, why haven't you gone home yet? I thought you went back to your company after the meeting. He stood up and said, didn't you say you had something to tell me? I saw you were busy right after the meeting, so I didn't dare to disturb you and just sat here waiting. Ruanqiao suddenly remembered. She said in a fluster, I'm so sorry, I forgot. I'm flying to the US tomorrow. I might not be able to take care of the company during this time, so I was originally going to ask you for a favor. Yangyu immediately agreed. I'll do it. Ruanqiao was taken aback for a second. Oh, that won't be necessary. She gave a faint smile. I've already handed the work over to Linshi. She's been with me for a long time and is familiar with the business. There won't be any problems. He interrupted, but when it comes to decision-making and the big picture, she's not experienced enough. Ruanqiao looked troubled, but she was also conflicted. I don't want Fu Zihan to get the wrong idea. Yangyu explained, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. It's just that the Yang group also has a stake in this project, and I don't want to end up losing money. Ruanqiao was relieved. All right then. I'll tell Linshi to consult you first on any matters. Thank you. He replied, She turned and left. Yangyu muttered to himself, as long as I can be by your side, I'm willing, even if I'm humbled to dust. America, an underground casino. Ruanqiao took off her glasses. She sat down in a chair. Brother Wesson, long time no see. He got straight to the point. I didn't expect little brother Fu to be at ease, letting his wife come here alone. Tell me your plan. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative. What do you need me to do? Ruanqiao smiled faintly. Spread the news that Fu Zihan and I had a fight, and I ran off to America alone. They'll definitely try to capture me to threaten him. Wesson was very surprised. Using yourself as bait? That's too dangerous. Does little brother Fu know? If something happens to you on my turf, I won't be able to answer to him. She shrugged. Ruanqiao said slyly, when it comes to ruthless methods, I'm no match for you. But when it comes to business tactics and stalling for time, you're no match for me. Hearing this, he was stunned. Wesson smiled kindly. Not bad. You're worthy of being the one little brother Fu chose. I believe in you. I'll leave it to you then. She put on her glasses and got up to leave. Then I'll be counting on you, Brother Wesson. I also have to make a trip to the Draculas. He asked curiously, You're going to break into a den of thieves to steal something alone again? Ruanqiao replied calmly, of course, it's to invite you to watch a good show of dogs biting dogs. She turned and left decisively, the sound of her heels echoing with each step. Wesson ordered his subordinate, "Go, spread the news that Lin Xiao and Fu Zihan had a fight, and she came to America alone. Oh, and remember to have someone follow her secretly. Don't let anything actually happen to her." The subordinate accepted the order. "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, a magnificent castle under the moonlight. She shivered. A vampire's lair is just as gloomy and terrifying as they say. The novels didn't lie to me. Ruanqiao pushed the door open and entered. She shouted loudly, "Is anyone here? I'm Lin Ruanqiao." Suddenly, a vampire appeared out of thin air, startling her. Ruanqiao screamed in fright, "A ghost." He grabbed her by the neck. "It's been so long since I've smelled fresh human blood. I've really missed it." He bared his fangs, preparing to bite Ruanqiao's neck. She quickly proposed, "I'm here to discuss a partnership. Don't you want Fu Zihan's genes? I have them.